since the last split, so much has changed in the NA scene.
Cloud9, they're pretty strong already. I feel like they're just a worse version of TSM.
Their team is very overhyped.
I don't think like everyone's like, oh, they're like the second coming.
I think you could say Velocity is the weakest link. I don't think they're that bad.
They're underrated right now.
Roster changes are pretty important.
Some teams, when they make a roster change, they just do well with the roster change right away.
I don't think the Edward pickup for Curse is a good idea.
I have to trust my team, my Curse team.
We have 3 role swaps again.
CLG's pretty garbage right now.
We'll be fine.
NA will bring a very, very strong showing. Teams are stronger than ever.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the 2013 North American LCS Summer Split. I'm David Freak Turley, along with Joshua Jat Leisman. We got some good games for you guys today. We have 6 more coming your way, and it starts with Edward and Curse taking on Velocity Esports. But before we get into today's action, we have to talk about opening day and the domination by the 2 newest teams in the LCS, Velocity Esports and Cloud9.
And Cloud9 looked incredible yesterday. It looked like the hype train was kind of for a good reason. They played extremely strong. They took their first they took out Dignitas in 30 minutes. Then the game against TSM was one of the best games I've seen in North America in a really long time. Coming out of that first day 2-0, and then Velocity, the other new team to the scene, did well in their debut against CLG as well.
Yeah, it's funny because the 2 amateur teams, the 2 new teams are undefeated, and all the defending LCS teams actually walked away with a loss in the first day. But instead of us just telling you about all the action, let's actually show you guys. Opening day of the Summer Split kicked off with a rematch of the Spring Split Finals, where Team Solo Mid beat Good Kid University for the title. GGU, now sporting the name Team Coast, picked up first blood after a nice double bubble from Daydreamin's Nami.
Double bubble on the odd one in Reginald. There's a nice Draven ulti coming across. Mastery on the backside. Turret has focus onto him. It looks like they keep going in. First blood going out to Zion Spartan.
But Reginald Kha'Zix could not be pinned down.
He has not used the Zanyas yet either. Goes down without using Zanyas. Daydreamin follows after. The triple kill. The whoa coming in from Kha'Zix. He can't do it again. The 4th coming in for Dyrus. And it looks like they're going to push the lane.
Total 4-for-0 by TSM. Reginald powering up the whole game, and it pays off.
And Team Solo Mid continuing to show why they are the #1 team in North America.
Looks like TSM's going to try to take this one.
Opening day shows well for the champions of the Spring Split.
And a very impressive performance there. Another day at the office for TSM.
We're really pushing more for objectives and like going out of our way for kills, and so we're doing a lot better at that.
In another rematch of the spring playoffs, Vulcan took on Curse. And while Vulcan defeated Curse for the 3rd place in those playoffs, that Curse team did not have Edward on support. Vulcan took an early lead behind Psycho Sid's ninja-like sneak attack.
Coming in from Bloodwater, it hits them all up. Xfinity puts himself into the frying pan to get burned up, but his team is able to capitalize on this. Edward looks for the kill, but Psycho Sid dodges.
4-4-1. The sneak attack flip and ninja Psycho Sid.
Despite adding Edward, Curse was not able to avenge their loss in the spring playoffs, and Vulcan secured their first win of the Summer Split.
Looks like it. They take down the second turret, Dad. It's going to be the Nexus. Vulcan continues their win streak versus Curse. The second game of opening week Summer Split.
Dignitas, a team looking for redemption for their spring split performance, took on Cloud9, a team making their LCS debut with a tremendous amount of hype. And Cloud9 lived up to all of the hype.
Oh, balls. He's going to... Oh, my gosh. Holy crap. Kiwi Kid's HP is going to get zeroed out here. And he gets complete. I thought he was going to get 2v1'd and killed. Never mind.
Just as they did in the summer promotion tournament, Cloud9 secured the win in just 29 minutes.
And they're going to come through here 29 minutes to take down Dignitas on opening day.
All eyes were on the new CLG when they took on Velocity Esports. Perhaps surprising to some, Velocity dominated the new look CLG to secure victory in their first LCS game.
Yeah, that's going to be the game. Velocity Esports, they're going to start the season 1-0.
Once we get that first blood, like my confidence, like I just get so pumped up and I'm ready to like wreck faces.
The hype train was full steam ahead for Cloud9 when they took on TSM.
this game was a dogfight.
Blue team picks it up. Meteos goes for the left bounce. Can they get the fight in time? Sienna side hits Reginald. Shockwave hits Sneaky. Sneaky flashes backwards. There's the push onto Reggie. A lot of damage there. Balls in the mix as well. They find one. High as Zonia's. Oddman taking a bunch of punishment. Zonia's goes back up in the air. He's going to fall back down. Dyrus falls as well. 3 for 1 so far in this fight. Aaron for a 3 for 1. That's a close trade.
Cloud9 would prove himself a force to be reckoned with, winning a 4-for-0 exchange that would force a TSM surrender.
Balls are going to jump. The Wild Turtle takes so much damage. Oh, that is a 4 for 0 so far. Cloud9 wipes the floor with TSM.
It looks like the surrender is even going to come out after that ridiculously intense game.
Cloud9 defeating the defending North American champions.
The last game of opening day featured a 1-0 Vulcan taking on the 0-1 Team Coast. Zion Spartan's Riven set the tone.
Now there comes the jump from Zion Spartan, burns the flash, first blood picked up.
Zion was already winning that lane, so now it's really going to snowball hard.
Zion Spartan made big plays all game.
That's on his way.
I'm gonna turn, okay?
I'm coming. Go.
And the re-engage comes in, Xfinithy's in front. Happy birthday! Nintendo is in the mix with a whole bunch of damage.
And Team Coast picked up their first win of the summer split.
This could be it. Coast looks for their first win of the season. That's gonna be the Nexus falling down, taking out Vulcan. Congratulations, Team Coast.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, every team is so good right now. Like, everyone in the NA scene's just improved, like, vastly.
Yep.
So it's really hard to predict where we're going to be, but I'm still confident we're, if not the best, but in the top 3 teams in NA.
Well, you heard it from them. Coast thinking they are in the top 3, and they showed at the end of that last split. And heck, close game against TSM, a win at the end of the day. They're certainly looking pretty strong.
And at this point, picking top 3 or not is a very hard distinction to make because, as you mentioned earlier, every team that was in the LCS last week lost at least 1 game yesterday. And Cloud9, as well as Velocity, I feel like are still too new to actually be considered top 2. So really, I like that we're starting with the Super Week because it's going to give every team 5 games to really kind of set themselves up. But after day 1, everything is open.
Yeah, you've got, what, 2 matches in for every team, and or 3 matches, I should say. And, I mean, you look at even, you said at the beginning of the season, it's going to be rough for some guys. Teams like Curse and Counter Logic Gaming, who are coming in with very fresh new lineups, and that tends to be rough for a while for these guys.
Yeah, especially CLG has the biggest hurdles to overcome. 3 role swaps again. Just like in the first split, they're going to have the 3 role swaps coming again. And, of course, Edward hasn't had time to practice with his team, so those are long-standing teams that have added a freshness to their team, which actually makes them a little bit inexperienced.
And then it's also just fun to watch out for those newcomers, right? We said they're coming in undefeated, only a couple of games from so far, but the fact that they, didn't have the luxury of being in the LCS and having weekly matches and still managed to practice so well, be on form, and come out swinging at the beginning of the split.
It's really impressive to see, and I want to just track even the very first game. Velocity versus Curse is going to tell us even more about Velocity. So many people are saying, well, even I think it was Crumbs in one of the pregames said they're one of the weaker teams in the LCS, and that is definitely the widespread perception amongst everything. So today is going to reveal a lot of that for us.
Yeah, so we'll see if that can pan out. Guys, we actually want to hear from you because, you're up to speed on the opening day goodness. You maybe saw the games yesterday. You saw the recap just now, and we want to hear your thoughts. Hit us up on Twitter. We are at LOL Esports, and tell us what surprised you the most on opening day and why.
Remember to use the hashtag LCS, and we could read your answers later in today's show.
Now, let's check out where these teams stand after that incredible opening day. Cloud9, they're floating above the competition at 2-0 in first place, whereas Velocity is getting up to speed in second.
Team Coast, TSM, and Vulcan are all tied for third with a record of 1-1, while CLG, Curse, and Dignitas are actually sitting at the bottom of the standings without a win.
But that's all going to change after today's 6 matches, because up first, Edward and his crew look for redemption, look for their first win when Curse battles Velocity. Then, Counter Logic Gaming looks for their first win when they take on Dignitas.
After that, Cloud9 tries to keep their hype train rolling down the tracks when they face off against Curse. Then Dignitas and Scar battle Team Solo Mid and Reginald.
And finally, our last 2 games of the day will feature Vulcan versus Velocity to see which team can get the V there, followed by Team Coast taking on Counter Logic Gaming.
And before the matches kick off, make sure to head over to lolesports.com and pick today's winners. Just click on matches at the top right, go to week 1, and vote away.
So guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's the first game of the day. Edward and crew look to stop Velocity's momentum. Day 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split will return right after this.
I think Curse also has too many egos with Saint Vicious, and we'll just end up sending Edward back to Russia.
Sending him back to Russia. That's going to be a tall order for these guys. Newcomers already talking a little bit of trash. Guys, welcome back to day 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Now it's time for our first match. It's Curse versus Velocity Esports. Now, after a tough opening day for Curse and their new support, Edward, they're hoping to hook a win today against one of the LCS rookies.
And Edward looked a little bit out of sync with his teammates yesterday because Curse in general looked out of sync. They were playing non-characteristic champions for themselves. They tried a poke composition and didn't necessarily execute it. Those are very difficult comps to run. And if Curse was looking at their Super Week schedule before this week, they're targeting a win against Velocity because even though Velocity looked good yesterday against an unsettled COG lineup, they are coming into this split as not a favorite.
No, not really here, but today Velocity will be looking to build on their success from yesterday against another team going through roster changes, and leading the charge will be their AD carry, Maple Street.
And Maple Street in particular looked really good yesterday on Draven. That is his main champion. I wouldn't be too surprised if that got targeted a little bit against them. Of course, he's the Odd One's younger brother making his way into the LCS. And Velocity in general has always been a threat to pull out unconventional strategies, as they did in the promotion tournament against Marn. They did the jungle Ezreal push poke comp that they've kind of crafted themselves, and they have many more apparently.
That's going to be fun to look out for. It's a team to watch in this season. So, guys, let's check out the starting lineups for this game. On the blue side, we have Curse. In the top lane is Voyboy. Jungle is Saint Vicious. Nijaki in mid. Cop on AD carry. And their new imported support, Edward.
And on the red corner, we have Velocity Esports, or rather in the red corner, with top lane Chris, NK Inc. in the jungle, Vile Rose their mid, 80 carries Maple Street, and of course their support is Evan Niskus.
So before we get into the game, I actually want to hear from you guys and see who you think will win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 76% of you guys think Curse is going to slow Velocity's roll.
And that's actually, if we were to come in before yesterday, would have been kind of a low percentage, because after the Edward acquisition, everyone says Curse second or first kind of in North America, and Velocity was kind of going to be fitting in the 8th, as well as the European fan support that Curse now has because they picked up Edward. But based off of yesterday's results, you know, this game is turning out to be a lot closer than first expected.
And it's going to be interesting because we've talked about those roster changes and how they can be rough. And I talked to Edward a little bit last night. I didn't get to get through all the questions I wanted in the interview in general, but he said, you know, talking about playing with Cop specifically, because a lot of people have asked, you know, what's up playing with Cop? Isn't he a lot like Genja? And he says it's not the play style. It's that it's really nice playing with Cop. He has a really good personality. He respects me. I don't care what style of gameplay he has. As long as we work together, it's going to be great. And he says that once we get to the point where my team is listening to me and we're coordinating well, 99% sure on my head that we're going to be #1 in North America.
It's an attitude adjustment.
Yeah.
Because everyone's been targeting the gameplay style of Cop, but Curse thinks Cop is a very malleable gameplay style-wise player. So sure, it will take time, but if they have the right mindset to win and everyone is on the same page, which has actually kind of been a problem for some of the players on Curse in the past, like either St. Vicious or Voyboy, who when they're on COG weren't on the same page as COG, but when they went to Curse, they all kind of found each other. And hopefully the same is the case for Edward, who's kind of another, even though he left on his own terms, exile from another top team coming to Curse. It is a group of people who are used to that situation, and he should be able to relate with them, even if it's North America to Russia, crazy cultural. The team experience those guys have had might work out for them.
It absolutely could. And Edward said himself yesterday that he's been to America 3 times now. He feels pretty comfortable. He still talks to his friends back home and whatnot, and he feels more at home here. So I like watching that transition and seeing him, you know, get more acclimated. I mean, his English is great already, and watching that transition out. Now, guys, we're in champs like very, very soon. We do have 9 players in, so it's not much longer till this game starts. And so let's actually turn the transition then to Velocity, because as you mentioned, right, a lot of guys thought they were the underdogs here. Double have said they were the worst team in the LCS, and they're proving people wrong so far.
And they're playing with house money a little bit too.
Yeah.
It's the nobody believes in us, let's kind of prove them wrong, because if Velocity loses a few games, they're not necessarily disappointing anyone but themselves, because the fan expectation just isn't there for them yet. So when they win, it's just a glorious achievement, and that's got to be actually kind of a freeing feeling now that they're a new team in the LCS.
Yeah, we'll see how these guys can live up to the expectations or lack thereof, really, because they've done well so far. Champs,
let's see if they can prove the critics wrong.
Oh, I think they can. They've done it so far. They've taken out CLG. We'll see if they can add another C to their list of wins. And again, we have started here in a champs like Draven and Evelyn dropped away from Velocity. Can't be surprised by that. Rise, Kha'Zix dropped out from Curse.
And you're right, we do have 4 teams in the LCS that start with the letter C.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a tricky one for them. They did target out Maple Street's Draven, and just like yesterday, it looks like Curse is going to be first picking that Jace.
We've seen Jace and Kha'Zix in champs like every single game.
It was
so
100% yesterday,
Yeah.
right? Jace, Kha'Zix, Rise, and there was one more. I think it might have been Kennen.
Yeah.
Was either 100% picked and banned. And Rise, Kha'Zix, Kennen were the bans for Velocity, which really says, hey man, we were watching yesterday.
Yeah.
Surprise.
Yeah, they are. It is funny to see that all last split, it was Cop getting his Misfortune band away as well, and people have finally decided to drop that one out. So Voy, I know he first picked Jace back in the playoffs. He's still making sure he wants to go for that one, but it's really not a surprising first pick.
And a lot of the fans were saying Voyboy's Jace was a little bit underwhelming yesterday, but I feel like that was more a result of their poke composition not working entirely the way they wanted it to. They're really letting this timer tick down, so they were not necessarily blown away by the Jace, and they decided to go for that Twisted Fate for Nijaki.
I mean, Twisted Fate is a first pick. That one's incredibly popular, though, right?
Yeah.
100% in Korea, still really common in North America as well. They grabbed that one out, and wow, Jace is left up, and Chris says, yeah, it's fine. I'll take that for me then.
They did that a little faster. Chris decided to swap back. We have to keep in mind that this is a nerfed Twisted Fate on the 3.7 patch. He lost his passive cooldown reduction, and the ultimate cooldown also went up at earlier ranks. So he won't be porting around the map as frequently for Curse Gaming, whereas Velocity has picked the standard champion, so to speak.
They really have. So part of the bottom lane is there. You don't even know where Jace is going to go, and now Curse has to make their decisions. Now, Saint's been playing a heck of a lot of Nautilus, and he's still holding that one strong. So even with like Sejuani available, he still is going to that old guard of Nautilus.
I think the Nautilus is the right pick for St. Vicious. That's what he was playing at the All-Star game and had pretty good success with it, aside from a couple of miscues. The Caitlyn as well is a cop-style champion. I don't know if they're going to be able to lane aggressively enough with Edward.
Well, see what ends up happening with those guys, because they've got to pick the rest of their bottom lane as this champ select rolls through. Velocity, though, they have consistently picked their champions in about 5 seconds flat.
Yeah, they're not really giving us much time to talk through this one. Just like, what's Velocity gonna? They're gonna go for Lee Sin and Varus.
Yeah.
All right, and we're moving from there. The only thing they haven't picked now is most likely. They got a lot of options, actually. They could pick a jungler, mid laner, or top laner based on the way Velocity's team comp is set up. The only thing we know now is that Maple Street and NK Inc. are going to be laning somewhere with that Varus and Thresh.
Okay, so Curse have to make their own options. That's going to be interesting because, as you said, there's a couple of ambiguous grabs right here, but they know they need a top laner, they know they need a support. It's not Element, so it's not a support Nautilus. Ooh, Edward, please play Blitzcrank. Please.
Well, he played it yesterday, if I remember correctly.
did.
Patoy played it. Edward was playing it in solo queue. That's definitely what I'm thinking of.
Okay.
With the Cop Edward combination, but the big surprising thing there, as we see the picks finally finishing up, is the Tryndamere that Voyboy is going to be able to pull out, because Tryndamere versus Jace, if he gets that lane matchup, is actually pretty good for Tryndamere.
Yeah.
He can sustain out through a lot of Jace's harass, and once he closes, actually will be able to outtrade him. So if Voyboy gets going, that's something he could potentially punish Chris with.
We actually saw this exact matchup in the playoffs. Zion Spartan ran Tryndamere against a first pick Jace against Voyboy.
Against Voyboy.
And dunked on the guy. So I want to see if Voy can get his vengeance here. Now Valorose back to the Kale. Yesterday he kept the win rate up. He's going for it again.
Yeah, and Valorose likes to stick with one champion if he can help it. In the promotion tournament, it was mid-Rumble. Now it may be mid-Kale. I think he's one of those players who really tunnels into specific champions and says, I'm going to pick this, especially since Kale is so strong in lane, and it may potentially help them protect Maple Street, who they relied on to carry their previous game.
I feel like that's a sort of thing like what Ambition did in the All-Star game, is saying, I'm going to keep picking Kennen, and I'm going to keep picking Kennen, I'm going to make you ban it out so that I can get other picks later on in the tournament. And he's like, yeah, just start respecting my Kale, deal with this right now. So they've got their champions locked in. The 5 vs 5 is about to begin. Beginning of day 2. And it's really go time for these teams. Velocity gets to prove all the critics wrong, go for the second win of the season, start out undefeated, tie for first place if they can win this, and Curse have to say, look, our new acquisition is going to work out for us.
And it's a tough situation for Curse to be in, to be quite honest. The lateness of that acquisition, as impressive as it was, having to go right into a 5-game Super Week on 2 to 3 games practice, and since this is the first that people are really seeing of Curse competitively, this is a lot of the initial judgment on Curse. Curse has been trying to outwardly message that it's the long-term Curse that they're going for and how they're going to grow into development, but they're going to be getting hammered if they don't show up this week and at least get a couple of wins.
Now, here's going to be their first real test for it, guys. The game is underway. Red team Velocity Esports, blue team Curse. Let's get this rocking. They leave up to their base, and look at that, actually. A bit of an unorthodox lane assignment, depending on where they actually go. They've sent their top laner top, but Vile Rose is heading towards the bottom right now.
Yeah, they could be going anywhere they want. One thing they might be trying to counter here if they do decide to go into the mid lane is that Blitzcrank can often do 2v1s in the mid lane. That's actually one of the main reasons people select that champion.
Yeah.
We saw when Dignitas was the one who played yesterday, as you said, Patoy, they went for the red buff and blue buff steal, successfully pulled it off, and then got out-pressured later. But if Velocity doesn't want their own jungle to get invaded, they could just put 2 people in mid lane as well and just mimic where Blitzcrank moves with their own support and not necessarily get punished for it.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting match to watch then if they can actually stop Edward from getting into that jungle.
If that's what happens.
Of course.
They're like 36 seconds into the game and we're like, yeah, this is what's going to happen.
And of course, they can make those same adaptations either way. Looks like Chris has a bit of an issue. You're seeing him on your screen right here. And heck, we're just getting the game unpaused anyway, so who cares?
I hate you, Chris. Why'd you pause the game on us? No, he'll be fine. He's one of the few left-handed gamers we actually have in the LCS, so that's actually why he's sitting all the way over on the left side of the table, whereas most top laners actually sit on the right, because otherwise he'd keep clashing with his jungler's hand when they're playing. So that's one of the reasons Velocity is giving us so much trouble.
Not the top lane jungle synergy you want of sharing the same mouse pad. That seems actually like a detriment. So Velocity making their way into the opposing jungle. We've actually seen a fair number of early jungle pushes, at least for deep wards, in the split so far.
Absolutely. Just the amount of kind of total red control they want. Again, the ward I want to point out was Velocity's ward in Curse's double golems over top of the wall, which will essentially give you the lane assignments of the enemy once that happens. And it's a large amount of early wards placed out. I feel like the first bit of the LCS has been a little solo queue-ish in the sense that these guys are still picking the champions they've had success with over the split and solo queue, and they're putting down so many wards because they really don't have a great read on what the other team's strategies are yet.
It's got to be interesting because these guys would have been trying to come out with something strong at the very beginning of the season and make sure that they're not playing their hands out. And I imagine, right, these guys, whether they practice each other or not, have got to be saying, okay, we haven't shown Velocity this strat.
Oh,
but
look out,
Curse,
Cop.
Oh, he's going right in on a Vile Rose. He's getting knocked up a little bit. Some damage there. The Ignite as well. Has to flash backwards. And looks like that's just going to be the flash for the Ignite, and that's it.
That was a real nice spot for Vile Rose to sit in because it allowed Cobb to run all the way past him, which ended up forcing the flash away. That should make the lane a little bit easier for Vile Rose if he decides to go 1v2 bottom.
Well, and that's going to be interesting. NK Inc. does get his blue buff for the trouble, though, so the invade definitely did not stop him there. I actually remember seeing Lee Sin start at blue buff a couple of times so far this week, and it's just all right for him. You did mention that 2v1 mid lane that VES was looking for, and they've got that here, but there goes NK Inc.
And there's going to be a collision here in the jungle fairly shortly. You can see Edwards already peeling back because they're expecting NK Inc. to go in while Thresh goes. This is kind of a reverse of what we expected from a Blitzcrank mid lane, and there's actually 3 members of Velocity potentially there to stop. I really wonder how this is going to play off. It looks like St. Vicious is conceding this.
Well, all 3 members of Hook City are in the same side of the jungle right here, but you're right, Velocity have just control right now, but Saint's coming back from the side. We got the smite, actually went to Evaniscus, which is not the worst thing in the world, I suppose.
Well, that's a little bit strange. It was a attempted smite Q, like spike by NK Inc., but somewhere in the middle, Evaniscus auto attack took it out before the end of the resonating strike from Lee Sin got there for the execute. Having a red buff Thresh is not the end of the world, since NK Inc.'s actually going to be able to get a red buff for themselves. If they did that intentionally, I would be ridiculously impressed, but I don't think they did.
I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt. NK Inc., you're amazing. I'm calling it. We'll see. We'll talk about him after the show if they win the game. But Curse right now, though, this 2v1. Now, last time we saw Vile Rose in the situation, he jungled a heck of a lot and went and took some wolves. Right now, though, he's getting zoned at a bit level 3. But Voyboy, he's getting hit a whole bunch here in the top lane.
Yeah, the Tryndamere versus Jace, unless Tryndamere got some really lucky roll crits at the start of the game, is a little tricky. He's getting poked down. I can expect Chris to maybe dive him right here. Voyboy might try to bait with Exhaust.
He just jumps right on in. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Exhaust would have gotten the kill if he had jumped on him in the turret. So Voy's going to try to survive. He's still got that cloth and potions. Last hitting for what he can. His Fury's up, so he'll back. And yeah, he looks like he's weathered the storm for now.
It's a really strange experience laning against a good Tryndamere because they're constantly on the edge of death, but that's sometimes when they're most dangerous. So Chris needs to proceed with a lot of caution in that lane. If he gives Voyboy an inch, Voyboy will take a mile and crush that lane.
And look at that, Voi's actually tied up in minion kills 24-25, but the engage comes in for the bottom lane. Engage is not done, has that red buff, jumps in on Edward, and they're going to keep chasing down. Valrose is involved. Edward does have flash.
No flash on
does
Cobb.
not. The slow is there. Cobb trying to run backwards. The knockup for Edward, and he blocks the Q, but it might just be enough damage. One more shot to go. First blood to Valrose.
Really good gank there. St. Fish is trying to come in for some extra, decides not to flash hook for the support. That was flash burned by Valrose. Maybe St. Fishes could punish later, but a very good gank nonetheless. Really capitalizing on the early flash burn from Cobb.
Looks like they're still trying to fight right now, though. Saint takes a bit of punishment. Vilo and NK Inc. still putting a bit of pain back. Nope, Saint bit off more than he could chew.
Yeah, his shield got burned immediately as he started that engagement and just made them back off right away. Very good play by Velocity, taking some early pressure down in that bottom lane.
So let's take a look at this 2-on-1 right here, because Valor's got the first blood, but you can see he's down 12 minions compared to Nijaki. However, Maple Street and Evaniscus have burned that tower down about to half health now, so they're making some good progress there.
Yeah, one of the big reasons Nijaki's been able to keep up minion farm in this lane is because of the red buff steal that Evaniscus helped Velocity with, and that allowed Nijaki to have a lot of 1v1 time against Maple Street. But with all that being said, he has had to been forced back to shop, and if that mid turret falls before Curse can get to the top, it's going to be more trouble.
Oh, they got the pull flay on a Saint, forcing him to flash away from that one. He bit off a little bit more than he could chew with that one. Evaniscus hooks him in.
Evaniscus pulling out some solid Thresh play. Maple Street just farming up a storm. Really, unless Curse can get something to shut down Maple Street, he will become a bit of a late game problem with his AD carry mechanics. And since St. Fish has got harassed down so low just holding the lane, that means the gank presence is now diminished and Maple Street should be able to continue in that lane.
That's going to be rough then for these Curse guys. They've got to find an opening somewhere. Right now they're down 200 gold. Actually, that's interesting to me. They're down only 200 gold despite a 600 gold first blood. Jackie looks for the gank with Saint, can't quite find it. Still puts the gold card down, but that gets shielded pretty well.
The gold often lies to us sometimes in these Twisted Fate games. We're like, how are they still close in the game? Because they get an extra 2 gold per last hit, which right now is only about 160.
There's the push in on the Void, but NK did not expect the knockback though and whipped his Tempest. The slow might have been what he needed for Void. He is running out there with Ghost. Void escapes.
At least they burned the Ghost, but they didn't burn Voyboy's ultimate, his Undying Rage, so that lane is going to continue to be a little bit of a farm off, and I don't know if NK Inc.'s going to be going up there much in the future. His pressure, I feel like, is needed elsewhere.
Well, yeah, because look at this bottom turret taking so much damage. Saints even coming by as well. Virose is zoned off. Despite how much pressure was in that mid lane, this could be Curse taking first turret blood right here. 7 minutes in, this is theirs.
This is good for them. As long as Curse can transition from this turret over to the mid lane and stop that one from going down, they will be able to pull ahead and kind of hold the lead. They need to make a beeline straight for that mid lane, as I think they're doing.
And they're running as fast as they can. TF ult burned as well. He's going to go top lane here onto Chris. The punishment is there. Chris, you're not going anywhere right there. Nijaki gets the kill. Long cooldown be damned, he got the kill.
And surprisingly, Velocity decides to go straight for the Dragon after that top lane gank, trying to equalize it there, saying the turret can wait for later. I wonder if Curse is going to try to steal this one because they aggressively try to smite steal, and sometimes they get burned for it.
Both junglers are here right there. The hooks come off on an NK Inc. A lot of damage on him. He pulls back over. Evaniscus jumps right back in. NK Inc. does take the Dragon down, but the fight is on 4v4. 4v3. Jackie's coming in from behind pretty soon. The damage is coming across in the Curse lineup. Flash for Evaniscus pulls in Maple Street. The damage is there on a St. Vicious. Now at the bottom lane, they look for Cobb. Cobb does have his flash available, and they will not chase this one in. Edward hooks soon.
Nice
hook
hook
onto Maple. Knock up into the air. The barrier might just save him. It's going to be close. Flay, shield, ignite. Is it? Oh my God! He will not fall over. Maple Street survives that encounter. 1 for 0.
Cobb tried to finish it off with a 90 caliber net, but it missed wide right. If he would have autoed, it would have been a little dangerous for Cobb, but it would have secured the kill. Maple Street does escape, but that is a Dragon plus kill for Velocity. The aggressive contest 3v4 does not pay off for Curse, even though it was real close to working.
I can't believe that guy lived right there. If he ran like, it doesn't even matter.
Couple
That guy barely made
fractions
it.
of a second.
Couple
I
of
feel
fractions
like
of a second.
Could have undone Maple Street, but he's all right.
He had a health potion that helped him a little bit right there. Oh, blue buff is back up, and Velocity can take a breather, as can I. The battles will stop for now. Valrose getting his blue buff. He's going to like that for the cooldown reduction in mana. Nijak's going to do the same, so the mid laners might be playing normal mid lanes now.
Yeah, I want to see where the next gank from Nijaki goes. using the gank top, even though it kind of cost Curse the Dragon, was a very good call, I think, because if Voyboy can get going, which is why they're kind of trying to get him going right now on Tryndamere, it's going to create so much map pressure on Curse when you combine the Twisted Fate with the Tryndamere.
Oh man, that's going to be brutal for them. I don't want to play against that team. Like, in solo queue, never do I want to face Tryndamere to TF. I'll just cry the whole time. So, Velocity have taken the mid turret. They've got some global pressure of themselves, or I should say map pressure of themselves. They've taken something there. But Chris just has to fight up against Void 1v1. Of course, he lost his flash a second ago.
And Chris is going for a tier because that's just what Jace does, but it also means Jace can't necessarily get away with that on against Tryndamere. Jace can get away with that against most champions who can't necessarily close the gap on him. That's why he's picked up the cloth armor as well, because he's really getting hit a lot by Voidboy, and he needs those defensive capabilities. It may actually delay Chris's late game progression a little bit.
Well, as you mentioned, this lane could turn very easily for Void, and as you look at the scoreboard right here, you're seeing an 8 minion kill lead. He's got the Zeal completed as well. So Void, despite having like that really, really rough level 1 through 3, he's doing much better now. He's up 250 gold.
And he hasn't even had to use his ultimate yet in that lane. So that is kind of the glimmer of hope for Curse right now, because the other lanes haven't necessarily been distancing themselves from anyone else. TF out-farmed Vile Rose a little bit, but at the same time, Vile Rose has been able to pick up that kill and assist plus the Dragon. So you can see the overall trend of the game right now just by looking at the gold is slightly to Velocity.
And see if they can keep this up, though. 800 gold lead for themselves. They've reset the lanes, actually, but Saint wants to upset the balance here. He's looking for a lane gank bottom.
And ganking this lane will only grant them kills. It will not grant them map pressure because the turret is already down. St. Fish's decides against that right away. That's not necessarily the best gank path to go. And it also allowed NK Inc. to go into their jungle and freely get more wards, which limits St. Fish's gank paths in the future.
Okay, well then Saint, he's going to have a hard time making another impact in this game. Right now, they've been, I would say, out-farmed in the map. They're down in kills, they're down in the global objectives. Voidboy is trying to make some pressure up in the top lane, though, and look at that, right outside of turret range, puts some hurt onto Chris. Chris, I should say, running out of mana on these trades. So Void, look at that, he heals all the damage right back up. He's going to be fine. Saint has to escape from NK Inc.
And that was pre-planned. Once NK Inc. realized St. Fish's was at the bottom lane, he realized he was going to make a play onto St. Fish's. And the lower Velocity can keep St. Fish's health, the less fearful they have to be of that Nautilus ultimate gank, which normally is a free kill. It's just a matter of his health being too low that he can't safely go in for those ganks.
So you're a jungler by trade. I have a question for you on these styles between what Nautilus brings to the team and what Lee Sin brings to the team. Specifically regarding jungle clears and gank power, who's better on each of those fronts?
It's actually kind of a complicated question because Nautilus is a very unique jungler. When Nautilus hits about level 7, his clear becomes absolutely absurd. And his gank is actually crazy. There's a mid-game spike for Nautilus, actually, similar to where Lee Sin is. It's just Lee Sin slightly stronger in the early game. I'd say the target selection by Nautilus is more exacting, whereas Lee Sin has to take more chances.
Oh, here comes the chance right here. Oh my god!
Oh man!
They keep making NK Inc. miss skill shots, but that kick's not going to miss. Puts him right back into the team. Cup falls down. Jackie plays defense here with the ultimate, but he's not going to get anything for it.
And Nautilus might think about coming in, but this would be a very dangerous play to make as Voidboy tries to dive Chris as well.
And the exhaust is on the Ignite, traded back. Chris taking so much pain, and Void's going to grab that one, burns the ultimate, and says, yeah, I'm safe. Takes a kill. 1 for nothing.
The rest of the map is not sleeping on this one, though. Vile Rose is pushing up mid while there is still the 3v2 developing in bottom lane. They curse a lot of turret damage going down for Curse.
And there's a couple of hooks nearby, though. This could be a little bit rough for these Velocity guys. The ult comes off from Edward. Damage on NK Inc. Where's the next hook's going to come from? Looks like they're not going to go for anything. Lantern comes across, and Velocity will back off, but that turret's getting low.
And you can tell Vile Rose is trying to repressure this one, not wanting Jackie's Twisted Fate ultimate to have any impact. They might come around the back and try to get caught before he makes it to the turret and just dive him in, but there's a question mark pin coming down from Curse.
Edward at least has back. They have the numbers advantage, and look at that. They know about it. The communication is there for Curse. Velocity Esports, though, with the roam, pick up their second turret of the game, moving themselves 1,400 gold into the lead.
And we also have to track now Jackie's escape from Vile Rose. He's got 2 levels on this kill, though, and St. Fish's would be able to close if Vile Rose gets too aggressive. Vile Rose has to be careful.
The hook does land. He's been rooted in the air as well, stunned up as well, and never at any point got to put his ulti on. Vile Rose falls down. Great gank there.
Yeah, Curse definitely outsmarted Velocity there a little bit. Vile Rose was baited into that one and didn't even bother using his ultimate because he knew he was dead.
Yeah, so there we go. That's going to give them, oh my gosh, the timing is so perfect too because Dragon just respawned Curse with the power play, and they're going to try to cement that with an objective.
Gotta realize though, Voidboy's ultimate's still on cooldown as well as St. Fish's. If they go for this, it could still be dangerous since NK Inc. with the execute damage from Lee Sin's Q would be able to outsmite St. Vicious plus the 1 level advantage. They're zoning around here, but Valrose is quickly trying to come up. We could very well see a fight off that knockup.
Gets the knockup, gets the pull. Chris taking a bunch of pain, gets pulled back in, and he just evaporates. Void gets the kill credit there in the middle of the enemy team, taking some pain. Ult comes across, but looks like Velocity has to run back. Edward making a play. Is this still going to be over? NK Inc. misses another Q. They get the hook on a Jackie, though. They go in. The flash keeps him alive. Twisted Fate is going to survive for
Here comes
now.
Voyboy. No, other way.
Void runs back out. The net is there. Valrose comes back in. NK Inc. gets the execute on a Jackie. That time he lands the Sonic Wave resonating strike. And he's now going to go in on a St. Vicious. Has the damage. Force him to flash back. The Q from Maple Street, dropping him so incredibly low. But now it's actually Velocity who feels like they're more powerful.
And it ends up a 1v1 because Valrose came all the way back. Voyboy's ultimate actually did come up, which is why I thought he would dive in, but he's not confident enough yet with his Tryndamere damage, only having that Static Shiv and Vam Scepter to go in, and you could tell the call from Curse was to retreat. As they're retreating, it's not easy to run from Varus, Kale, Lee Sin, and Jace, just all the movement speed and slow that they can create as a team, and they chased down 1 kill, plus got the Dragon afterwards.
So, great pickup then by these Velocity guys. And the team fight mechanics working out pretty well. We look at this game, and it's still incredibly close. The kills are equal. The turrets not very far apart. It's just the 2 Dragons really pushing Velocity up ahead, and you can see that from their 2,000 gold lead.
And St. Vicious really wants to make more ganks count. Voyboy still clearly the one who's going to be strong here. Static Shiv is kind of what's bringing Tryndamere back, at least in a solo queue, because he gets so many procs off of using that spinning slash, and it also increases his split push wave clear. So look for Voyboy to not necessarily fight with the team unless it's very fortunate situation.
So let's see what Velocity can do to counteract the Tryndamere split push, because right now Chris has been having a very rough time 1v1ing him. 0-3 there on Jace. Some of those in lane, some of those in team fights, but Voy, he's been doing amazingly well.
And Chris hasn't really itemized against Voyboy aside from that 1 cloth armor. He's still trying to go for his core Jace items. We'll see if it pays off for him, because it's allowing Voyboy to take over in lane, and it's kind of sacrificing because Chris still wants to be useful in the late game team fights.
So taking a look then at the Velocity lineup, because you say Void's going to keep split pushing, it's going to be brutal for these Velocity guys. Who on that lineup can really even stand up to Voy in lane, or do they have to like shove it and then leave or something?
Well, the hope is, and the point of running the Tryndamere and trying to gank him so much, is Velocity doesn't really have anyone who can deal with them. As you can see now, NK and Chris are up in the top lane, and hopefully that's what Curse is trying to accomplish, because once they get the Twisted Fate roaming around well, they should be able to create mismatched opportunities throughout the map, and that's the whole point of this Curse composition.
All right, so different look for them. Not so much poke, but the split push, relying on the individual skill. Looks much more like Curse this game, I gotta say, and the Voi's making this look very good. So, Valrose back to the mid lane, wearing the blue buff, as is Jackie. And they're gonna play the wave clear game for now, with no real objectives available. Looks like these guys are slowing the pace down a little bit.
And Nasher's Tooth is meaning they're wanting to push really fast. Getting the hook on Edward might be a good idea.
All in the box lands as well. The Thresh Prince knows all about that. Valrose gets the ult on. He'll survive, but turret aggro's on NK Inc., forcing him to flash away from this one. Vile still up in the air. Exhaust burn. There's the flame for Evaniscus. Vile's going to try to haste him out. Here comes the ult from Caitlyn. A lot of pain there. Evan goes for another hook. Will they go on a Jackie? A lot of pain there. The gold card used as well.
Voyboy's behind him.
Front. The damage coming across. Voy's going to find one, and the battle has gone. Double kill now for Void. Chris trying to run, taking a lot of pain right here. Can he get out of this one? The hook lands. He's not going to get away. Triple kill. Voyboy, he might not be done. Maple Street tries to kite away. Ruin King should get him out.
That was a very good fight for Curse, the way it developed. Going in for the Edward kill by Evaniscus really had the rest of Velocity travel through. Voyboy got all those kills without having to burn his ultimate, and they're going for a Maple Street kill too.
This does not look good for Varus. Pops his ult, tries to kite back. Of course, Trin does have turret aggro. And says,
great flash.
Oh my gosh, that flash. Maple Street, can he snipe it? 1 hit to go. Oh, Maple Street, you are amazing at this game.
2-0-2. Maple Street was the standout performer for Velocity yesterday, and he may have another standout performance here. Rushing that Blade of the Ruined King gave him some extra kite potential in the previous fight, and then when it was down, Voyboy thought he'd be able to dive him, but he kind of forgot about the flash, and Maple Street timed it just right getting over the wall. Voyboy had no proper escape paths, and Maple Street just was 2 steps ahead of Voyboy that entire time.
I gotta say, I was surprised by that flash too. I saw him disappear and thought that was like a cool death animation for Demon Blade Tryndamere. That guys just disappear, and I was like, where did Maple Street go? And then he kills, and I'm like, God, that guy is good at the game. So, with Voyboy still dead, he's just respawned now. Velocity looks for a little bit of a power play themselves. You got minion waves pushing up at the top side. Never mind, looks like just some wave clear for now. They're gonna try to reset this game again.
And the game has kind of reset itself just based on the back and forth kills. This is a very quality game so far. And Voyboy's really, really powering up. I just look at the total gold, 7,100 gold. It's 700 higher than the next closest on his team. Then the other closest in the game is Maple Street at 6,700, so it might turn into a bit of a brawl between these two, whether or not Voyboy can help carry Maple Street.
That's going to be a fun one to watch, man. I mean, Melee AD carries, they've been making their way back into the game a little bit in the competitive scene. A lot of it's just been Tryndamere, but it's fun to watch these guys sort of explode as the game goes on. Edward taking a little bit of poke right here. Acceleration gate on. It looks like Velocity, they want to kind of put the pressure on his Voice splitting top.
Yeah, and they have to be decisive with the way they go because Voyboy could take those turrets quickly. St. Vicious was actually around the back, so there was only 3 people holding for Curse. Curse is going to have to hold this inhibitor turret worth 4 because it does not look like Voyboy's coming back. So either Velocity has to go very quickly or they have to fall back for Voyboy.
And we look at them actually walk back right now. And the thing is, Voy has 5 of his team's 8 kills. So that 4v5 is actually a little bit poor on the Curse side. Velocity are running back. Let's see if Curse can stop VS from getting backwards. That turret's going down below half health, but they're going to go in on Saint.
And Curse pushed out so far. Velocity trying to turn it. There's nowhere for Curse to run.
A lot of stuns knocked up there, but they get the first kill. Turret goes down 5v4, and Velocity wants to keep moving forward.
Voyboy is moving forward as well, though. That was a kill, but it cost another turret. This is accelerating very quickly. The ultimate goes back to stop Chris's recall, and Voyboy is just wailing on that inhibitor turret.
That's going to be dropping very, very quickly down to about half health right now, and the rest of Velocity, they're waiting for a new minion wave, and there's only 10 seconds left till Saint revives.
And I feel like Voyboy's going to fight Chris for this inhibitor if Chris can handle it. Chris still doesn't have the itemization to deal with Voyboy. Velocity's got to be real careful here.
He's going to jump in right there, knock Voy back. He's still going to survive this battle. Voy's like, yeah, I'll heal off of minions. I don't really care too much. Looks like the battle might ensue.
He's got 4 levels on.
Oh, this is so bad. Chris taking more and more pain, and Voy says, you know what? Turrets are a little bit scary. Okay, this battle's still very, very close. Gets the knockback. Voy still does not flinch, though, on the ultimate. He might have to get forced back, though. The snipe! Ooh, almost.
Voyboy still had his ultimate that whole time, and you could tell Velocity realized that Chris couldn't hold that indefinitely. He did a really good job at holding the inhibitor, but it meant Velocity had to go back because they're not going to 4v4 inhibitor dive a Twisted Fate team plus a Blitzcrank. That is hard to dive through, and I feel like all those exchanges just gave Voyboy so much freedom and power in this game.
And look at what it did for the rest of the Curse lineup. The gold lead is now basically non-existent. You've got 500 gold, not 5,000, thank you, Internet. 500 gold separating these teams because Void just killed 3 turrets.
Yeah, his pressure is as planned right now for Curse. Nijaki hasn't necessarily pulled out TF yet, but he's building up to that Zhonya's Hourglass so he can kind of fly in, pull the Zhonya's off, make himself untargetable, and just extend the fights for Voyboy to go in and clean up. That seems like the strategy. Cop is not on an aggressive AD carry. He's staying safe in the back because they have 2 AD carries in this game, and one of them is Tryndamere.
And that's going to be so fun for this Curse lineup here. They're looking to contest the Dragon. Velocity putting some damage down, but
this fight could be right now.
It could be. The hook comes by. Oh, NK Inc. He's got a lantern, though. Can he get out? Taking a bunch of pain, does pull back, but gets the KO at the same time. Everyone's in the middle of everybody. Evidence is trying to run backwards on Thresh, but Voy has picked up one. He's still moving forward. Cop takes some pain. NK Inc. in the back is still just not in a good place right here. Cop gets that one, but now Voy is going to fall over. 2 for 1 so far, but the battle will still rage on. Chris and Maple trying to run back. Double kill for Maple. He's still alive. Finally falls down. 3 for 2. Fire Rose goes down. 4 for 2. Huge for Cop.
Really good fight for Curse there. Triple kill comes down for Cop. Even though Voyboy was the huge distraction at the start of that fight, the only one to fall on Curse. Gotta say, just the hook onto NK Inc. created that fight in a spot that was really good for Curse. St. Vicious' ultimate ended up rolling through the whole team, knocking most people on Velocity up, and Maple Street just had nowhere to run at the end of that fight, and Curse rolled through them.
Absolutely beautiful fight, and you can see that from the Dragon afterwards. They've now built themselves a 3,000 gold lead. This game has been going back and forth for quite a while, but it's been tipping towards Curse a lot in the recent past.
And that may have been the tipping point because Curse has been mounting their comeback for quite a while. We actually have that fight one more time so we can take a look at it. And Freak, in this fight, just watch the St. Vicious ultimate. I could be wrong here, but see how far it goes through if he's going knockback. You can see NK Inc. gets tracked, but it knocks up 3 there, as well as NK Inc. having the stun on. Evaniscus went down at the start, so the Thresh didn't have any peel potential, and Voyboy is in there with the whole team. It's amazing how long Voyboy held them there, which allowed Nijaki, Edward, and Cop to roll through the back of it, finish off Maple Street, who actually went in for the double kill, but ended up giving his shutdown gold to Cop, which is not the right move.
Very, very good teamfight mechanics then by these Curse players, making everything happen, and it looks like they're out for a little bit more. Voy near the top side of the map at the mid lane seems to be the target for the rest of these guys. They're pushing down minions.
And the Infinity Edge being completed is a whole bunch of trouble. Chris does have the Murrah mana, but look out, Chris, if Voy closes on you.
Oh my gosh, the damage is there. Look at those crit chunks, just removing his health bar.
He's gone.
He's gonna go down. Now Viro's taking a bunch of pain as well. He does fall down. 2 for nothing, and they might just collapse down onto the turret. FNX is now forced to run from Voy. NK Inc has been stunned as well. Jackie takes some pain, but he will get out. No re-engage, but it's a 5v3 on the map.
2 quick kills there for Curse, and that just means Voyboy gets to return to his home here. I want to see how Curse plays this out now since they have 20-second death timers. They have a lot of options. It looks like they're just going to go back to base and shop because they feel like they have this one in pretty good hands.
They certainly do, and it's just Voy being the solo Tryndamere here, level 16. He is massive. I'm looking at the other people in the game, and I don't see anyone really even close to him here. I mean, he is just miles ahead of everyone else.
Tryndamere as the counter pick for Jace is really working out for Curse right here. Voyboy had it done to him in the playoffs, and he's just making it work. If Velocity doesn't send 2 people for Voyboy, they can't deal. But if they do, then Jackie does stuff like that.
Gets a stun on NK Inc. Well, they have the damage. He's going to get Lantern back, but here comes the re-engage. Evaniska's taking a bunch of pain. Flays back. Maple Street does not get hooked. The flash stun from Jackie. A lot of damage on NK Inc., but gets KO'd. Velocity actually escapes from that battle beautifully, and now Chris looks to re-engage with the team. Do they have what it takes? The turret goes down. Saint still looking greedy.
Velocity is so low from that engagement. They have to go back and heal. This is giving Curse a lot of time to push these turrets. Blitzhook comes in right as the Lantern pulled that man to safety, and the creeps have run out, but Curse wants to make a push here.
We'll see if there's enough time. The minion wave is already back, and the players from Velocity are still healing. Jackie locks a gold card with Lichbane. Doesn't want to go for the turret just yet, though.
And they are a little bit low. They don't want to get too ahead of themselves. And Curse is sitting on a moderate amount of gold. Voyboy's got 1,800, and Cop has 1,000, so it might not be ill-advised if Curse decides to go back and heal up because they have taken quite a step in the right direction now, really ripping that gold lead up. 5,500 now, I think? 5,000.
5,000. It does just keep growing. This Curse lineup has been really turning it on in the last 6 minutes. Velocity trying to find their stride in this game. They get the slow into Voyboy, but he's spinning slashes out. He's safe once again.
Yeah, Voyboy finished the Blade of the Ruined King. There's also not that much armor just across the board on Velocity, so he is just ripping people up if he's not crowd controlled or exhausted. There's just one exhaust available on Velocity, and that's Evaniscus, who will have to use it on Voyboy in the next fight.
So let's see if that's going to be enough to pin down the Demon Blade King, because that's going to be rough.
And Velocity's trying to make a play here. They know they can't win team fights straight up, but they've caught Curse in a bit of a split push game. Voyboy's trying to go mid right now, while Velocity has 5 people bottom. If they dove right now, they might be able to get an inhibitor. Curse trying to get back to base.
Voy's recalling as is Nautilus. They're going to try to defend this in time if they can, but the turret down below half health. They're just going for it full backdoor style, and NK Bowers take a bunch of damage. That turret will go down 2-0 in that, but
Curse
here
is
comes
here.
The rest of the team. This could be close. Oh, Jackie with the Zonias does not get kicked back. Kappa's unstoppable, and the fight has begun. The knockup on Defile. He's getting shut down. No ult used by him at all. 3-0, and the re-engage comes in. Voy knocked back. The ult comes by. Maple tanks it for his support. There comes the slow bar as well. Gets Lantern back, but the chase is on. Saint and Edward are not done with this battle. The main is going to try to block the shot. Maple Street, he's going to be in hook range soon. It's going to be close. The flash in, the slow bar, and here comes TF. He is going down. Maple Street makes that a 4-0, and Curse, it's their map.
That's the Russian hook. You just run up to them and punch them up. There's no chance of it missing. They secure the kill. Actually, smart play by Edward, making sure Maple Street couldn't dodge it and escape. And it almost paid off there for Velocity. They did get the inhibitor turret exposed, but now it's about what Curse turns off of that. I feel like Velocity caught Curse off guard, and then Curse responded in turn.
Okay, so the bottom lane then, the Curse response here is Cop pushing down, but it's actually the Baron that's the real team response.
And surprisingly, Curse doesn't have any wards on NK Inc. until that one. Now it's a matter of can NK Inc. get in for this steal. No flash up, but he can jump in as Lee Sin. I don't know if St. Fitch's trust his smiting ability here against Lee Sin, and they might have to peel off this Baron for a fight.
His smite is there, the wards are there, Edward has an Oracles, the Q comes across, blue team picks up Baron Nashor. It's actually the pull right there, and the kill onto NK Inc. Voyboy getting the credit for both of those.
That was really close because NK Inc.'s smite went off, St. Fitch's did not, which means NK Inc. smited early, and then Voyboy's actually the one who got the last hit. Very close Baron dance right there, but with the Baron buff, Curse will look to potentially end this game. They got a lot of power momentum rolling through right now.
And 15 seconds plus no turret defending that inhibitor. There's no way Velocity holds on to this one. Curse pushing forward, though Kopp is not with them just yet, but the 4 might just be enough because Kopp's pushing the mid lane and saying, look, we can get another turret for this. No one's going to stop Voyboy.
Yeah, Velocity might want to engage here just as a last-ditch desperation because Kopp was not available, but unless they get the right kind of initiation with an Evaniscus Thresh Hook, it just wasn't happening. I don't think Velocity can realistically hold these turrets with the power that Curse has accumulated over the past few minutes.
And the hooks come nearby. Look at that. St. Vicious and Edward really making the rest of Velocity team honest. They know they can get pulled in. It's going to make life hard for them.
And Curse taking it quite slow, actually, if they decide to go all the way down for these turrets, taking all the outers. Since Velocity is actually getting 5 turrets of their own, Curse is making sure to just outpace them. They've been growing this gold lead. I think the game was tied at like 33 to 34,000. And since then, Curse has gotten about 16,000 gold to just 6 from Velocity. So Curse has been rolling for the past 5 or 10 minutes, and they're going to try to continue that by just picking up as much gold as possible through all of this.
Yeah, and there is turret number 7 for that. They're certainly having a really, really great mid to late game right here. Voyboy at 4 big items, and counting Xerxes, 4 big items, why not? He's doing pretty well. So the push might still be coming. They do have Baron buff on that team. Voy's going to be mid, the rest of the team's going to be bottom. They might look for something else. Oh, the hook onto Chris. Chris gets the KO ult though, making that hook not mean quite as much as before. Jackie takes some pain, but Curse does disengage.
And most of the ults now for Velocity are completely down for this next fight. The only thing they have left is the Lee Sin kick and the Thresh box, while Voyboy wasn't even involved in that one, so Velocity have their backs way against the wall here, and they're in danger of losing all 3 inhibitors shortly.
You got to wave through the mid. The Caitlyn ult comes by as well, and here comes the rest of Curse saying, great, you open the door, Voyboy, let's all walk through it. The pull on a Saint doesn't mean a heck of a lot, and King has to go right back out. Now 2 inhibitors are down. Curse are still not letting up.
I feel like Velocity is going to try a last-ditch fight shortly here because once they lose 3 inhibitors, the game is pretty much over. But Curse still has Baron, and Velocity just doesn't have the ultimates to fight them here.
Oh my gosh, they're just driving in onto this one. The damage output is there. The turret's going to almost go down. They turn back for the fight. Chris taking so much damage, he goes down. 1 kill for nothing. Actually traded 1 back, but Evanescence falls over.
Oh,
Voyboy in the back line just dunking people right now. Voy will find the go down, but NK Inc.'s going to be the final casualty there. An ace for Curse. They're going to take this one down, and they grab their first win of the split.
Just a powerful performance by Voyboy and Curse at the end there. Taking up their first win will give them some confidence through the rest of this Super Week. Solid performance there, 31-minute win.
Absolutely great riding on the shoulders of Voy, playing a much more Curse-esque strategy. You can see him standing up there. Voy, you deserve to stand and take his headphones off. You did that one great.
Yeah, that was a good game for them. It was kind of classic Curse in the sense that they fell behind a little bit early to the inexperienced team, but then knew they had the late game strategy ready. The intentional ganks that Nijaki kept going top lane for Voyboy, and the fact that St. Vicious kept visiting Chris, plus the initial counter pick, really just said Curse had that game figured out from the start.
And that's one of the things that I think just speaks volumes for the experienced teams, that even if they have one game that falters, they get behind early, because they've played the game for so long, because they've got this depth of knowledge, they know how to turn that one out at the end of the game. They know how to play the map and say, look, laning phase might suck, but we got this.
And Velocity has a bit of a learning experience there. They really tunneled into the Jace pick, and I almost feel like there could have been a little baiting going on there when Voyboy sat on Jace for so long at the start of the game and said, oh no, TF. And just like, guys, they want Jace. We should counter pick it out of them right now. And it just popped him.
And we see teams that do that. We talked with, I just blanked on the AD carry player, and he said, yeah, I wanted to steal it away.
We talked to a guy.
We talked, what are the AD carries? Cloud9, we talked to Sneaky, and he's like, yeah, I actually wanted to steal that away to make sure that Turtle wouldn't get it. I wanted to make sure we could actually take that away. I didn't even really want to play Draven. I wanted to deny it, and that's definitely the thing that's been happening for these guys.
And it worked out for him great here. Curse with another one.
Yeah, absolutely. So great play by them. Now coming up, Curse's Voyboy will take a spin at the desk to talk about picking up their first win of the split. And then it's time for the second match of the day when Counter Logic Gaming and their new top laner Neon Tanso take on Dignitas and the Kiwi Kid. Day 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back. Stick around.
fight mid, I can come mid.
Fight mid.
Ace is mid. Back up, back up. I'm pushing up top. Varus will be there. Varus will be there from more away.
They're going in. They went in. They went on Edward. Oh, God, Edward.
Oh, you got the hook. You got the hook. You got the hook.
Cow. I got hit. He's knocked up.
Coming from the back. Coming from the back.
Can you do anything, Jackie?
Yeah, I can.
I'm coming from the back. I'm ulting. I'm coming from the back. Very low. Moving.
I'm on.
I'm dash. Oracle.
Dead.
He's dead.
I'm on NK. I'm on NK.
I'm good.
I'm on Chris.
Varus is there. Varus on the side.
Kill him. I am. Exhausted.
Nice. Push him in.
I'm gonna keep going.
You can go. He has no ulti.
Take tower.
He's gone. I can move him in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Right now, we're happy to be joined by the triple kill you just saw on screen versus Voyboy. So, dominating people is Tryndamere. Tell me why you grabbed them.
I mean, I've always liked playing Trynd. I remember back in the last split, Zion picked Trynd, and he did really well that game. And I was like, man, this champion is still really, really good. So I picked him up. I think he's really strong, and if you can get ahead with him, he's probably like one of the hardest top lane carries. So he's a blast to play. And I think he really fits my playstyle too, because you can just dive in, just do as much damage as possible, try to kill people, and then you have your ultimate to fall back on in case things get a little messy.
So I have a question for picking him then in a highly competitive LCS team. How much of that was, guys, I just want to play Trynd, and how much of that is like, this is a comp we can run?
I mean, we have sort of different team comps, like champions that we think go well together, but it was mostly just like, I think Trynd is good here. Let's play Trynd.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about Edward and how he's meshing with the team here, because that's obviously what people have been talking about ever since it happened. How much time have you guys actually spent together, and how long do you think until we see like the full Edward Cop bot lane?
Yeah, I mean, Edward, like the transition was really quick. He got picked up by Curse, and he just flew over. We basically got 1 day of practice with him in our full roster, and we had like basically like 4 or 5 scrims, which if you think about how much time it takes to really mesh and adapt and become a solid team, we need a lot more games than that. But as you can see, like things are already working out. I mean, he got some really sick plays there, and I think with time, I think that Cop and Edward have the potential to be the best bot lane in North America. So I just think if we get a few more weeks of practice in, we're going to be coming out like a lot stronger.
Yeah, and I hate to press you on this a bit, but why do you think Cop and Edward specifically can be one of the best bot lanes, aside from just having time together?
I mean, I think Edward he can basically play any support, and he can play it well. The communication is basically all we have to work on, and I think Cop, he knows how to play AD. Like, he plays safe, he plays aggressive when he needs to. There's a lot of he gets a lot of flack, like, oh, Cop's like too passive. But I think if you just give it some time and you see with the aggressive play from Edward, I think Cop can really shine, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Cool. So let's talk about your team in general, because you're coming into the Super Week. You said you have 1 day of practice. You've got a lot of room to grow, but you've got to play 5 games over these 3 days, right? You started with a loss. You looked a lot better here. How much are you learning just every game in LCS right now, even?
Yeah, I mean, starting off with the Super Week is huge. Every team, especially ones who haven't played in the LCS before, it might catch them off guard a little bit, like Velocity. But I think after the first game, we had a tough loss. We're like, all right, guys, we're like a little rusty. We need a little bit of time to practice. But we came out strong here, and I definitely think that we're on an upward climb. I think the next 3 games will be definitely very, very good.
So this week, actually, you've run a lot of different strategies as well. Like, Game 1 was a very routine poke comp with a bunch of long-range guys in Trundle. Here you were like, I just want to play Tryndamere. Can we just do that? Like, what's made you guys so different between these days?
I mean, we have a lot of team comps and champions that we feel have really strong synergy with each other. First game, I mean, our results were very lackluster, but I would mostly attribute that to just us being off our game and playing poorly rather than like the team comp being not something that we definitely worked on and ironed out. So it's definitely something that we might pull again in the future. But I think with time, I think even like in every match, I think we'll just get a lot better, because we've never played competitively as a team. Like, these are our first 2 games with Edward and our whole new setup. So I think things are going to be looking really up.
Yep. And do you have any comments specifically with the CLG roster changes? I know you're a former member of CLG. They've completely remade everything again. What do you think of that?
I think the team definitely has potential to become really good. I mean, they didn't have the best game yesterday, but people who jump to like single games, watch them, see like a team perform poorly, and then try to draw results and like make grandeur statements, I think that's really silly. Like, we had a horrible game yesterday, but we're still definitely a top team, and I think we can definitely play way better. And same with CLG. Like, I think they've been practicing pretty hard. Obviously, with everyone playing new roles and stuff, they're going to be a little bit lackluster at the beginning, But I definitely think that GG, he's a really smart player. He's been a veteran of the scene for a long time, and I think he has like the knowledge to be a good jungler. And Chostrom and Double, of course, they're the age-old bot lane. They played really well when I was on the team. We always perform up to par and like in Korea and stuff. And then of course Nien, he's often touted like really mechanically skilled player. So I think with time they're all just gonna like balance out and definitely be a team to beat in North America. So we'll see how that goes.
All right, Voice, so one final question then about your team. You said you've still got some room to grow with that new roster, right? Your new games coming through. We've asked pretty much everyone this question, but I want to get your insight on it. So Reggie said, he gave kind of a realistic, like, we're going to go 25-3. He actually said they'd lose some games. Cloud9 says they're going to go 2-26. What's the curse record this split?
I will say 24-4.
24-4.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck in getting the rest of your 3 losses, because I can see a lot of wins in your guys' future.
Thank you.
Voy, thank you very much for the interview, and of course, best of luck in the rest of your games this week in this split. But guys, we got more games coming up here. Yesterday, Counterlogic Gaming played its first LCS match without their leader, Hotshot GG, in the top lane.
And I actually recently had a chance to sit down with Hotshot and ask him about his reasons for stepping down, the future of CLG, and if he'll ever play professionally again.
I came bottom, and then you're like, oh, it reset, it's fine. And then it started building up.
So Hotshot, as many people know, you've recently stepped down as the top laner for Counterlogic Gaming. Do you want to talk a little bit about that decision?
Yeah, sure. So one of the biggest reasons why I stepped down from top lane is just stress, you know? It gets to you after a while to keep on just playing and playing and playing. You get burnt out. I just wasn't feeling the desire to win as much, and the desire to kind of like push myself, and I felt I needed to take a step back and kind of like find that.
Talking to your team about kind of stepping down or even leaving the team is not an easy discussion. Do you want to talk to me about how that happened with your team when you announced to them that you were stepping down?
It wasn't super shocking. I just talked to them and I was like, you know, guys, I'm just not that happy right now, and they knew I was like really stressed all the time, because not only am I a player, I'm like the business owner. I'm like the manager of CLG too.
Right.
And everything compounds on each other, and it just gets a little too hectic sometimes.
What's your life been like since you've made the announcement?
My life took a drastic turn, right? I went from having like this routine and the schedule of constantly just practicing and practicing and practicing and practicing to almost nothing.
Are you going to be kind of like an outside coach, an advisor, or are you a main coach?
I'm just an advisor right now, if anything. Okay. I'm also prepping for something else.
All right, what's that?
I want to create a challenger team, and I'm scouting out players right now, seeing who's good and who's not good, and also who's dedicated and extremely serious about being on a professional team. And one of the things I want to do with this challenger team is find the right people that really want to succeed.
When you created CLG Black, you look at the old roster of that team, and it's actually just littered with current LCS players. Zuna, Link, Psycho Sid, and Bloodwater. How do you evaluate talent in League of Legends when you're building a team?
I think the most important quality is personality. And everybody has to want to win. Just the desire and the passion to win is by far the most important thing. I've talked to many players across the world, especially players from Azubu Frost.
Yeah.
And they told me that the most important thing, and they agree with me, is just the desire to win. It doesn't matter if this player is 1900 now. He can be anything that he puts himself to.
With all the things you currently have going on, would you consider yourself a retired League of Legends pro player?
I mean, right now I'm not going to claim I'm retired. There's still a part of me that's like uncertain. I think it's just a little bit of finding myself right now. I want to feel really motivated to play again. If like the time comes and I find that passion, then I'm going back in, and I'm going to try my best to, you know, succeed and be the best player I can be.
Well, so Hotshot left it up in the air, Jat. What do you think about Hotshot? Do you think he'll actually play again on the pro scene?
So just the general feeling I got from him, just talking to him before and during the interview, was he was very relieved to kind of be done with the professional scene for now. If he does come back as a player, it's going to be in quite a while. He's got to play out his amateur team. He's got to make that challenger team. He wants to experience kind of management and just the League of Legends scene as not a player for a while. So I would say probably not, but there's a small chance he would come back.
All right, and of course, guys, if you want to see more of Jat's interview with Hotshot, you can check out the extended version on lolesports.com. But it's time to get to our second match. It's Counter Logic Gaming versus Dignitas. And now both these teams struggled yesterday, but a win today against one of their oldest rivals would be a really big step into avoiding an early season hole.
Yeah, and Scars actually said he likes beating CLG more than the other teams, mainly because he loves having that trash talk edge against Doublelift. And Dignitas came into yesterday's games feeling pretty good because they had a lot of pre-planned strategies, and that 2 buff steal at level 1 that Dignitas tried against Cloud9 actually worked because they got both of the buffs, but then they couldn't carry it through to the rest of the game. So that's a bit of a morale hit for them, and they're going to have to recover from that and come back big today.
But of course, CLG had their own problems yesterday. Their new lineup had a really slow start against Velocity.
And CLG has stated that these changes weren't expected to bring immediate success. They're doing these changes for the long-term future of the team. But with that being said, they need to improve pretty fast if they want to have a future in the World Playoffs, because this split is only a couple months long, and Neon Tonso struggled specifically in his top lane debut. He still has a lot of work to do. 1-4 on Vladimir is not something he can put up every game, and then also Chowster and Big Fat LP looked quite out of sync. So those guys really have to get comfortable at their new positions if CLG hopes to have a successful split.
Well, we've got to get ourselves into the game pretty soon, so let's check out the lineups for today. On the blue side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. Neon Tonso, that new top laner, Big Fat LP, the new guy in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Doublelift on AD carry, and Chowster at support.
Yeah, and on the red side, it will be Dignitas. Kiwi Kid's going to be in the top lane. Crumbs is their jungler. Scar is their mid, the all-star from last split. I'm a Cutie Pie, the AD carry with the long, luscious locks. And Patoy, of course, the support.
So we've mentioned these players, but I want to talk about a featured matchup. It's between the AD carries. It's CLG's own all-star Doublelift, and it's Dignitas' I'm a Cutie Pie.
And Cutie Pie is actually a bit of an independent playmaker. Dignitas doesn't rely on him to carry to victory, but CLG definitely relies on Doublelift to carry. They build team comps around him. They expect him to farm up everywhere, and if Doublelift goes down or fails, the team doesn't win. So in this matchup specifically, if I'm a Cutie Pie goes even with Doublelift, it generally signals a Dignitas victory.
It's going to be interesting to see how that actually plays out, because we don't even see 2v2 matchups that often.
No.
So it's kind of like, it's like almost can Voy keep down, not Voy, sorry, I'm thinking like 2 years back when he was on Dignitas. But can Kiwi Kid almost keep down Doublelift? And you typically don't in a 1v2.
Yeah, well, I mean, CLG has like 3 teams in the LCS at this point, so we don't have to. The confusion is merited in that case.
Sure.
And it isn't necessarily about the 1v1 matchup unless the teams really decide to go for it. But it's still about just which team can funnel more farm into their AD carry. And CLG is going to try to funnel more farm into their AD carry. It's just a matter of if Cutie Pie somehow keeps up with that, it's probably just going to be easy win for them.
So different picks going to come through between these guys. And of course, the long time sort of rivalry is fun to watch as well. Just teams that perform when they know we're against these guys, we're going to bring out something special.
And Dignitas and CLG have had kind of that history between each other. Even going back to the Season 2 regional finals, Dignitas is kind of who almost dethroned CLG and made CLG start realizing their kind of own mortality, just based off the multiple CLG documentaries that have been released over the past week. CLG felt super confident off their trip to Korea, only to be knocked down by Dignitas. So there's a big history between CLG and Dignitas battling each other. Oftentimes in tournaments, Dignitas would actually beat CLG, knock him in a loser's bracket, and then CLG would come back and knock out Dignitas. So they're always close games.
They would just trade maps back and forth, and it was fun going back into when you had those tournaments, right, where they were every couple of months, and you'd go back over the last couple of months' results, and you'd see who beat whom, and kind of dredge up those old grud matches. And they play each other so often now. It's funny to watch, right, when you have very recent lots of results, right? We had 4 games over the last 3 months of Scar versus Counter Logic Game, and we're like, he's gone a little bit positive in those games, but it's fun that you kind of have those grudge matches a little more often. You get to keep up with it.
And even in this game specifically, Link versus Scar in the mid lane, those guys are actually really good friends. And Scar was one of the people who respected Link the most before Link decided to join CLG. And of the CLG players yesterday that were performing well, Link, in their defeat to Velocity, was doing spectacularly on Orianna. His farm in lane was like plus 40 compared to his opponent, and it was him and Doublelift that were just kind of like trying to two-man the world, but it just wasn't working out.
Yeah, well, hopefully that CLG fans out there can get themselves a team composition out there that works a little bit better. They can keep Doublelift from getting hit, because we actually saw, when you look back at the game, there was a lot of effort spent actually in ganking Doublelift. He was actually the core focus of their opponents.
Oftentimes it was ganking for Doublelift too, and it just wasn't working out
Yeah.
because they tried multiple Sejuani plus Thresh Lantern ganks, and that's why we talked earlier about Chouster and Big Fat LP being out of sync because those were not elegant ganks. Oftentimes, Sejuani would just kind of dash into a creep or not click the Lantern just right, and that kind of textbook, well-executed Lantern gank wasn't there yet. So you can tell these guys have a lot of practice and time and fine-tuning to make these things work.
All right, well, we're about to get ourselves into Champion Select. All 10 players are in. The go has been signaled, and it is go time here. Counter Logic Gaming on the blue side, Dignitas in the red. We've got ourselves a game here. Early bands coming out, Rise and Twisted Fate.
And these are staying fairly consistent right now. The Kazakhs, of course, got played by Reginald and then get out of there, man. You're not allowed in these games anymore is what it seemed like. Jace being banned as well. These bans are going very quick, and I feel like because we've been on the 3.7 patch on live for so long, which is what we're playing this tournament on, there's been a bit of time for these guys to kind of agree on what they think shouldn't be played.
It's interesting, too, because there's so little scouting available for Nian and Big Fat LP. It's hard to tell what their champion rosters even are. They go for the Sejuani ban saying, okay, you do play Sejuani. We'll ban that out this time. But there's just so many unknowns. You don't really see top lane bans against CLG.
No, not yet, especially.
Yeah.
Because they don't know what Nian really brings to the table. Plus, until Nian Tanso shows that he can actually hold his own against top laners, they're not going to bother wasting bans on him, and they're just going to go for other avenues. At this point, they've put bans really against Big Fat LP because the majority of his jungling has been on Sejuani.
All right, so the Karthus, though, is going to be the first grab. So it's a bit of a target there against Skara. Going to give that over to Link. Now it's Dignitas' turn to make some choices for themselves.
I like the fact that COG is actually going for Karthus. I've heard Link in the past actually complain about Karthus and saying, no matter how much I play him, I will never feel confident in landing Qs. And they kind of had an argument back and forth, and it turns out that, like, you have to be confident with missing occasional Qs because no one can optimize them 100% on Karthus. And if Link is willing to try those things, to me it shows that COG is trying to evolve a little bit.
And that's fun to see. I always like when teams, open up with new strategies. Curse said, Voidboy a second ago said, yeah, we ran a poke comp once, we ran a different comp here. We have them all prepared. It's not about the comp, it's about, just us playing up to our game. And when they have multiple things prepared, you're always much more adaptable. So Dignitas, they're going to have to make their own adaptations. And they grab Zac, they grab Kennen.
Yeah.
Though that looks pretty reminiscent of yesterday's games.
And I really want to see what Kiwi Kids Kennen is like because this is looking a bit like a Cloud9 composition that they would have ran yesterday. Kennen dominated the games yesterday after really not being a champion much seen in North America for a really long time. Kennen has been making a huge resurgence over in the OGN leagues in Korea. Specifically for the last couple of months, he's been either banned or like early pick worthy, and I feel like that's definitely transitioning over to NA. I just wonder how much practice Kiwi Kids had on it.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of these guys have done well without playing it much. Chris said, yeah, I don't play it much. I grabbed it as kind of a steal, and I did amazingly. And Ambition at the All-Star game said, yeah, I don't really play Kennen either, but heck, it worked. So maybe these guys just have those old school instincts for it. CLG with 10 seconds left to make their own choices. They've grabbed Elise, they've grabbed Nocturne, so some assassins here.
Yeah, this is a much different CLG composition.
Yeah.
Just right off the bat. First off, the jungler isn't a peeler, which is new. The Elise could be going anywhere, plus that's an assassin.
Yeah.
And Karthus is high damage, so that's already 3 threats. And we haven't picked double as champion yet.
No.
New ground.
They're saving it for now. Cutie Pie is actually, it's his turn to make some choices. I feel like the day I see Cutie Pie play Vayne is the day Deblef plays Draven. I feel like that's about as opposite as you get for those guys.
I mean, Cutie Pie has played Vayne in the past. I've seen it.
Okay.
I specifically remember actually winning a tournament with him on Vayne. That was so long ago.
IPL3?
Yeah, it was IPL3. But he played a lot of Vayne back then.
Okay.
It's I feel like Cutie Pie actually plays a lot of different AD carries. He's one of the more versatile, and they decide not to pick an AD carry. That's fun.
All right, they're delaying him here, but the Sona has been grabbed up for Patoy and Skara. He didn't bet on his champions. He got the Diana.
I'm really glad to see that, actually.
Yeah.
Skara had Diana available yesterday in their game, and he decided not to pick it. And when Skara's on Diana, Dignitas just seems to win games. I actually feel like he's trying to distance himself from that champion because every time, like he got into a bit of a funk last split because when a Kayle or Diana was up for him, he would take it.
Yes.
And then by the end of the season, teams are like, nope. And he hadn't practiced any tourney-ready other champions because it was so easy for him to get Diana, but for the good of the team, he's picking it.
Okay, so he's back on that, the big playmaker initiator. We've seen when a comfortable mid gets on Diana, Reginald, Scar, they just tend to make things happen. And Dignitas looking for their first win here. They've got the chance. It's Scar, Diana, like that's almost like Scar Gragas. You see it so much here. Counterlogic Gaming making their own choices, and they've gone for the Graves Janna. So new lane here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of return to comfort for them. I feel like when Doublelift and Chouster played together back in Season 2, this was one of the lanes they picked, and this is one of the supports specifically Chouster's had practice on. Thresh will fit Chouster once he learns him, but because he's had such a small amount of time on support, his Thresh was not ideal yesterday.
Yeah.
And even though Thresh is not picked or banned this time, going for Janna is a much safer and smarter thing for Chouster.
So, a bit more defensive setup then for that CLG group, at least as far as their backline is concerned. The rest of them are going to freaking go all in, so that was a bit of a lie for me. But the final picks have gone through for Dignitas. They've grabbed Varus, so I'm going to go ahead and say they have a lot of crowd control in Dignitas.
A little bit, I'd have to say. Kind of everyone has everyone has a large way, so anyone on that team actually has the ability to start a fight, which could mean Dignitas might roam around a lot and really just take it on. But picking a kind of everyone AoE crowd control into a Janna may or may not work for them. It's a strange combination of COG having disengage plus Dignitas having a lot of crowd control, yet COG doesn't have a super like hypermobile comp because they still have the Karthus in there. It is a dangerous but strange looking composition for COG.
There's so many weird factors here too, because I want to keep talking about it a little bit. So certainly Chouster could knock people back, but Big Fat and Nian want to go in on people, like in onto a Kennen, Zac, Diana, Sona, Varus. Ugh.
It's a lot of champion names.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see how it goes down.
It's going to be rough. We'll see how it pans out. Different comps here for sure. And it's going to be time for the first win for one of these two teams. Whoever can pull it out. Counterlogic Gaming and Dignitas got to pull themselves up from the bottom of the standing. You look at CLG right now, and you see Dig. Both these guys are going to feel confident coming in here. See if they can make it happen.
And I feel like Dignitas will have more confidence in CLG. Even in the interviews, CLG is kind of resigning themselves to say, hey guys, it's going to take us a while to develop here. We got to remember 3 new roles. 60% of the team is playing something new for CLG. You can't just do that and play professionally. You can't just swap roles and be good in a week. Our game is not easy.
No.
So it takes time for them to be able to set in, and going up against Dignitas is hard.
I mean, the game isn't easy. I mean, even High was misclicking his ultimate randomly in the game, so can't even count Cloud9 out of that one. They won their game. So Dignitas making their way out of the base on the red side. CLG making their way out on the blue. We're here into Game 2, Day 2 here. Game number 8 overall in the LCS Summer Split. Big Fat LP spots some enemies. He's going to run back away from Scar and Cutie Pie.
Yeah, the rush out the mid lane often gives you early vision to people, but Chouster, you got to turn back at some point, dude.
Oh my gosh, the damage output on him. He just walks right through them the whole way and just falls.
That wasn't good. That was not good at all. That was a death by COG right there. He just... Either he wasn't completely focused on his screen, or he decided that he needed to escape after it was too late, and he ended up just not burning his summoner spells because he knew he was dead anyway. That's a really good start for Dignitas. Kiwi Kid getting that early kill on Kennen, if he ends up 1v1 against Niantanso, is not going to make his new top lane compadre any happier.
Yeah, and he started with a Doran's Blade, so now he can actually run some consumables in the setup if he wanted it. And he just grabs some wards there, buying for the team. Kiwi Kid turning his money into vision.
That will be trouble. I almost feel like Dignitas just has to 2v1 Kiwi Kid at this point, because if Niantanso has to go 1v1 against that with denied ward vision, it is kind of setting him up to fail, but that does look like what COG has planned here.
Okay, so Chouster and Doublelift taking up the double golem in vision of a Scout Orb. That's not going to mean too much for them. Going to start that one off happily. Niantanso and Big Fat LP up in the top lane. That seems to be working pretty well for them. That's going to go down, and not going to have a decent start. Meanwhile, Crumb's getting his red buff with the help from Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, Dignitas is going to have an early advantage in almost every lane. Scar was able to take the Wraiths, which gives him an experience advantage. Kiwi Kid obviously had the aforementioned First Blood. And then the only lane that doesn't have a big edge is the bottom lane for Dignitas, but they still got Wolves as CLG got the double golem, so there's no huge XP advantage either way.
Okay, so let's take a look at these matchups then, because, man, we have not seen just a direct 1-1-2 like full solo queue lineup in forever in LCS, and we've got one here. Link fighting Scar 1v1 in mid.
And I want to see how that plays out, whether or not Link can harass Scar back. Scar started with the Crystalline Flask and a lot of potions, so Link is going to spam his heart out trying to keep him back, but early on he's not able to stop Scar from farming.
And meanwhile, we see this bottom lane down here. They've got the sustain from the Sona here. Link actually, taking some damage. Crumb's safe in his jungle. All right, they're all right. So the bottom lane here, early pink ward by Patoy. They've pushed down. They've now started denying vision against CLG.
Yeah, and Jan is not a strong early laner, whereas Sona is quite powerful early, so it will be a little bit of time before Doublelift can start turning a bit aggressive. When Doublelift gets, say, around level 5, and he gets to buckshot people with that Janna shield, it's going to really start hurting Dignitas, but I don't think the lane's going to have too much action before then.
So right now he's got to learn to last hit under a turret as the lane pushes towards him. Link, though, looking for a bit of a move against Scar as the lane was pushed down towards him. Crumbs takes his raise. That's going to be safe. Big Fat was looking for a gank but couldn't find the opening. He's going to go back to his own jungle.
Yeah, not the worst, because Scar was pushing up quite far, and if Scar would have overcommitted, that would have opened up a free gank for Big Fat LP, but because they ran into Crumbs, it just showed him that he had to go back to his jungle. I think that was a good movement by Big Fat LP, just a little bit unfortunate.
Doublelift nearly dodging the hail of arrows right there, but does still take the damage. He's got to rely on that Doran's Blade sustain, but to his credit, he's fighting a bunch of pokers with a non-healer, and he's doing okay. Big Fat LP waiting around to the wings. Looks like he's trying to defend Niantanso under his turret, but he's not sharing any XP or anything.
And that lane is going to be quite painful. You can already see Niantanso's avoiding death, but 22 to 8 as the wave is kind of just dying to his turret. Niantanso cannot safely farm against Kiwi Kid's Kennen.
Yeah, it looks like actually a ward was pinged out in the top lane. Big Fat wanted to gank, and he was like, no, there's a ward there. Just let me suffer down here. Go look for something else. So, yeah, he's been looking for openings. Big Fat's been looking for ganks, and he hasn't found them just yet. Doublelift has to last it under a turret. He's doing that well, but you look at his turret, it's actually losing a bit of health to this Cutie Pie Patoy push.
I don't think that's enough health to really sound any alarms yet. Unless Doublelift and Chelsea have a really bad back syncing, they're going to be completely fine with that stuff. Doublelift is the lane that is kind of working despite the first blood that was given up by Chowster for CLG.
And his minion farm definitely is lining up right here. So level 4 on the 80 carries. Chowster has gone back. He went back first, grabbed a Ruby Crystal, and otherwise kept his lane pretty safe. Big Fat LP came around to help make sure the turret didn't go down, and looks like they did do that successfully.
Still looking a little bit out of sync here. Big Fat LP's Nocturne ganks are very difficult to pull off pre-6, especially when your team gives up first blood to the enemy. It just means the ward coverage is expanded, and Big Fat LP just needs to focus on farming and getting level 6. I wouldn't be too surprised if Big Fat LP starts trying to take some lane experience just so we can get to level 6 sooner and have a bit of presence.
Okay, well, so far he is 4, but not very close to 5 in the meantime. We'll see if he can get himself to that 6 that he's been looking for. Niantanso, though, we look at him, and he's still having a bit of a rough time getting zoned out somewhat against Kiwi Kid. Thing is, he doesn't know if Crumbs is in a brush somewhere. He's playing very, very far back in this lane.
And CLG's ward coverage is a little bit subpar. The way that Crumbs could approach this is kind of just right through this tri-brush. If he walks down into the river, he will be exposed, but this is going to deny Niantanso a lot of minions because the wave is pushed up far enough up top that Niantanso can't get close.
Oh my gosh, and look at that. He's like, I see a minion. We saw this actually not too long ago. The minion's taunting him, saying, I'm worth gold, come click on me. But there's a jungle waiting around. Thankfully for Nian, he does know that Crumbs is around. He's just trying to waste time, I guess.
Exactly. At this point, Niantanso is just trying to keep Crumbs interested because he's going to deny himself these creeps. And it's hopefully allowing the rest of COG to get some farm potential, but they're just not able to right now. Link's still farming at his turret, and Doublelift still farming at his turret.
Yeah,
push back.
Yeah, but Kiwi Kid has hit 6, and that's the really big break point that might just scare these guys. There's the pink ward put down. He was like, yeah, you really did just waste 3 minutes of your time trying to sit in that brush. So, you know, Nian might have flashbacks of a level 6 of very, very scary Kennen, but at the very least for this guy, he is holding on, has not fallen over in the lane.
Not entirely, but 48 to 22 is pretty close to disaster. As there's the level 5 Janna Shield buckshot trade being attempted by Doublelift, and it's countered quite well by Dignitas.
Good heals back there by Patoy, good counter engage as well. And now, but finally for these CLG guys, there's actually some minions here on their side. They're actually pushing towards the enemy turret. They've even got a 3 minion kill lead for now.
Yeah, they're trying to shove this lane up as fast as possible because Doublelift wants to. Actually, he only has 600 gold. I'm surprised Doublelift went through his mana so quickly since he doesn't really have enough gold to shop. They might lose a lot of pressure in that lane pretty soon here since I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy have very good mana resources right now.
And in fact, 2 members of Dignitas are coming down as well. Look, Crumbs and Scar are both looking for an opportunity here.
Look out, Big Fat LP. No.
Ooh, no one saw themselves, and Scar says, you know, there's not really an opening here. Double and Chowster have gone back, so their senses, their instincts that, hey, hold on, something's not right here, someone's coming, are still there. And again, they're holding up in that lane despite that first blood, as you mentioned.
And a lot of this is the fact that Doublelift ran himself out of mana. He's decided not to go back because Dignitas is kind of pushing back, but it is a dangerous lane right now for COG. Big Fat LP is in a good position for a counterattack, but they got to be very cautious here.
Okay, so there is Crumb standing on a ward. Big Fat LP looking for a counter gank, but Scar's coming down. There's a knock-up attempt. Double gets a shield and just dodges away from that one. Crumbs picks up a blob of himself, 41 health. He's going to be fine, and Scara has to turn back around.
One thing I think CLG's kind of banking on is that Link will have that Karthus ultimate to come in, as long as he's staying safe from Scar, which he is, since Scar is spending so much time roaming around, and it's allowing Doublelift to kind of stick around when he doesn't have business, but he's losing farm because of it. That farm was very close a couple minutes ago, and now he's down about 16 to I'm a Cutie Pie.
So you can see that lane getting frozen at just the, not even frozen, but just getting turned around at just the right time. Is pushing back onto the turret now. Double's going to try to get some of this back. Oh, Big Fat LP warms him up for him and says, great, just last hit those, thankfully. Down 8 still, though. The mid lanes are close, and we just have kind of an extended laning phase here for the CLG group.
And as extended as it is, it's not working out very well, because it's a 1,400 gold lead for Dignitas. 600 of that gold was from the first blood that Chouster unfortunately gave up near the dragon. And CLG hasn't been able to recover from that, nor have they really tried to make plays.
Yeah, every single time it's been just blocked out by a ward from Dignitas. Big Fat LP has now finally hit level 6. The time might be here for him to make some big moves on Nocturne. He's got the red buff. We might start seeing some CLG movements.
It's hard to gank a lane without any preemptive pressure, though. No one on Dignitas has had to burn any summoner spells, so the action is very low. Really, the first gank that Big Fat LP throws out is most likely just going to be to burn summoner spells, and he won't be able to get anything until the next gank. And with the pace of this game, it might not come in time. This has been a very slow farming game for the first 9.5 minutes.
And right now, it's another ward that Crumbs is standing upon. Both Nian and KiwiKid have been just pushing pink wards down back and forth. Another one goes down. Now Crumbs gets to finally be in the fog of war. The war on fog has been doing a little bit better here for Dignitas now. Crumbs, they don't know if he's there. Spiderling comes across. Nian knows he's there. Man, I mean, his instincts are good, at least for watching for junglers.
Yeah, he's been able to tell. As well, the pink ward got cleared out, so he pretty much just had to decide to scout in there. He knows he's going to be screwed this game, which is kind of why we haven't seen Big Fat LP up there in a while. And he's trying to just survive and hoping the rest of the team does something. But it looks like Dignitas is quite contented just taking these small lane advantages and forcing CLG to make a play, and then I think Dignitas wants to be ready for a counterattack.
Well, Double right now has no mana. I can't see them getting a real battle here. A lot of CC goes off on a Cutie Pie that looks like they're going to wave clear it out. This might be to give Doublelift the recall. 1,500 gold. He's close to BF, but not quite there.
He definitely wants to wait for that BF. Once he has it, his spells will be doing huge amounts of damage. Graves has pretty good AD ratios, and it's exemplified by the Janus Shield as well, or amplified by the Janus Shield as well, when he's able to get that one out. But the lane has not been going ideally for him yet.
No, it hasn't. And look at that. Dignitas are still putting pressure on the bottom half of the map. Crumbs puts a pink ward down immediately. Chousters says, or actually, it's Big Fat saying, I know you're trying to do something here, but it gets cleared out. And Dignitas making the first move outside the laning phase, going for a dragon.
And this is good timing, because you can tell Dignitas in the bottom lane was calling out, hey, Doublelift is waiting to go back to base. He is not shopped. Let's make something happen while he's low on mana with no items. Easy dragon, because they knew CLG had no business contesting that one.
Absolutely. So, Double back to base. Still the gold lead, of course, stretching for Dignitas. 2,500 gold. Finally, some items coming through for this bottom lane might turn things around for that CLG group. Scara, though, you look at his farm, 121, holding up completely against a Link Karthus, despite even trying to roam.
Yeah, both these guys are doing a pretty good job of, I think, farming a bit of jungle as well as just getting every minion in the mid lane. I think because Scar went for the Negatron Cloak so early, as well as the Crystalline Flask, the harass potential by Link is just really low in that lane, which is making them both kind of adapt and say, all right, we're just going to hit minions now.
Just going to hit some minions. So in contrast to one of the earlier Karthus builds we saw from Mandatory Cloud, it is the Tier Roa build here from Link, so he'll be having a nice large amount of mana, and he'll try to scale throughout this game as he levels up.
And Big Fat LP is really trying to make something happen here. He's been having some happy feet back and forth inside Dignitas' jungle for a while now. He doesn't know if the opportunity is for a KiwiKid gank or a Scar gank, and for now he's just kind of taking some jungle. He needs to make up his mind, otherwise they're losing pressure.
Now he's at least taken away some of those double golems. Scar makes his way back in for, I'm going to assume, the Wraith, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to take that, thanks very much. Give me that gold nicely. KiwiKid, though, still chugging in this top lane. He's now built himself a 40 minion kill lead, so that is the most dominant lane here for sure for Dignitas.
And it was expected to be because of the first blood, also due to Nian's inexperience in the top lane. But the most experienced top laners will tell you, if you're up against a Kennen in the first place, it's a hard lane, let alone a Kennen that starts with pink wards to deny you vision. That is not an easy situation for Nian to enter into.
All right, so naysayers for Nian, keep it down a little bit. Definitely a rough matchup no matter what here. The poke still coming across though in the bottom lane. Cutie Pie and Patoy keeping it very strong. But Nian's going to get jumped on right here. Flashes away, puts the rappel up as well. It's the let's bounce at perfect timing. Nian Thompson going to go down. Kiwi Kid grabs the kill, but here's the initiation back out of Patoy. The Requiem as well. Do they have the damage they need? The Fear Tether goes off. This could be the answered kill. There's one picked up. The knock into the wall. Cutie Pie getting chased down. Will it be enough? Big Fat has the shield. Flash comes off. He's going to get away, but at least they get the trade kill.
And everything kind of happens at once. I feel like once Crumbs ganked top lane, it just gave Big Fat LP the confidence to know that no matter what, that bottom gank wouldn't get turned around against them since they had the Requiem to support it. Getting the kill, the double lift, is the champion they want to give it to for CLG, and Nian was behind anyway, so CLG is very okay with that exchange.
All right, so Counter Logic Gaming gets a bit of pressure onto that bottom turret, but it's really Dignitas who wins the war of that trade. They've taken down that top turret there. Kiwi Kid and Crumbs making that one happen. The bottom turret took barely any damage from double lift, so not a lot of pressure made on the objectives there.
I feel like that turret was going to be dead anyway, though, just because Nian had been getting punished for so long. I would just want to see Kiwi Kid score at the end of this game, because we saw when Psycho Sid got going early on Kennen yesterday against Voibo with his first blood. I think he ended, what, like 9-0-5 or something?
Something close to that, yeah.
And Kiwi Kid seems to be well on his way for this, already having that needlessly large rod just built, plus a Haunting Guise. Really dangerous now wherever he goes for that next ultimate. Probably like the next dragon or something.
It's interesting, too, because they've already got the Abyssal Scepter, so the amount of magic resist shred there from Magic Pen, Abyssal, and all that is going to make life real difficult for the CLG lineup. Double Lift, though, has plenty of attack damage. He's stacking the Bloodthirster, and he's going to try to turn things around. As we've said, CLG, it's kind of the Double Lift show, and at the very least, he's not too terribly far behind, and again, they got him that kill.
And he's able to pick up the Bloodthirster, so once he stacks that up, which he has some time to now as the minion waves of his turret, he should get going, but the rest of CLG's team is just in quite a poor predicament, because the Aegis user is what you need to get completed against a double AP team, especially one that rushes an Abyssal Scepter to deal with some of that magic resistant shred. But a Nocturne doesn't necessarily build an Aegis well as an early first item. Big Fat LP does not have the gold income to do anything of the sort, and CLG is not going to be in good hands when the next dragon comes up around 2 minutes from now.
Man, so the team fights have been good for Dignitas. We're going to hope that Big Fat can convert himself into a little bit more of a tank, because, you know, whether he does it normally or not, it seems like that has to be the build for these guys. Deadlift getting his shield, trying to lifesteal back up. I mean, it's funny to watch that lane, because we see very little happen ultimately with these guys. Just the 10 minion kill lead, then it gets turned back over and over again. It's Link farming out. CLG, you know, they have the Nocturne coming up soon. Maybe they get another engage soon, but that's not going to come in time. Scar is going to take down another turret for Dignitas.
And it's slowly creeping up, this lead for Dignitas. They're completely content taking the game like this. They have played so many times against CLG's kind of passive style when CLG's just trying to stall out, that Dignitas recognizes when they're slowly out-farming CLG, and they're just going to continue doing it. CLG has no lane pressure right now. All of Dignitas' turrets are completely healthy, so Dignitas will keep chipping away at these CLG turrets until CLG does something, and if they never do something, Dignitas will just win.
They'll just win. They'll play. I mean, we talked about how that's how Dignitas tends to win games, is playing the laning phase for a long time. That's really exactly what's happening here. The jump's going to go on a Big Fat LP. The knockup blocked by the Spell Shield. Devil's going to get hit by Let's Bounce, but actually makes him whiff the Tendril of Corruption. But Devil's just so caught out right now. Engaged from Diana, and another kill's picked up. Dignitas 3-1.
And those are the types of ganks that Dignitas can set up, since none of CLG's lanes are pushed. Scar completely got to shove it up, and now Link is trying to shove out, but look at that turret in the mid lane. It's barely taken any hits, whereas Kiwi Kid is pushing the Intanso back, potentially going for a kill again.
Oh, that's
CLG has to do something drastic.
Very clutch stun at the very least by Niantanso, keeping Kiwi Kid from taking him down, but if he didn't land the cocoon, that would have been another kill picked up in just a straight duel right here. So you're seeing, again, how well Dig are playing this game, and it's Patoy and Cutie Pie just pushing into this bottom lane. They've got Crumbs nearby in the jungle. Heck, they're claiming CLG's jungle.
And they can at this point. I don't think I've seen a CLG person past the halfway point of the map for more than a couple seconds. Big Fat LP spent a bit of time in the Dignitas jungle and then just decided to back away, and this is just giving objectives, gold, and freedom to the rest of Dignitas as they may be trying to take another dragon. Big Fat LP does have his Nocturne ultimate up to potentially steal. That's why Dignitas may be backing away.
Now CLG finally taking a stand this time around though, right? There's Big Fat LP making his way over. There's not a lot of ward coverage over the dragon, but that's okay. CLG says, look, we gotta stop bleeding things away. We've gotta group up. Link, you've got a global, no big deal. Go ahead and take that one down. They know Kiwi Kid can't leave top lane, so Nian can stay there, and they'll fight the 4v4. They're trying to hold on to this objective.
And one of the saving graces for Dignitas right now is Link is farming quite well. 201 farm at 17 minutes and 50 seconds is awesome. But a lot of it comes at the cost of Big Fat LP's Nocturne farm, who looks to be rushing just a straight-up tank Nocturne, and means that their multiple threats are turning into fewer and fewer threats as Big Fat LP tries to go in.
I'm going to try to jump in onto Scar. The Fear Tether going off on a Crumbs. He's going to jump away from that one as well. Actually, no, does get feared at the end of that one, but all they can really do is burn Scar's flash. Not the worst thing, but now Big Fat has no ultimate.
And the dragon is still an objective. Kiwi Kid and Nian Tanso meet each other in the top lane, which means maybe a 4v4 will sprawl out in this bottom lane dragon. All ultimates up for this fight, aside from Nocturne's Paranoia. Let's see if they go in for this one. It looks like CLG wants to.
They're going to jump right in onto Link. A lot of damage coming across there, but at least Karthus dying is not the worst thing in the world. Shouts are taking a whole bunch of pain. Flashes away. Here comes Requiem. Can double do enough damage. Scar falls over. Crumbs drop low, but Cutie Pie might be chasing down Crumbs. No health, but of course he will just split apart. Gets healed anyway. Here comes Nian Tanso. The stun onto Cutie Pie. They trade another 1-for-1. 2-for-2 in this battle. Kiwi Kid is around, does have ulti. Nian still chasing. This could be risky for him. There is a Kennen, and he is a ninja as well.
Hey, we said that the strong point of COG was that Link had gotten a lot of farm, and he did work in that fight. He died first, but Dignitas sat inside of that Requiem and took a whole bunch of damage. A 2-for-2. If CLG doesn't concede the dragon here, it will be a great trade for him. This is a dangerous take attempt by Dignitas.
They just dive in on Kiwi, and the repel dodges everything. Nian with a beautiful play. He 1v3'd and won a dragon, and this could give CLG their own objective here. Nian, that was sick.
That was awesome. It got Kiwi Kid to burn his ultimate, most importantly, and survival in the lane, not giving it up, and then trying to rely on his team fight mechanics. Nian Tanso doesn't have the laning down yet, but he still knows how to team fight, and those are the mechanical skills that Hotshot and the rest of CLG were talking about when they were talking about why they selected Nian Tanso for that top lane.
All right, so finally a shining light for the CLG group, and by the way, Doublelift does have all 3 kills from the team, so even though the game has looked dire, Counterlogic Gaming certainly just might have the counter in mind right here. Skara grabbing his blue buff, Grum's gonna grab the red. Finally, CLG have gotten their own dragon.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves barely afloat with that play. If that dragon fight would have went any worse, I think the game would have been sealed at only the 20-minute mark, but because they came out with such a good result, they get to survive. This is about every game comes down to Doublelift having all the kills, so this is not to be new. Teams do know how to close on a Doublelift, and since everyone on Dignitas has a way of initiating or a way of engaging, Doublelift has to be extremely careful. At least he does have the cleanse and a Janus, so we'll see how the rest of this plays out.
Well, right now, Dignitas still think that they are the team with the upper hand. They push in, they want to tower dive onto Link. A little bit of damage going on to him, but they force him off the turret. This could be all they need to bring down the structure. Down on 2/3 health, and everyone is grouped up. CLG, they're looking a little bit close, and the shield's going to make Dignitas actually back off. They've held onto the structure.
And it's already 3 turrets to 0, so CLG has to keep holding these turrets. If they're getting 4 turrets, 5 turrets, 6 turrets to 0, they're really just dropping themselves out of the game. Surprisingly, though, the 2,250 gold that those turrets are giving Dignitas is pretty close to the change in this game, so as much as CLG's been kind of pushed back, their minion farm and their jungle farm has remained on par with Dignitas, so if something miraculous happens and CLG gets the turrets back, they're going to pull this game even.
Okay, so CLG looking to bring that one to the late game. Really that old school sort of CLG style.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Yeah, right?
CLG's going for the late game.
Bringing it back to the laning phase and go for the 50 minutes. So here we go. CLG now making their move towards the mid lane. They want a turret finally on the scoreboard. The 0 looks ugly. They want to make that not a goose egg anymore, but Kiwi Kid is around the wall. He has flash and slicing Maelstrom. The stun is there, and here they go! The damage output is on, but the immediate disengage. Chelsea knocked him over a wall! Oh my god!
Janna ult made the play, and now CLG continues to press on.
And they're going to get Cutie Pie as well. Link picking up 2 kills, and Chester knew it all along.
He positioned himself closer to the wall, I feel like. I forget exactly the way the knockback on Monsoon works, but he got him right back over, and that was clearly intentional. So for the huge misplay that Chelstra made at the start of the game, he somewhat made up for it with that, specifically just stopping Kiwi Kid from getting in there. Turret plus kills for Dignitas or CLG pulls him even in the game and 2,000 gold back.
Chat, we have a replay of that fight. Please just show us how awesome that was again.
Yeah, so in this fight, Kennen tries to come into the fight, and Chelstra says no. I think that's mainly what happens. Look, the ult, right as he gets stunned, too. If a fraction of a second later, he wouldn't have gotten that ult off. Then they get the wall on I'm a Cutie Pie.
Yeah.
Big Fat jumps over the wall, they pop the exhaust, and they get a 2-for-0 plus turret. That's a huge amount of gold back for them.
All right, absolutely. Some massive plays right here. Dignitas now realize it's 5-5, 2,000 gold lead. It's Dignitas' turn to really turn it back up and make things happen again. So let's take a look at where we are. Niantonso trying to hold up in his lane right here. Dignitas holding on to the mid lane. This game is, I guess we just had an explosive team fight, but it slowed back down for a short time. See where these guys go next.
Yeah, the comeback is in the process right now for COG because they were down a whole bunch. We just saw Curse actually have a comeback against Velocity. This one, COG was down a lot more. They did not show any signs of life for the first 18 minutes of this game.
No.
But in the last 5, they are mounting quite a good comeback.
You've got to think about Dignitas, too, because they just straight up outlane the opposition, right? The game starts and they were like, bam, advantage, advantage, advantage. Their bottom lane won, their top lane won. They had turrets, they were controlling the jungle, everything was going right. They had this game in so many good places, and then they just had like 2 bad team fights in a row suddenly.
And it's been one of the curses of Dignitas throughout the spring split as well, was their inability to close out some games. The way they were winning is by out-farming and split pushing, and if that didn't work, Dignitas didn't really have any other strategies or avenues for closing out games, and this is somewhat happening again. They still have a lead, so it could still happen, but this is the Achilles heel of Dignitas.
Okay, so I'm a Cutie Pie trying to get his farm up. Actually, we don't see it often, but it's actually Infinity Edge Varus. You almost always see Blade of the Ruin King or Bloodthirster, yeah.
Very often you'll see a Blade of the Ruin King or a Bloodthirster, but I'm a Cutie Pie as well as Wild Turtle oftentimes will go for the Infinity Edge rush on Varus. A lot of times they do that if they're maxing the E instead of Q, since they don't care as much about the AD ratio, and they're more caring about just like zoning and slowing, and specifically going late game. The Infinity Edge will multiply better.
Okay, so some late game potential definitely there for I'm a Cutie Pie. Scar's going to go in on a Link, and Big Fat LP 1 versus 2 does not care, forces the Fear Tether, but not much else. Just walks out of that one pretty safe.
That was mainly just harass onto Link since Scar knew he had backup in the form of Patoy, and it gives them some time to go in and control this area with the Oracles as Patoy walks through. I wonder if COG is going to try to catch a fight here, because they might have some confidence knowing they pulled this game fairly close.
What's the next move in the playbook for Dignitas? They've got a bit of a mid-game lead. Actually, Crumb's just going in for some harassment. He's going to take a bunch of punishment here, which Nasty's going to have to get him away from that fear, but he's getting pretty low on health. Has to burn Let's Bounce. Team the bit
There goes Big Fat.
He goes in, the Slicing Maelstrom off as well. A lot of damage on a Big Fat LP, forcing the Nocturne away. The Verisol coming across. Everybody Link low on health, forced to just run in there, but they picked up 1 kill for 1 so far, 2-1. The damage still coming across. Cutie Pie very, very low. This could be a lot right there. They're forcing Zac into Bloblets. Now Scar in a duel with Doublelift. Double's going to win that fight, and only the Zac Blobs remain. 4 kills for 2.
A steamroll by CLG in that fight. I feel like Crumbs' jump in was very ill-advised. He spent the majority of his Let's Bounce getting out of there, and it just meant that Dignitas had no presence in that fight. Nobody got to double it, despite everyone having the capability to, and then Niantonso just zoned out the rest of the team, while Link died in the perfect spot, so things going right for CLG here as the team fight phase erupted.
So that's brought the turret lead close as well. The gold actually now up for Counter Logic Gaming. Nian even steals the blue away. The dragon's up, but looks like they don't have the health bars quite to do it.
I feel like they could have got it. I feel like COG could have gotten that one, but they're playing it safe. They see 2 monstrous creep waves in the top and the bottom lane, and those creep waves alone are going to give them about as much gold as the dragon would have anyway, and it doesn't mean they can't go back later for the dragon, as well as it being 26 minutes into the game with the Baron pings going down. COG is worried that Dignitas could rush that objective.
Okay, so Baron certainly was on the table. We had seen Patoy grab the Oracles earlier on and sweep wards out. Of course, he had died, so 400 gold down the drain for that poor soul. Dignitas now trying to recover. They're only down 300 gold, so for as many great moves as CLG have made in the recent past, they've really only brought the game back to equal footing. It's Dignitas' turn to turn it back on.
Yeah, but when you're winning team fights, when you're down 5,000 gold, that means you should be destroying team fights when you're even. But they're down a man, and Crumbs continues to bounce in.
They put damage on a Niantonso, some damage on a Chowster as well. Crumbs has to run away from this one. Gets a slow from Chauster, but the slow field coming out from Varus says, nope, don't chase our Zac.
And that's a lot of threat down there for CLG as they've reformed themselves in the mid lane. Now's the time where I think CLG goes and picks up that dragon.
Here we go, moving down towards the bottom side of the map. They have just enough ward coverage to not be afraid of that counter Baron. And here we go, double Nian and Link all gonna make that one happen. Chauster running around the jungle, putting some wards down. There we go, dragon picked up, and a 1,600 gold lead here for Counter Logic Gaming.
That's quite impressive, actually. The way they've been able to come back in this game. It's got to feel good for them, too, because they were down a lot. And we're giving them a bit of a hard time, I feel like, because they weren't doing anything.
No.
But it seems like they had the plan. They were sitting back with the Karthus farm. You know, Big Fat going take Nocturne has worked out for them because they have enough damage from other sources. And Chauster's team fighting with Janna, even if he has no items and gave up that first blood, has been awesome.
Here we go, a little bit of a dangerous recall there. Says, I'm not going to stay in that brush. Dignitas are still trying to exert control over the map. I'm a Cutie Pie still scaling up, but you look at the items between the 80 carries, and he's basically down one full item. It's Eye-Edge Phantom Dancer versus Bloodthirst Phantom Dancer and a Last Whisper. And
I'm a Cutie Pie's got a real issue dealing with Niantanso's Elise. Elise is kind of bursting him down. There's not much magic resistance on the team to help I'm a Cutie Pie. Plus the Zhonya's Hourglass is giving Nian that incredible amount of resiliency against I'm a Cutie Pie. So the team fights are really swinging for CLG for more than one reason.
Red buff now also grabbed on double. A couple more things going their way. Cutie Pie has to run around and just farm away in the bottom, but CLG, they're going to regroup into the mid lane.
Yeah, and I just realized, not only is I'm a Cutie Pie up in items, he's 3 levels ahead of I'm a Cutie Pie.
Oh, wow.
So that featured matchup about going even, I'm a Cutie Pie's not been able to stay even despite having that early lane advantage.
You're absolutely right about that one, and that just plays into that whole CLG strategy. We also mentioned Link had been stepping up, and he's on Karthus. He's been carrying a little bit in those mid-game fights. He's been doing great. Scar in that den has been starting fights, but he's not actually closing out the kills himself.
He hasn't been able to get those last hits. I mean, Kiwi Kid hasn't been able to get in the fight with him. Scar's been going in mostly alone. The dive buddies are not arriving. Him and Crumbs haven't been syncing up. I think it's because they're trying to not both get blown away by the monsoon, but they might try again. That was a great Karthus wall.
A lot of damage coming across onto Crumbs. The smoke bomb as well. He's very, very low. The passive is at least... It's actually not up for him right now, so it's going to be a risky thing for Crumbs to be in that fight right here. The turret losing more health. They're waiting for one more minion wave, but CLG could cement the structure here.
And this is a surprising turret to hold against for. This is the outer turret in the top lane. If it fell and CLG got a clean initiation, it could be a free Baron or a Baron given to CLG. And yeah, that's why Dignitas is just backing away. That's not a turret they want to fight over.
He kept CLG honest for a little bit, but said, you know what, you're right. You guys are still in a safe spot. You're okay here. Ward's coming through on the jungle. Patoy, as he retreats, says, hold on, we want to make sure you don't invade on us too hard. And now they know a little bit about where CLG has gone. They see them exit the jungle with the ward by Wraiths. CLG going to go for something else here.
Dignitas has got to be feeling pretty scared right about now. They have lost so many engagements in a row. They probably don't really know what to think right now. They had such a big lead that has fallen away. The 2,000 lead by CLG, just in the minds of Dignitas, is much bigger right now, just based on how the team fights have been going.
And I want to see one fight by Dignitas where they actually get everything coordinated together, because the last few we've seen, Crumbs has been just a little bit too early, or Chaucer blows someone back. That one good engage, we haven't yet seen it for Dig, and that could turn everything around.
It could, but it's also incredibly difficult, because it's the age-old counter of you bring an AoE engage comp against a well-executed Janna, and as clean as you want to play, if the Janna is playing perfectly, you can't make it happen. Unless they stun-lock Chauster, they couldn't make the initiation. But if they do stun-lock Chauster, then what happened to Link, Doublelift, and Niantanso, the real threats on the team? It is a very difficult problem for Dignitas to solve, and it might not be solved by straight-up team fights. They might have to do something else.
We'll see what the answer ends up being then for Dignitas, if they can get something else going. Maybe that tri-lane split push. The weird thing is, they're such an area of effect team. I guess I just would have hoped that Kiwi could keep fighting Nian 1v1 if you're a Dignitas fan, but that seems to be happening a whole heck of a lot less. That minion lead, when it's 200 in both of them, doesn't really matter that it's plus 30 anymore. These guys are pretty much caught up.
Well, Kiwi Kid hasn't actually had any isolated matchups against Niantanso, so for whatever reason, Dignitas isn't creating those. I think CLG, while playing Possum for the first 18 minutes of the game, has kept enough consistent lane pressure that Kiwi Kid hasn't felt free to go elsewhere. in the map.
Yeah, and you're seeing that kind of manifest in some of the minion kills as well, because Scar is still getting so very much farm. It's not really being donated to QB Kid, it's still donated a bit to Scara and a bit to I'm a Cutie Pie. Meanwhile, you just see how much Doublelift is exploding. He's the one getting all the free lane farm on CLG, and he's exploding more and more and more. He's got a Quicksilver Sash now as well, and just look at the gold because of that.
Yeah, so he's picked up double cleanse for the most part now. Plus he's got a BF sword, so he's going to be going towards a Mercurial Scimitar. Even if they get a stun on a Doublelift, he's going to be able to most likely escape and finish off a fight. It's about damage dealt to Doublelift now, more so than Lockdown, but Dignitas's composition kind of focuses on Lockdown for the most part, so a very smart, wise build there by Doublelift.
So Double definitely getting himself into more of that late game carry status there. Another BF sword, always fun to grab. It's just like have BF swords. They build into pretty much everything that's useful for an AD carry. He's going to keep on being happy. Now, Big Fat LP, interestingly, he's actually running the split push on the bottom side. He's been taking a lot of free lane farm in the recent past. I've seen him clean these up a lot over the course of this game.
I think it's pretty smart for them to use him as a split pushing vehicle because he can join fights later if necessary. He's going to have to make a quick run to get into this one, though.
There's good chance for damage here. Doublelift taking a bit of pain. Crumbs in the mix, and there's the Cutie Pie ult as well. Link taking so much pain, and he gets sniped down, but the re-engage comes across. They killed off Chowster this time. There it is. Neon Tanso forced to flash out, nearly goes down. Scar finds one, and there's Big Fat LP. Kiwi Kid taking some damage to get the kill back on the clean up here. This could be rough indeed. Kiwi Kid gets dropped down. Patoy, Crumbs, Scar all trying to run back. Scar puts the shield on, but Double, is he going to get the chase down? Smoke bomb, triple kill. Now there's Patoy on the side. Can it do enough? He's trying to chase. Level 18. Crumbs running back. Big Fat's going to run into him. Crumbs is going to get fear tethered. That's going to be him probably going down. Jump through the wall, but still feared. Patoy gets out, actually just barely. But now it's Crumbs being surrounded. The chase still there. The Dustbringer, I can't see him getting away from this one. Big Fat LP, another fear tether. That's going to hit onto Crumbs. More damage, but Tank Nocturne not doing all that much damage.
Jump!
Oh my gosh, actually, are you serious? He's going to get away from this one?
Hands in the air, Crumbs. Come on, you can make it. One more Q dodge. It's a 2-second cooldown for Big Fat LP. If it hits, he's dead.
He's got 100-something health. Can he do it? Big Fat, 135 health. Oh, Crumbs, you made it. Oh my god, there wasn't any damage. It's Tank Nocturne.
He didn't throw out the last Duskbringer. Oh well. They decided to let him run free. But that was as good a fight as Dignitas is going to get. They got Chowster down before the ultimate killed while getting Link dead as well, but they couldn't get the final threat, which was Doublelift, and then Big Fat LP finally made it in. It was a close fight, and it really makes this next fight all the more important.
Well, here comes the risk right here because Baron is being started. Crumbs is trying to make his way back over, but Baron is getting so incredibly low. He's not in range to steal it away yet, and the blue team has slain Baron. Nasher, Counterlogic Gaming grabs that. Kiwi Kid forced back as well. There's the Varus ult trying to disengage. No, they're going to go in on Doublelift. Do they have the damage they need? Double goes down right away. Link as well without Requiem. Dignitas, is this the fight you want? Big Fat LP dropped low. A couple more shots to go. The slow field comes from Varus. The Q, can he get it? Yes, the snipe comes in from I'm a Cutie Pie, 3-0. Dignitas finally sparks to life.
Doublelift out of position. I'm a Cutie Pie nailed him with the Chain of Corruption, and he had burned all of his cooldowns in the last fight that he had no escapes up. Doublelift dashed in after the Baron, feeling so confident. CLG thought they were going to just take the game after that Baron, but they may have just handed it back.
Oh my gosh, and now even the Janna Shield's not going to be enough to hold this turret alive. They're backdooring, but Neon Tanso, he 1v3'd at Dragon. I don't know if he can 2v5 at his own inhibitor. It's getting a little bit close with losing health.
And these are long death timers for CLG, so as low as Dignitas is right now, they are confident taking these inhibitors. Neon Tanso and Chowster do not feel confident stopping that inhibitor down.
And they run on back. Crumbs is forced to jump away, though. He was slow by Chowster. Neon looked for the cocoon. Didn't quite land that, but it still forced Dig to run away. Inhibitor down, though. That's big.
Well, we got ourselves a good old-fashioned brawl right now because it's 12-13. The gold is pretty much even. The Baron was picked up and lost, so now it's a matter of where does CLG go. They've had some miraculous team fights and some not-so-miraculous ones as Dignitas may be mounting a comeback of their own.
And it's crazy to see how this game has just turned on its head because the first 50 minutes was like, got ourselves a laning phase here, man. They're killing a lot of minions, and then we've had team fight after team fight, and the game flipping around back and forth as well. This has been an absolutely incredible match.
And Doublelift has to keep himself safe.
Yeah.
I feel like he got a bit of a talking to after that one, or just did a talking to himself saying, yeah, I'm not going to quick draw into 5 people that have all their crowd controls up.
Yeah, maybe.
And I think we'll be good. I still think CLG will be good in this one if he stays safe. The danger they would run is if Scar gets big enough to just damage out Doublelift through his CC breaks. That's Dignitas's path to winning this game. Or if Doublelift makes another bad team fight decision.
Yeah, well, Double has gotten himself another boost of damage, so that Infinity Edge comes through, and he is as aside from Mercurial Scimitar, he is as damaging as you're going to get on an AD carry. Has pretty much the most damaging build possible, although not far behind that is I'm a Cutie Pie, who's got his own Last Whisper, and nearly has that Blade of the Ruined King.
He's getting pretty powerful on Varus as well, and he may have enough to deal with Nianchanso, since Nianchanso actually went with a more assassin-y at least. That's a 500 ability power at least right now with the Rabadon's Death Cap, so not as tanky as you would expect from Nianchanso. We'll have to track if he's able to snipe people or if he goes down early in some of these team fights, because that's a risk in itself building that item.
So his Neurotoxin does 23% of current health, and then the Venomous Bite at the end is going to do 23% of missing health.
That is a little bit of damage right now.
Yeah, plus the flat. And so that's going to hurt a little bit, so Cutie Pie, good luck.
To Cutie Pie, who doesn't have magic resistance. We got to keep that in mind. Plus the Runic Bulwark that they have for their team is on Crumbs, which usually jumps out of range. So it's very dangerous if Nianchanso can close in the right spot.
And we'll see if Patoy can keep that Aria of Perseverance on just for a little bit of aid there, because that's the only resist he's going to get. So, fight looks like it's about to begin. All 10 players huddled around this turret. New minion wave coming in for both sides. Nianchanso sweeps it away. Wallopane comes by. Just some poke from CLG. We'll see if they can get any damage in the structure.
And if we think about it, the fight CLG has won is when Crumbs over-initiates. CLG doesn't have a good way of initiating their own fights. And now that Dignitas has realized this, they're not diving in, because they realize CLG can't really dive in either. And if Link has to walk into Dignitas, instead of Dignitasing jumping through Link and granting Link good position on Karthus, Dignitas may have a way of winning these fights now.
So we'll see if they can get their positioning exactly how they want it and get those free picks, because right now minions are flooding into the base of CLG and really stretching them out right now. Doublelift has been holding that mid lane for a while. Minions took down the top secondary turret for free and are now knocking on the inhibitor turret as well. And that's going to take, I don't think it'll quite die to minions, but it's going to take a lot of damage unless someone comes to clean it up.
And they're sending Big Fat LP over there to pick up the lane farm again, because that's what they have to do. If they sent Doublelift, it meant their team would get dived or dove. I think that's going to be a safe hold for them, but Dignitas is trying to keep the pressure on because they are feeling good again.
They certainly are right now, and Double needs about 1,100 gold so he can finish Scimitar.
Crumbs just goes!
He's going to jump in, but he's going to walk right back out. Wallopane comes by, and he says, my team can't walk through that in time. So they're going to walk right out. Thankfully for him, of course, he is tanky. He's got 20 CDR, so he's doing okay as far as jumping in and getting out.
Yeah, he's got to be careful with how he does that, though, because that is exactly how Dignitas has gotten themselves in trouble throughout this game. Sure, Crumbs actually hasn't died in any of these fights, but it's because he's going in and then using his Let's Bounce to get out, which is not what he wants to do. He wants to use the Let's Bounce for damage, specifically on Doublelift.
Okay, so hopefully he can actually get himself in a position and not get knocked back by Chowster as well, because we've seen how much that just turns fights around when you get the good Monsoon coming right here. Nice to see a couple of different supports running in this game as well. CLG and Dignitas, though, they are exactly equal on gold, and their gold's coming from different sources, though, as well. Dignitas up 3 turrets, CLG up a couple of Barons, Dragons, things like that. And in general, though, it just means, we just got a very, very close game, but a huge Doublelift.
Yeah, 40 minutes in, and it's on. There's no death caps on Dignitas. There's only one, and it's on Nianchanso. Link hasn't really reached an absurd ability power moment yet. He's actually building a lot more resilient on Karthus just because of the aforementioned not being able to walk into the team. They don't have the ways of necessarily flying him in. He has to flash pretty much to get into the fights, but he's built the home guard boots as well. I wouldn't be too surprised if at some point he went for distortion boots if they get a bit more of an edge so he can flash into more team fights. But at this point, since we're 40 minutes, 30 seconds in, if someone wins a team fight clean, with how many turrets are dead in this game, they might be able to push an end.
The only real saving grace for Dignitas, and that would be just they're fighting on the other side of the map. But even then, you're right, there's a very, very good chance that CLG close it out. Dignitas definitely would. As we saw in the TSM Cloud9 game, they died on the other side of the map, and TSM still surrendered out of it. So these teams know that when you get to this point in the game, things can just fall over. CLG, though, they are still stuck inside their base. Their fates keep turning around back and forth. This time they're around on the back foot. They're waiting for something to happen.
There's a chance that this game could go on for a while.
Yeah.
I know we're already 41 minutes in, but it's only because of the way these teams have each lost team fights. Is teams lose team fights when they're the ones starting them, which may make these teams more passive. They're positioning themselves very aggressively right now. Big Fat LP is around the back of Dignitas, and they might try to go on Scar.
This could be really, really risky. The Wallopane comes by. They know he's taking a bit of punishment there. Q comes by as well. Doesn't land too much, though. And Dignitas is still right now. They're actually just like taking CLG's jungle as their little extra advantage right here. However, Baron is back up and they're just starting it.
There's no wards right now for CLG, so they have to be very careful about how they go in. And if they started in the wrong way, they would just get caught out. But Dignitas went straight for it. Chowster made it for the ward. Big Fat going for a steal. He got it!
Oh my gosh, but Scars in the mix right here just evaporates. 1 kill and the Baron. Kiwi's going to re-engage. Knocked back by Chowster, but Chowster will go down. Can they re-engage Cutie Pie? Jumped down by Nia, but Nia explodes right there. Let's Pounce comes across. They've traded kills. Now Link getting knocked back. Chowster falls down. 4 versus 3 right here. Double lift hitting Patoy. Just falls over. Cutie Pie still alive. Kiwi Kid, Zonia's, he's going to survive. Link low on health. Kiwi Kid's going to fall over, but it's a 2 versus 2. Baron is there.
Requiem will clean.
Ooh, it's going to be close. Cutie Pie survives. So does Crumbs. But they're making a push for the middle lane. They've got minions too.
And it's actually only a 3 for 3. Yes, CLG got the Baron. They're trying to make this push down, but I expect Dignitas to go back to base. They don't have enough gold for home guard boots on both, but they're going to be rushing to try to save this inhibitor. Doublelift has lifesteal back up to full health, though. Let's see if they can go. They're going to back off.
Yeah, they got just the turret. Cutie Pie actually had already had home guards himself. Crumbs had to rush them down. And so they said, okay, 2v2, look, you know your engage is strong. The Verisol, they didn't know if it was back up. He had blue buff already, and they just jump right back out. But that fight, chat, was so hectic as CLG takes Dragon. Take us through that replay.
Yeah, let's watch this one again, as I don't think the Dragon's going to have a big play here. The steal is what started it for Big Fat LP. He went in, and Scar was trying to zone. He got enough damage on a double lift that I feel like if Dignitas had the Baron in this fight, they may have came out on top. Because if you watch Doublelift at the back of this fight, he's scared to go in because anything that catches him will one-shot him. But what ended up happening is Link gets them low enough and the AoE from Doublelift gets them there. The Doublelift then starts jumping around to execute, and Dignitas has to back off because Crumbs and Cutie Pie rightfully knew that if they took any more damage, the Link ult would kill them. That's why Doublelift was able to go in at the end and clean that up.
A great organization and coordination by these guys to know exactly how much they could take. Double dancing around, finally life-stealing back up. The rest of Dignitas knowing exactly what Requiem could do. Great moves made by these guys. And now, Dignitas, Kiwi Kid, he's up in that top lane, trying to find something to do for himself, get some more gold, scale back up.
To catch you up on what happened there, the Dragon was taken, and then Big Fat OP burned his ultimate on the escape because Dignitas tried to force a fight. But CLG is then trying to push up for this exposed inhibitor, knowing the Kiwi Kid was just spotted in the top lane.
So a potential 4v4 because Link is not with the team right now. The great knockup by Chowster, though, stops the attempted engage by Crumbs. So no structures go down, and we're back to 5v5.
And somehow Crumbs still hasn't died in this game. A lot of it has been because his less bouncing has been taking himself out of fights, and because there's so much threat for CLG, he doesn't want to bounce around in Link's defile from Karthus. Doublelift is at 19,000 gold, cannot buy more items. So the rest of CLG should actually be taking the farm away from him now in an attempt to get strong themselves.
Well, they've only got a few more items to go even across the board. Anyway, you look at these builds mature, and only really Chowster has a lot of slots left to fill. We'll see if that's what ends up happening. It's funny, he's actually the only AP Janna I've not seen. We see so many other guys actually go from Merlinamicon and stuff like that.
It's true.
Chowster's playing the ward game this time.
Well, they're going to start.
They're going to jump in. A lot of damage on a double. He's been forced back. The ult used by Chowster. Crumbs in the back line. Less bounce comes across. Neon forced to Zonia's. Smoke bomb comes across. A lot of roots coming by as well. No kills found just yet. There's the engage by Kiwi Kid. So incredibly late, but he gets the damage up what he needs. Big Fat LP going to go down. Chowster's died as well. The Requiem comes across. Is it going to be enough? Neon Tonso falls over, and Cutie Pie is still alive. However, Doublelift says, you better back away from me. The snipe deals some damage, but Double has lifesteal.
This is really interesting because he's the only one alive, whereas everyone else on Dignitas is extremely low. Dignitas disengaged at the right time. That if Doublelift can only farm this for so long until Dignitas comes back with full health, they're trying to cut off his escape path. Here comes the home guard.
He flashes for Cutie Pie and just destroys him, but he's going to get 1v2 here. This could be enough damage from Skara. That's going to be Double falling over, and it's the ace, but they got the inhibitor, CLG.
And the game continues because this doesn't tell us anything about who's going to win. Yes, an inhibitor down is great, but CLG has had an exposed inhibitor right now, and 24-second death timers on Link. I don't know if Scar and Crumbs can make it down here fast enough. Look at the creep waves on the sides for Dignitas as well. This game continues to get more interesting.
They've still got 10 seconds till anyone is back up, 12 until anyone with damage shows up here. This middle inhibitor is theirs. I wonder if they can make it to the bottom one in time before Link stops them. I don't think so.
No.
But Dignitas will at least get the middle inhibitor, so now Superman is going to be colliding against each other in this mid lane for the game.
And Chowster only flies out to give a little NATO, but Link trying to close. I don't think he's going to be able to make it either. They do get a slow on a Scar. Let's see if they can get him. Scar goes in.
He has to jump in on Link, but he's been exhausted. The damage up it might be too much. Pops Zonia's. He's going to try to dash with some minions. Nope. Scar does go down, so just like Doublelift, trades his life for an inhibitor.
Inhibitor for inhibitor. 19 kills to 21.
Yeah.
2,000 gold difference. When is Baron up? It's got to be in like 3 minutes, maybe 2 minutes.
Was anyone on Dig alive to still have it?
No, I think the Baron is
CLG
gone.
had it, right?
The Baron is gone for everyone. CLG had it
Yeah.
and they got aced. So essentially we've reset the game again. Double lift is max items. I'm a Cutie Pie is approaching it. There's still a lot to go down, and as we've seen, these fights are very even.
Scar still got his flask. He's got still one more item to go for. Unless he really wants that for an endgame build. You never know. But the red buff being taken here by Varus, however. Okay, Big Fat LP was looking for a little bit of a move on him up there, but didn't quite find it. There's some aggressive warding coming in from CLG, though.
Yeah, and CLG has to actually catch some people out of guard, because I think they're a little scared of doubleless life in team fights, since Skara has accumulated so much damage recently that he could get something down. But Crumbs, that's 3 people he doesn't want to run into.
He's got Cocoon. The Let's Bounce comes across. Requiem trying to join that one as well, but just, they got away from that one. Crumbs realized, I don't want to be here. And hops out. Now Chaucer being slowed down, the tornado, but he's got friends coming from the back.
2 minutes until Requiem's up again. So it's actually going to sync fairly well with the exposure of the next Baron buff. COG's got to be so careful. If Double Lift gets caught out by a couple hits from Skara, he is going to die. So it's so important, his positioning now. All the farm has been channeled onto Double Lift. 21,000 gold. No more items can be built. And this game is incredibly tense. As back and forth as it's been.
Oh my gosh.
I think the next fight's going to be decisive.
The next fight, I mean, we say that, but we've seen so many team fights go back and forth. And then, well, they got the inhibitor because the fights have been so close. But Crumbs is going to go in. Tries to put a slow on a Big Fat LP, but he shields it. Okay, nothing quite started here. Big Fat still forced to run away.
Dignitas wants to go because they know that Requiem is still down. If they can get any kind of initiation, they're going to try to brute force it.
Jumps in on Link, does the damage, but Crumbs just gets evaporated. Now Kiwi Kid wants to go in, but he's not finding a battle. Nian Tanso does get the kill onto Crumbs. Kiwi Kid forced to run away. Big Fat LP pops the Zonians to slow him down. Kiwi's going to get Fear Tethered as well. Can Big Fat LP show up for this? And they just evaporate the little Yordle here. They've got a 5v3 for 60 seconds.
And that is a great example of why Dignitas has failed to initiate over and over again. Every fight that CLG's won this game has been because Crumbs initiates alone and Dignitas can't follow up thanks to Chouster's Monsoon on Janna. Great play there by CLG, predicting the dive from Dignitas, and this could give them the Baron.
And here we go with no one around to steal. Dig won't even try. Baron's going to go to counter Logic Gaming, and the response is that Scar will try to push the bottom lane down, but Double Lift looks for pushing the top lane here.
Skara trying to make something else happen. Diana pushes very quickly, and really Skara is trying to create as much lane push as possible before CLG can get to their base, so that when CLG does arrive, there's distractions for them. But I don't know if he's going to get back in time. Maybe he's going to continue the split push. It actually looks like Big Fat's going back to base.
Well, right now, with 10 seconds still of power play, there's not a lot of room for Dignitas to work with this one. They put some poke down, but the mini wave is too large. This will be the turret. It might even be the inhibitor. Crumbs is alive with home guard.
And we might see another fight very shortly. Kiwi Kid will be up in 4 seconds as well. Yet there's no cannon ultimate. They are posturing real hard right now.
Doing a lot of damage to the back limit. Crumbs with no passive has to be a little bit aware of this one. The minion's going to get pushed out right here, and now that Kiwi is alive, CLG gives them respect, backs off saying just the turret. 7-7, by the way. I want to point out 7-7 in turrets, 21-21 in kills. Only thing really separating them is a little bit of gold on each side.
It's crazy, and the Baron buff as well.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Slightly separating them right now. It's honestly though, at 50 minutes, the Baron buff doesn't mean nearly as much as it would around 25, because it's about 40 attack damage and ability power at this point in the game. So compared to the items, it's not much, and that was a very clutch dodge by Link when he flashed out of that crescendo, and it could mean Dignitas is... That actually might help Dignitas, because it'll tell them not to initiate, which is what they can't do against CLG right now.
Well, they do have that pause button, as we've called it, with the Baron buff. Still 2.5 minutes left for Counter Logic Gaming. So at around 53 minutes in the game, you'll see that timeout, and that'll be kind of the go signal that Dignitas can maybe fight again. But right now, with basically all the inhibitors back up soon, the middle one for Dig has come back. That means the one for CLG is back soon. This game's going to keep being real close.
And I'm wondering when each member is going to be reaching their max items. Nian Tanso's actually sold the Haunting Guys to make room for more defensive items. His Glass Cannon Elise, I feel like, ran out of effectiveness because I think he was just dying to Kiwi Kid's ultimate by accident in some of these fights, so he's going more defensive now. Link has hit 6 items. It's a 6 items without death cap, so he's not as crazy as Karthus could be, 639 AP, but still, that's a lot of AP.
Yeah.
And it's going to be doing work as soon as he gets the Requiem in, since I'm a Cutie Pie still doesn't have magic resist itemization, and he's max items as well.
And the Frozen Mouth's going to be his only defensive item here, and they're going to look to hold their front line and the front of their base. But again, they're against Baron buff here. We want to see if they're going to try to hold on to this. They have their ultis available. They try to go in. Will they have the damage they need? Neontops are taking a bit of poke. The Verisol comes by. They want to battle for this one. Here comes the Crescendo. They jump in. Double gets out of this one. The Crescendo and everything coming across. Cutie taking a bunch of punishment. He has been able to kite back so far. While a pain comes in, here comes Link. He's going to get jumped on. He will fall over. Scar pops the Zonias, but this is going to be enough damage with Requiem. Scar could fall. So could Cutie. No! They've actually survived this one. But yet, even though they outnumber them, CLG takes the inhibitor down and walk right back out.
And there was a very important moment in that team fight when Scar had used one charge of R on Doublelift and Doublelift was out of the fight, unwilling to re-engage. And then when Scar tried to use his second dash, Chouster hit him with a tornado and interrupted it. That's what allowed Doublelift to win that fight. Well, COG to win that fight. Even though it was 1 kill for 0, it got them the inhibitor. But because Dignitas is disengaging so well, still no deaths, and now they're trying a counter push 4v5 due to these incredibly long death timers.
They've got 35 seconds. CLG with Baron, I don't know.
This is a great counter push by Dignitas.
Oh,
they actually won that last fight.
It's beautiful. So the inhibitor's going to go down. Now let's see if they do anything else for the next 25 seconds. They look to backdoor the top lane. Can CLG even hold this? Because now minions are here. It's no longer the back door. It's the front door. Peke would be sad, but it's all right. Dignitas going to take this one down too.
There's no Monsoon up to peel Dignitas off if they do die for Doublelift, so CLG has to be very careful right now.
Crumbs has his ulti. Big Fat LP takes a bunch of pain. The slows are there. Crumbs gets the knockup. He's been cocooned. The damage on a Big Fat, but the counter engage is there. The Crescendo comes across. Inhibitor goes down. Dignitas forced to back out. They did get Big Fat LP in that fight, though. Another 70 seconds of power play.
Remember when I said that the next fight was going to be decisive? I was wrong.
Yeah.
That was not what happened. We're 53 minutes into the game now, and it's still back and forth.
In your defense, the first thing you said, though, was, man, we might be in for a really long game. I know it's 40 minutes so far, but seriously, this game might go on for a while. Chat, game's going on for a while.
The teams are so evenly matched right now. Just in team composition. It's allowing for a lot of crazy back and forth play. Dignitas wants to dive on. They have a lot of tools, and CLG has a lot of tools as well, so it's allowing for so many plays by both teams. It makes the fight swingy based on how perfectly things are executed. Scar's dashes on Diana are super fast. Chouster's reaction times have to be faster in order to stop them. Kiwi Kid can Zonia's to stop himself from getting blown back from the Janna Monsoon. All these things can swing fights back and forth. Doublelift has to cleanse out at just the right moments. That's why these fights are so back and forth.
And you know, speaking of Doublelift, he's actually bought himself a new item. If you didn't think it was even possible, he sold the Zerker Greaves, bought a Zephyr. So more attack damage, more attack speed, even some CDR there on him. So, I mean, that is literally the
and
actual
some tenacity.
Yeah.
If only he didn't need more with his cleanse and Mercurial Scimitar already.
Good luck stunning Doublelift this game. We're going to see, actually, yes, the same has been done for Cutie. He's picked up the same item, selling his Berserker's Greaves. So the only item that separates these guys is Frozen Mallet versus Mercurial Scimitar. Otherwise, oh, sorry. Okay, we're going to just move on. Because there's another item as well, Rune King versus Bloodthirst. So I'm just wrong here, but CLG, they've got Big Fat LP back here. Baron's in 1:15 seconds, and they're looking to be grouped up again.
And when Scar gets that Lich Bane, it's going to be even scarier as well. I think maybe an Abyssal Scepter is going to be Kiwi Kid's last item. Like, these guys are all going to be hitting 6 items real soon. Would he go Banshees? Nah, he's not going to go Banshees.
For Monsoon, you don't think so?
That wouldn't be that bad an idea. I feel like there'd be enough incidental crowd control that's going to stop him from getting in there at the first place. But that would be interesting, to build a mana item on Kennen just for the spell block. I don't know.
This is that. We'll see if he can land it, and we'll see what he ends up going for here. Abyssal would not surprise me too much, or whatever he ends up going for. Dignitas, though, they're looking for a power play. They're going to find Chouster! He is so done right now. They burned Crescendo, but they got everything else still up here.
Wouldn't it be fitting if the game started and ended with Chouster getting caught out of position for all the amazing plays he's made this game? 17 assists on almost no goal flow, being like the sole defender of CLG in team fights, but getting caught again could turn something. Let's see if CLG counters.
They found some damage. Fears off on a Crumbs. There comes the jump in from Kiwi Kid. They got the root. They've got Doublelift. He's going to try to cleanse out, and there's the damage up, but he's survived so far. He goes off Skara. Then the fight is back on. Neon Tatsu looks for the back line. There's the Requiem. Big Fat trying to get out. Cutie Pie does survive, but Neon Tatsu's going to make that not the case anymore. They jump now into Crumbs and Patoy. Big Fat LP trying to put the damage on, but Crumbs is winning that duel. No, it's going to be Link putting out enough damage. They're going to kill those Bloblets. Patoy, I don't think you're going to kill Link. I don't think so.
That is a classy way of finishing off a Zac. He's Zonya's in his Defile to get the last hit while Patoy is coming in for the finish. Another swingy fight. 4 kills for Dignitas. 3 kills. Something about that. 3 kills for CLG. It has words. 7 kills in total. 25 to 26 is the total kill count. And the defense continues because there's 3 inhibitors dead on the map right now, which means, and a Baron. Too many objectives to keep track of. The decision-making here is going to be so key. I think COG can actually rush this Baron and two-man it with Link.
Yeah, so not counting the catch, Dignitas did lose that fight 2-4. CLG, though, they think with this power play, with only Patoy alive, they can easily two-man this Baron right here, and why the heck not? Link, he's actually spamming Defile. This actually does give him more damage. The cooldown on Defile is faster than the tick rate if you leave it on, so spamming E actually increases your DPS, but costs more mana. He's burning it down.
Well, they're getting that Baron down super quick, and I mean, you can try to steal it, but you're not going to beat the Smite. That's like the 3rd or 4th Baron we've seen go down in this game, and they actually haven't had the hugest impact since everyone's so close to 6 items. It's a nice bonus, but it doesn't respawn COG's inhibitors, and it doesn't give them any turrets back, so COG still has to be very cautious.
All right, Link's going to just take that top lane. I mean, speaking of being cautious, we've seen, like, people waiting around for a while, then exploding for a fight, and then being cautious again. This game has been toying with my heart forever, and at this point, gold totals don't even matter. It's just who can win that final decisive fight without people dead at the end of it, so they can actually push something down. We haven't seen that yet.
I know the longest game you've ever casted in competitive history was the Dignitas vs. COG game back in the Season 2 regionals, and that was a 77-minute game.
Yeah.
We're only 20 minutes away from a rematch of that right now because this game seems to be on pace for that with all the inhibitors going back and forth. It's a little more accelerated. There's 16 buildings destroyed right now on the map turret-wise, so an ace for nothing could happen and end the game, but that's just not how the team fights have been working out.
Oh my gosh, so now what's next for these guys? Because they've given us an amazing show so far. Sorry if you're looking for the next match of the day because it's behind schedule. These guys are putting on quite the amazing show. Dignitas, again, they're looking for a sneak somewhere in the random brush, trying to catch someone out, taking bottom lane farm and pushing it out. But no one's taking the bait. The cannon minion's not tasty. Oh, it's tasty enough for Cutie Pie. He wants that one. And here comes the push from Dignitas.
So Link has 996 ability power right now. He doesn't have boots, but he does have a Rabadon's Death Cap. So that is the most ability power I've seen on a Karthus in quite some time. Also, Doublelift switched up his items again to get a Guardian Angel. He realized he was at a point where Skara could one-shot him, so he needs to get the revive for these team fights. I think that is a good choice from him, sacrificing damage for defense at this point in the game. Item builds are continually evolving as this game gets later and later because everyone has more gold than they know what to do with at this point.
It's always fun to watch like the paralysis in decision making when they are just like, I think this will work this time, and then he'll sell the GA when it's on cooldown and buy like a Randuin's or something else. It'll just keep moving around as the game goes on. The inhibitors though are back up on all sides, so there's no more minions flooding in, making people dictate where they move around. The lanes will equalize. And Dignitas right now though, despite the fact that they don't have Baron, they're kind of winning the vision game, and they're the ones actually bullying the map right now.
And it's having a bit to do with COG throughout the 60 minutes of this game haven't had a way of initiating fights well. Sure, Big Fat OP could go in on Nocturne, but at this point he would get melted by I'm a Cutie Pie and the rest of Dignitas. COG is still waiting. No matter how long this game goes, they're going to be waiting for Dignitas to engage on them, and COG has to defend these inhibitors as they have respawned, and Dignitas is trying the triple push.
They are trying. The bottom one down to half health right now. Cutie Pie got a lot of damage to it, and they're going to re-engage, actually. CLG forced to kind of play the slaves to where Dignitas tries to move right here. They're going to go back to the bottom lane, clear that out. The inhibitor's not going to be under too much fire, but Dig still knocking on that door.
And Link is really slow for how well Dignitas is running them back and forth. When you sell your boots and don't get any move speed item to compensate, that makes it much harder for Link to actually find position in these team fights, which is actually making the split push here by Dignitas slightly more effective because Link cannot sway too far to either direction because he wouldn't make it to a fight in time.
Oh my gosh, so it's just the wall of pain and hoping you can run forwards. It's Doublelift being just kind of stationed, so that's the adaptation CLG's making. They said, okay, fine, you take bottom, you take mid, we'll move if we have to, but for now, just stick where you are and keep those minions. And you're seeing even the same thing from Dignitas, right? It's Crumbs and Cutie Pie sticking down to the bottom. Crumbs just playing the bodyguard here for the Archer, and it's working out okay.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to see the next fight happen. Maybe it'll be at an inhibitor, but like for all the engagements that Dignitas is overcommitted, I don't see them doing it again. But for all the poking they're trying to do on these inhibitors, they're not doing it fast enough to make something happen. Maybe they're going to try something once the Baron is gone from CLG, or they'll try another brush strat. I don't know if they're actually going to be getting anything out of this immediate press.
You think they're just waiting to try to take Baron themselves? Like, again, it feels like Dignitas is a confident team.
They might be just waiting for the Baron to come up because we're already 61 minutes in.
Yeah.
5 more minutes doesn't matter. It's not like, oh no, if we let CLG farm in their base, they might hit 6 items. They're already there, so it's just a matter of timing.
So Dignitas looking again for this bottom lane push. Maybe no, they're looking for the bottom lane hold CLG in their base. That's where it's looking like right now. Yeah. We're not seeing people quite jump forward. Big Fat LP almost gets hit by a Moonfall there. Spell shields it away. PewDiePie scared off by Neon Tanso. Of course, Doublelift was right behind him there. Mid lane taking a bit of poke, but Toy doing the damage in this one. Double forced to wave clear that. This could be a fight. Oh, they're going to go on into PewDiePie. Requiem's there, and here comes the dive comp. Can he get away? The jump forward. He's going to barrier this. He's been caught, but here comes Skara. Here comes the rest of the team. Will it be enough damage? This is going to be rough. Big Fat LP and Neon Tanso. Kiwi taking pain. He's going to fall over. Link is around. The damage coming across. Double's been forced to use his Guardian Angel. Kiwi almost gets away. Skara's going to likely fall down from this one as well. The damage output coming in from all sides. It's Link with a heck of a lot of kills right there. Double kills so far. Requiem's been used, but Toy falls over. Only the Crumbs Bloblet survive. This is an ace for CLG.
Ace for 1. Just Doublelift is the one dead, but they're so pushed back into their base. These are 60-second death timers, 45 seconds for I'm a Cutie Pie, and everyone on CLG is backing, Freak. You know what that means.
Home guard and running across the map and hoping.
I don't think they can make it for the end. I think they can home guard in for an inhibitor, maybe. But there's a minute 30 on the Baron spawn. They are so pushed out. This actually, think of it like an ARAM for the people that have been in games like this. If you're fighting on the enemy side of the map, if you lose a fight, it doesn't necessarily mean you ended the game. It means that you might have a chance to respawn and go. I don't know if it's the same 63 minutes into a League of Legends game because we just don't get to see them frequently enough. Let's watch these death timers as CLG charges.
PewDiePie with 7 seconds. Home guards, of course, on the team. I mean, you can look at Skara's face right there. He's confident. He's still calm. He's like, yeah, we'll lose an inhib, it's fine. We'll still turn this one back around. We know we can do this, but CLG looking to turn the inhibitors on their side now, and none too soon. Baron in 50 seconds, Dragon in 35. 2 inhibs will go down. The rest of Dig respawns, and 64 minutes in, CLG says, all right, we'll back out again.
And 100K gold, triple digits for the first time in the LCS, I think, for a team's gold total. That is a lot of money. I actually, just for fun, Doublelift has 27K. Link has 23.5. Even Nian has 20,000. He pulled ahead of Kiwi Kid. Whoa. He came back in lane.
Nice.
Good job by Nian Tanso. There's 13,000 been generated for Chowster as well, but all that money has went into consumables. Dignitas wants to fight this. They recognize that there's a red buff being stolen, and any mistake could spell disaster. Both teams have inhibitors exposed. Dignitas will have super minions threatening their base. This is probably another Baron given to CLG once it spawns in about 5 seconds.
4 seconds to go. The ultimate for Link is the only one not available. Still has 15 seconds on that. Theoretically, they could fight him in time for this one. Crumbs, will he go for the steal? He's charging up. Oh, he gets cocooned, though. He's not going to be able to jump for that too easily unless he flashes for it. No, blue team takes Baron Nashor. That is at least number 4 for Counter Logic Gaming, but Crumbs, he's still making the charge with his team.
Yeah, Dignitas seems like they want to fight here, but if they don't get back to base very soon, they would lose their Nexus turrets. They're rushing for a fight in the base. This could be the defining moment. If Dignitas loses this fight, their base is dead to minions, but if they win a fight in this spot, they could tank the Nexus turrets and win.
Okay, here we go. Chowster, Nia, and Big Fat LP are there. First inhibitor goes down. They're looking for number 2. Do they have the positioning they need? They're just diving for it right now. PewDiePie and Skara in front. They're going to equalize on inhibitors, but the fight has started. Requiem comes by as well. Let's see what happens right here. A lot of damage into Kiwi Kid. He's been terrified. The damage from Crumbs. The crescendo hits nobody, but Kiwi Kid's going to Zonius. They'll get the damage into Big Fat, but the counter engage is here. They've traded 1 for 1. The damage into Crumbs. He's going to jump back. Minions are flooding into Dignitas' base. They need to get away from this one soon, but CLG might stop them.
Dignitas, CLG is going to lose their base. Dignitas will lose their base if they don't get back to base very quickly. Look at those minions just pound on the inhibitors. They got inhibitors for it, but if they lose their base, it's not worth it at all.
Both turrets are below half. CLG diving in the bottom lane. Inhibitor turret has gone down. Their base is still getting crushed down.
And Dignitas might not have time to heal up their health and mana while they're clearing this mecha of minions pushing their base. CLG still has 4 people. A 4v4 could develop here, and it's a matter of turret defense now for Dig.
Bottom inhibitor at like 12 health. CLG can look at it wrong, and Doublelift does. 3 inhibs down on one side, 2 on the other, and they go for the Nexus turrets. 1 has gone down. The fight is just going. It's time for the re-engage. They get some damage on a Chowster. There's the pull on a Doublelift. Link in front. Exhaust goes off, and here is the damage. Crumbs back bouncing around, trying to hit what he can. Link still in front. He does not have his ulti. Crumb's taking a bunch of pain. He's going to go down. Nian is on a rampage, but there's 10 seconds for Kiwi Kid to respawn, and it looks like CLG might be a little gun shy.
The Baron regen will keep them up, but Link ran out of mana during this fight, so they have to back away with almost all the buildings destroyed. There's one left for Dignitas. I don't think I've seen a game yet where 5 inhibitors have been dead on the map at one time. This is incredibly even. Every fight has been back and forth and just been a sliver away from being enough to end the game, but I feel like Dignitas barely holds on here.
No, Link will try to solve those mana issues by pressing Q on his blue buff and saying, all right, mana issues? What mana issues? I have an Archangels and a Golem buff, so I'm going to be fashionable for a little while. So, 67 minutes in. A lot of buildings are dead.
Yeah.
Interesting point here, though. CLG's inhibitors will be dead longer than Dignitas's. There will be a time where Dig has an inhibitor power play.
At the same time, though, while the inhibitors are respawned, since there's 3 inhibitors down for Dignitas, it's the double super minion waves, and they will still be en route. So I feel like while the double minion waves are en route, going towards Dignitas's base, it'll kind of make up for the desyncing and the timing, and they won't be able to make a play off of it, if I had to guess. Or we're not even going to get to that point because CLG is keeping it pushed up, knowing they have the double inhibitors, or the triple inhibitors down, and the double super minion wave spawning.
And they can spread out while they're pushing on a Dignitas' base. They can make sure they don't all get hit by Crumbs, all get hit by Kiwi Kid, and ride those super minions in. Let's see if they go anywhere. A lot of minions actually at the top side right now. Dig has to respond to that. And remember, only 1 turret protects their Nexus right now.
It's not much, and Dignitas, I think, decides to go in. If this fight's not over fast, they lose their base.
They're going to go hard right here. Big Man's going to dive into the back line, but look at the damage output there. However, Kiwi Kid has fallen over without taking out the back line. Crescendo, the Requiem comes across doing a bunch of pain. Double's going to get jumped on. Scar gets that, and Zonia's back out, but the Nexus is taking damage from minions right now. Link's forced to Guardian Angel. Nexus still falling over. Link will die. Think needs to turn around right now, or the game's going to lose anyway. Big Fat and Chouster getting chased out. Their own minions have respawned. Will that be enough for them? 3 alive for CLG, 4 alive for Dignitas. I don't know who's going back to cleanse. It's Skara. Skara will have to defend his own base right here inside the minion line. But remember, there's now a 3v3 on the other side, including an AD carry. Dig could close out against CLG here.
And Dignitas doesn't have too much to go through either. Crumbs is a little bit low, but there is a big Fat OP and a highly dangerous Nian Tanso that is still at full health, but I'm a Cutie Pie is a threat right now. Skara can defend from those super mini waves. Thank goodness for Diana's wave clear at this point. I think Dignitas is just cycling inhibs themselves.
30 seconds of power play here. I kind of say the passive for Crumbs is still here. Chouster and Nian Tanso, though, really forcing these guys back. They're afraid of the re-engage here, and looks like I'm surprised.
They got to back away.
They do have to back away. They will try to claim what's left of that blue buff for themselves, but okay, inhibitors back. A couple of inhibitors are back. Game's not over. No turrets left alive, though.
Yeah, I have never seen a game quite like this.
No.
There's actually almost a kill a minute, surprisingly, with all the turret destruction that's been happening. We have 212,000 gold that has been earned between both teams. I don't think I've ever seen so many items cycled by both teams. There's a 16,000 gold Patoy with 6 kills on the map, by the way, that is turning into a tank himself. Link has actually bought boots again before that fight and also had a GA. Once the GA passive was burned, he sold it again. That's what these guys are doing. They'll use the GA for its passive, then get rid of it, buy a new item, and then when 5 minutes are up, they'll get it again to keep coming back. It's the cycle that keeps continuing over and over again, and the game is still not decided.
No.
It could be soon, I think.
Maybe. I don't even want it to end at this point. I'd cast this game all day. I'm okay with this. I won't rest till the supports have 1,000 ability power.
These guys are going to have hopefully a break after this one. It's going to be exhausting for them through the rest of Super Week.
So if Doublelift didn't have enough cleanses, Chouster picked up Mikhail's Crucible.
Yeah, we almost never see that item. So Chouster gets used on him as Doublelift gets engaged on. Here's another one.
Another battle starts up. The battle lines have been drawn, though. The wall of pain off. Scar in the front, forced to Zonia's. Link taking a bunch of pain, a great crescendo. And here comes Kiwi Kid. Can he get in for the damage? A beautiful Zonia's actually dodges Requiem. So much damage coming across. Dignitas wiping the floor potentially. Nian Tanso is going to Zonia's, though, and pick up a kill. It's now actually 3-on-2. The game is still going. Crumbs looks for damage on Nian, but the shield is there. Big Fat LP, no health. Can they turn this one around? Crumbs taking damage. Nian Tanso making that fight happen. Only Patoy is alive. This could be CLG winning.
It could be the last straw there. Patoy does not have enough damage to repel them. Nian Tanso, Big Fat, very low. Jouster still alive. They need to clear inhibitors though. Oh my god, maybe he does have enough damage to clear him off. This looks like it's CLG's moment.
The Mikhail's heal keeping Big Fat LP pretty healthy right there. It's Patoy, has to buy 40 seconds somehow, but there's no inhibitors out. They're only spawning regular minions, and here comes the damage on the Nexus. There's so much pain. Nian Tanso is gonna take down the Nexus, and CLG in 71 minutes finally pulls it out.
Oh my god. If anything could have been even a little different in that game, we never would have seen a 71-minute and 15-second game. That is the longest game in LCS history as far as I know.
Yeah.
So that we'll see how long that record stands for us. And two teams could not be better suited to have this one. Such a long rivalry between CLG and Dignitas. Welcome to CLG and the rivalry Nian Tanso, because that was quite a game.
And you just look at the focus is still there for the Dignitas guy. You know, Scar has said, you know, I like playing against these guys, I like to win against these guys. They're just like standing there almost stunned, right? They're not even like ready to shake hands right there. Just like, guys, it's over. Like,
you gotta like get up and walk around after sitting in one place for 71 minutes. Like that's, you gotta be careful about those things. Holy crap.
Oh my gosh, so the smile on the CLG faces, of course, a well-deserved victory right there. I think every single one of them, you know, for all the doubts people had coming in with a new lineup, new to the roles, they finally pulled out. And I mean, even Nian Tanso, who had that rough lane, ended 11-5-12.
Yeah, he came in big time in the last like 50 minutes of that game because the lane phase ended at about 20, and then it ended the whole game at 71. Cycling items through, kind of a glass can in the lease, is an interesting strategy to pull in, but it worked out really well for them.
So we do have a replay, though, of that last fight.
Why not?
The items cycled through, the different builds came in. Let's look at it again.
Yeah, and this was a hard initiate by Dignitas, and the story of the game really was them initiating but having Crumbs not being effective with it. You can see how little damage that ended up doing. Yes, they landed a good crescendo, and actually when they got double lift, they kind of thought they'd have this fight, but the spot that Link died in near the top of the screen, when Dignitas tried to run through that, got them a little bit too low. And there were so many Zonya's hourglasses that went off. Since I'm a Cutie Pie had fallen as well, there was no damage to repel everyone. And really, at the end of the day, we were noticing that Patoy went very defensive in his build for Sona because of all the ambient damage that was being done. But if he would have potentially put together like a more damaging Sona, maybe he could have extended the game a little bit. I actually thought he was going to go back to base, buy a bunch of AP items, and then try to kill CLG, but it wasn't to be. That was still too great of a game.
Yeah, the spell shield's just enough there from Big Fat to keep him alive. Spell shield, a couple of those power chords at the end there. Guys, coming up, Counter Logic Gaming's Double Lift will join us to talk about the record-breaking win. And then it's our third game of the day. We're not even done when Cloud9 and Meteos take on Curse and Edward. Stick around because there's tons more Summer Split action coming up right after this.
people definitely recognize that they're a strong team and they have a chance to upset or even take the top spots.
They could definitely come out of the gates just be like super strong, or they could just falter. I think they're definitely a wild card.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. And before we get into our third match of the day between Cloud9 and Curse, I'd like to welcome Counterlogic Gaming's AD carry Doublelift to the desk. So that game was absolutely crazy. How would you sum that up?
A lot of throws and a lot of horrible like bronze level play. So it ended up being really entertaining, but it was really frustrating to actually play that game.
So what was so frustrating about it?
We were just like arguing internally about everything that could have went wrong that game. Just went totally wrong. Like we didn't expect them to 2v2 us, and so we picked in like a really weak lane, and then Chaucer got first blooded, and like they just ended up 2v2ing us with Sona Varus versus Janna Graves, which is like a really bad matchup, and we played it really bad. And honestly, I think the score was like 0-5 early game, and then we just like randomly came back at a dragon fight. So yeah, that whole game was just like a giant mess.
I have a question about that lane then, because they clearly had an early lead. You said it was a trash lane. You didn't even quote-unquote play it very well. You held up in minions for a while. How did you hold on to that lane?
Well, QtPie doesn't CS well, and I CS well. So even though it looked like I was like holding even, really he was out-pressuring me and humping me at tower and stuff. So it was just not fun to play that lane. But after I got a kill, it kind of snowballed me into coming back.
Yeah, so you mentioned it was a bit of a frustrating game, and obviously over 70 minutes there's room for some frustration. What was kind of a big moment from that game that you can just talk about?
The biggest moment I think was about like 40-50 minutes into the game where me and Link are discussing which items we should sell to buy GA, and like we just kept thinking like of like Link's like I'm gonna sell my boots and my hourglass to buy like GA and like this item. We were just holding on to like 10k gold at a time. We were just like, how can we itemize perfectly against this team? So it was really hard actually. Like I kept selling my defensive item to buy another defensive item just to see like what works and what doesn't.
Which one worked the best in your opinion? Because you had a lot of chances.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think Mercurial was the best, and when I sold it and bought a GA, it didn't work out as well as I thought it would. So I just ended up selling the GA and buying Mercurial again because I was so rich.
So talk to me about some of those team fights, because they had a very explosive area of effect comp. Literally every one of them had some kind of area of effect crowd control. How do you navigate that as a 525 range AD carry?
Yeah, actually you don't. You just kind of sit around and wait for Kennan's ulti, then his hourglass, and then Diana to pick a target. It's like really hard to play as AD against that comp. But after a while I realized like if they're tunnel visioned on killing me, my team might be able to clean up correctly. So I kind of like walked around and I was like, come zerg me down. And I lived for long enough so that my team could kill them, as seen in the very last team fight where I just like kind of went ham and suicided. Or not suicided, but I traded my life for like 2 others.
Cool.
What is your mindset like? And we'll get off this game soon enough, but what was your mindset like about like 55 minutes into the game? Do you prepare at all for those types of games, or is it kind of new, and should you prepare for those games?
I actually spend a lot of time thinking about how you're supposed to play really late game when everyone's 6 items. I'm like, you know, because all I do is farm, so all I think about is like 6-item builds and how to play against 6-item teams. Graves isn't the best 6-item AD actually because of his low range, especially against like double AP, which is like a lot of wombo. So I ended up just thinking about like how I should play these team fights and like what we can do to just close out this ridiculous game.
All right, so then let's talk about CLG as a whole then. Game was obviously crazy, but you guys are just starting out your season. The first game looked rough. This game started to look a lot better as it matured. How's CLG progressing so far?
Well, I wouldn't say this game looked better because we I think we played just as badly as we did against Velocity, but Dig made a lot more mistakes than Velocity did. And I don't know, CLG, we have like a lot of internal problems and stuff, but overall, like I see the potential definitely. Everyone is like really mechanically skilled on our team, but we make a lot of really horrible decisions, and everyone just has these moments where they just choke and derp out, and it happens every game, and it's a little frustrating, but hopefully we can overcome that.
What are the biggest challenges to this new lineup?
The fact that everyone's new and uncomfortable. Like Chaucer is not like back to his original form. He's just playing like a normal support, but hopefully as time goes on, he can just kind of get that confidence back and start playing like his normal self.
How long do you think it'll take for Chaucer to kind of get back to that double-lift Chaucer lane that you guys thought was so good?
Yeah, I don't know. I was really optimistic with my original predictions, but I mean, now to be more realistic, I think it will take him this entire LCS season to just kind of slowly rise back up.
And final question for you here. Talk about some other of the teams in the LCS. Next matchup is Cloud9 versus Curse. Do you have any quick thoughts about those teams?
I think Cloud9. I thought Cloud9 was going to be very overrated because everyone was thinking how great they were, and I was like, I don't think they're that good because they just came from the amateur scene. But it turns out they're actually a lot better than I anticipated. I think in part due to their practice against TSM. So I have to give it to Cloud9. They're really good.
Cool.
All right, thank you very much for your time, Double If, and best of luck to you and your team as you progress through the season. Hopefully you guys can get to that spot you really want to be. Again, thank you very much for your time. But guys, we've got more games coming today and the rest of the week. It's time for our third match of the day with Cloud9 versus Curse. Now, coming into opening day, a lot of people were talking about how good Cloud9 was based on their tournament wins back when they were known as Quantic. But I don't think anybody could have guessed just how dominating they would be against some of North America's best teams.
And after yesterday, expectations for Cloud9 are through the roof. Their win against Dignitas was dominating, and their win against TSM was the best match of the day. Sneaky also had a great opening day for Cloud9. In fact, it doesn't get any better. He didn't die in either one of his games, 12-0-11, specifically some team fight positioning on Draven, which is super difficult in that last one against TSM.
And while opening day didn't go so well for Curse, a win against Cloud9 would give them a perfect 2-0 record against the LCS rookie teams, thanks to their win against Velocity Esports in the first game of the day.
And Curse looked a lot better today as a team. Edward and Kopp were meshing a little bit better, but Edward actually looked more comfortable. He landed a lot of big blitzcrank grabs that cued a couple big plays for them. But the MVP of that game was really Voyboy of Curse. His top lane Tryndamere was just ripping through Velocity. The counter pick, just him being comfortable on Tryndamere and just playing his game.
Playing his game has been such a big, really impact for Curse when they're laden with so much individual talent. A playmaker like Voyboy, that's kind of the strat you want to see as a Curse fan, I feel like. Just like Voyboy going ham is like, that's number one.
That's the way it works. See you, nerds. Just diving in and getting triple kills.
I want one of those sounds of the games you just says see you, nerds after triple kill. I want one of those in LCS. Guys, we're going to get ourselves into the game. Let's take a look at the lineups. On the blue side, it is Cloud9. Top lane is Balls, jungle is Meteos. Mid laner is High, AD carry is Sneaky, and the support Lemon Nation.
And in the red corner, we have Curse. Voyboy in the top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Nijaki with his hood on in mid lane, Kopp on AD, and of course Edward in support.
So these teams are getting themselves ready to go into the game, and it's an interesting mix of it's kind of like this interesting mix of news sort of here because Cloud9, right, still new to the season, a lot of hype. They've certainly lived up to it so far, but we've seen teams just kind of go from good to bad and back throughout the course of the season. And of course, Curse, they've still got to live up to their own hype from picking up Edward.
And it's going to be very interesting to see how Cloud9 deals with their first loss because it's going to happen at some point, and they haven't necessarily kind of earned their stripes here at the LCS yet. They've just been granted a bunch of immediate success and hype. And every pro player we've talking to today saying like they're overhyped or actually they're really good, but only time will tell for this one. And Curse is a team who, even though they're new as well because of Edward, have earned their stripes. They've played a lot of regular season games. They've shown themselves to be a top performer.
It's so interesting, too, because Curse, like, forever have been a fourth-place team. It's weird. Like, they came in, you know, throughout before LCS and were like, they'd hit fourth right under Dignitas, CLG, and TSM, and then LCS started, and they evaporated teams. They just crushed people, and then at the very end, they got back to fourth. And then they got Edward, and we're like, we might see #1 Curse, and then we don't know yet.
Way to rub it in, man. No, I'm kidding. Curse gets the Tryndamere ban. Now they're up against Cloud9. This is a contender for the top 4. I don't think the top 4, bottom 4 moniker will exist this split in the LCS, and if it does, they will be new teams in those spots. So it all begins now.
It all does begin. The bans coming through pretty fast for Cloud9. They knew exactly what they wanted to get rid of. Meanwhile, very unsurprising bans, and immediately they say, yep, you gave us Kha'Zix. Thank you very much.
Well, the other bans were Jace, Ryze, and Kennen, and they wouldn't want him playing any of those things. So this is just a matter of too many champions being able to get through. And that could be top lane, could be mid lane, but we know it's going to be farming a lot.
Oh, yes, yes. In fact, when we saw TSM play it, they dedicated all their farm, and Reggie just cleaned up every fight. But it's Curse's turn to make some picks. They've locked in Elise. We've seen her in a lot of locations. Support, jungle, and top, the most common. They've got to get one more pick for themselves.
The top lane Elises have been playing quite well. Even if the laning phase for Ni and Tanso didn't work out that well for him, the potential is there.
The potential is
there.
there.
And Voyboy had played a lot of Elise early on in the spring split. Then Elise received like a multitude of nerfs and just continued to be on because throughout all that, her damage was never really decreased, and that's what people are using her for now.
Yeah, the big assassin, and whoa, Draven.
Kopp's Draven. This is new.
Yeah.
This is new stuff for Cop. This is not a passive AD carry, guys.
No.
You run at people with Draven, and you got to be super careful. They practiced it for like the day they had to practice. I saw that there's a Blitzcrank plus Draven, Cop, Edward clip on the interwebs right now, and that is a bold move by them against Cloud9.
So here we go. They've got to make some choices now on Cloud9. And I think a Sneaky plays so much Draven, they've got to know this matchup, and they say, yeah, Sona's going to hold up in lane. If they even 2v2, they're going to grab Meteos, another Zac.
A lot of the pick that Cop did for Draven could just be because they're keeping it away from Sneaky. It's a bit of a counter pick. And Sona's made out of paper, like level 1, so you got to be real careful, and I'm sure that Cloud9 knows how that's going to be working out. Getting the Zac as well fits their team comp. Meteos plays so much Zac. This is Cloud9 just getting their champions once again while getting a few of them taken away by Curse.
You know what's interesting, though? Speaking of champions getting taken away, Twisted Fate, damn it, he clicked it before I could say it. Twisted Fate has been left to 7th, basically, as a champion, and Jackie's going to go for it.
And he went for it last game as well, so not only are they getting it, he's going to be pretty comfortable on it. Even though it's the nerf Twisted Fate, he's still got the global. He's still got the 2-second stun on his gold card when he maxes it up in rank, and another Blitzcrank for Edward, so they're going for a lot of similar things that they had in the previous game.
Yeah, they're really going for that comfort pick right there. The same sort of composition coming on through, but Cloud9 have locked in their total group of champions, and we can see the lanes coming through here with Ezreal and Rumble grabbed up.
3.7 patch, so this is a Rumble nerf, but his ultimate is unchanged from what it used to be, so it's still going to come in and equalize team fights, and I specifically like Sneaky's Ezreal pick. When he played Ezreal in the qualifiers, he did blue Ezreal every game, and even though yesterday we had the Ezreal Draven matchup in the TSM burst Cloud9 game, where it was actually Cloud9 did not have the Ezreal.
Yeah.
But if you can keep your distance from Draven and keep him out of fights with the Ezreal, that's when it's effective. So I look to see Sneaky trying to zone out Cop in team fights.
It's going to be a rough spot. We'll see if Cop can keep himself safe, because that will be a difficulty for him. New to Draven, we'll see if he can pull it out. But right now it's Maokai being grabbed up here for St. Vicious. Nautilus was there, and he's like, no, Maokai's the pick for me.
Just ganks on top of ganks right now for St. Vicious. He used to play a fair bit of Maokai, but it doesn't necessarily fit his preferred jungle playstyle. It's a very gank-heavy jungler. Don't necessarily carry with Maokai, but St. Vicious does pick up more farm than most, so he should get a lot of tank items, and he will probably pick a lane and camp it.
So there's an interesting thing I see with this Maokai as well, just even outside of the ganks, is that when you play with a Kha'Zix, you tend to overlay a lot of AoE so you can soften guys up and just go reset happy.
Yeah.
Maokai is going to give damage reduction to basically his entire team and maybe soften up that initial blow and keep Kha'Zix from going all out.
And it's also going to be hard for Cloud9 to touch St. Vicious because Maokai's passive charges up based on spell casts, and Blue Ezreal and like Kha'Zix Rumble, those cast more spells than most regular characters. So St. Vicious, as long as he's auto-attacking, will be healing a huge amount in this game.
So that's going to be a fun thing to watch if Saint can keep himself tanky and make all that happen for his team as that jungle playmaker here. Getting himself into the load screen. A very excellent 5v5 out in front of us today. Cloud9 looking to keep their undefeated streak. It's funny because Curse started last split with a very, very strong record, like 7-0 or so. And now Cloud9's looking to go in their footsteps.
And we're only 8 games into the season. Cloud9's the only team that could still go 28-0.
Yeah.
Everyone else has already lost. That's how close the LCS is going to be in North America this split. But hey, maybe they're going to make it to 3-0, man. Anything's possible.
It's going to be Curse standing in the way here, guys. The game is loaded up, and we are good to go. On the blue side is Cloud9. On the red side is Curse. They're leaving out of the bases. We got a game in our hands.
So we haven't really seen many planned First Bloods. We've seen a few derpy First Bloods so far in the LCS as these teams are kind of feeling each other out. We've also seen Hai consume his red elixir 30 seconds into the game by accident before. I don't think he's going to do it this time. I think he's got his twitchy
31.
fingers off. No, he didn't do it. But you got me for a second.
So he has survived the early game without any mistakes. High so far. Kha'Zix ultimate might burn that at some point. Elimination. Oh, he gets hooked by Edward. Would you believe it? And the team is there. Can they jump onto him?
He's going to
damage the gold card. Oh, Edward, you are so good. He knew he would ward Tribe Rush, warded Baron, and hooked him.
That is scouting paying off. That's the same ward spot that Lemon Nation reached for in day 1, and Edward just punished it right off the bat. The only way that I feel like Lemon could have escaped that is he would have flashed directly back over the Baron wall, but even then they might have chased him down. Great opener by Curse.
Wow, absolutely beautiful open for these guys. Curse have started out strong. I want to see where this goes from here. I'm still in awe of that play. I'm sorry, guys, but that I have not seen a play like that ever, so that was awesome.
And as a fellow support, Edward knows the spot you're going to run into in order to get the right ward spot there, because there's a certain way you kind of have to angle your camera to get the Tri-Brush ward to go through the wall just like that. Everybody knows how difficult those wards are, specifically Skara.
Okay, well, the game is afoot. Meteos in his own jungle right here takes the Wolves, going for blue buff here, starting it out strongly. Ball's in high up now a little bit. Meanwhile, the rest of Cloud9, this looks very similar to the Velocity Esports game. Najaki across the wall saying, hey, back on out. But we got some lane swaps.
It's even a little bit similar to the game we just watched, because the top laner got the first blood, and he's going to be 1v1ing. So how well is Voyboy going to do in this lane against Balls? Because Rumble's early game is also hindered a fair bit by his recent nerfs, so I want to really track that and see if he gets any help.
All right, now the lane to watch might just be the 2v1 in mid and the 2v1 at bottom. We've got Cop and Edward making their plays over in the mid lane, but of course Edward will be able to roam around with that Blitzcrank, and Hai's going to have a rough time starting this one out.
He really will. Trying to shut down the Kazakhs is not a bad choice, but Edward's also trying to shut down the jungle a little bit. Looks like Meteos is going to be able to take away this red buff because he does have a smite, and the Blitzcrank two-man mid to get buff control at least wasn't successful. Now it's about just shutting down Hai.
I feel like every time we see a blitz in mid, we're going to expect it's going to be some... Oh, wow, the damage from Sneaky was nice. Took a turret shot, but again, every time we see Blitzcrank mid, I feel like it's going to be compared to Patoy, and you're never going to see a result like that.
No, you're not going to see the double buff steal. It's a once in a couple times.
Once in a split?
Once in a split thing.
All right, well, here comes St. Vicious, though, already helping out his teammate in the bottom lane. He got his buffs and said, hey, get off my turret. And he's going to be protecting that like the tree he is.
And Cloud9's got to be a little careful because Lemon Nation has no flash available for a while yet.
Oh my god, that pull. Sorry.
That's all right.
Good. They just grabbed him from so far away. Hai got dunked out pretty hard.
Well, that's a lot of harass he's going to have to deal with, and since the red elixir is now 350 gold, he's going to have to take a bit more time to come up with that health bot.
Okay, so Sneaky and Elimination still 2v2 in this bottom lane. Maokai still defending Jack, getting some harass down there, but we're about to reach the turret. See if anything can happen from this.
Well, now it's just a matter of St. Vicious sitting in this lane and trying to keep Najaki safe. He's not really pulling off any ganks. He's just leeching a bunch of experience. Level 4 by 4 minutes will give him a fair bit of threat. People really underestimate Maokai's early damage. They only think of his ability to catch a target. It's about him killing it once he gets there.
And so the one thing to watch for as well is how these junglers also hold up with their mid laners, because you basically add jungle and mid lane farm together, and that's really the math on how many minions have gotten killed, how many went to the turret and whatnot, and they're sitting actually pretty equal right now, 27 on both sides. So far these lanes haven't been denied too hard.
Not at all, and Edward's spending a lot of time trying to get some jungle action going on, but I think the creep wave saw him as he was walking by, or at least Curse is telling him to get out of there. Also, he's leaving Kopp kind of by himself against Kazakhs. Here comes a potential gank on Lemon Nation, though. No flash.
No flash. He's going to get stunned, knocked up, pushed backwards. Lemon's not in a good spot. Burns a summoner heal. He is going to go down. However, the damage back on Edward's pretty high. Jackie's got to turn back and tank the Q. Another kill picked up for Curse.
The Ignite did end up ticking out, but here comes Meteos. I don't know if Curse has the fight potential to hold this off.
They're going to try. They jump on into Sneaky. Edward flashes for a knockup and just runs right away. Can Saint and Jackie do enough damage? Sneaky trying to run, and Saint is going to pick that one up. 3-0 Curse.
Big time damage. However, the kills went to the jungler and the support, so we'll see how that carries through. Now the 1v1 turns to top line for Voyboy.
Oh, and the damage is there on the balls. The shield comes across. Boy's going to flash away from turret aggro and survive that. 4-0 Curse.
This is a great start for Curse. Our undefeated team, 2-0 Cloud9, is not off to a good start, and Curse getting their feet in the water a little bit here. Hai again coming down bottom. Let's see if Curse can turn another one. Oh, Najaki, he's dead.
He's knocking up Najaki. Hai shows up and says hello. Ignite goes across, flashes to make sure he has the damage, and Cloud9 will equalize it. Now they've got a power play on this turret.
Let's see if they can actually decide to push this one down. They haven't gotten much damage on it previously. I wonder how Curse is going to be able to hold that, because Kopp's not going over there. Edward's making a break for it, and that could be a lot of damage that falls. I don't think they have the minions to actually get the turret down, though.
Not quite. It's down about to half health. Sneaky shows up as well, but they've got one turret shot left in their minion line. And they're going to wait for the next wave here. Edward's still not showing up, but Cop, he's making a lot of moves here in this mid lane. 48 minions on him. Yeah. This Draven has been left alone to scale, and he's doing great.
And he's also leveling a lot too, because he hasn't had a support really in his lane. And also because High went bottom lane for that kill potential, he hasn't been harassed at all in the 1v1 matchup, but it did cost the turret bottom lane for Curse.
That's going to bring the gold a little bit closer to equal here. 1,000 gold separates these guys. Jackie still only level 4, not yet ready for the Destiny, but he'll start making some moves for that team some more. High will try to hold on to this mid lane, see if he can do it.
I think Cop has to be a little careful now that High's hit level 6 from getting kind of jumped on, but because Draven is level 6 as well with Barrier, if High jumped on Cop, he might just get out-traded. I'm not sure.
Well, it's going to be rough. We'll see what happens for these guys. Meteos just going to take down some Wraiths. Cop, again, fighting up against High. Maybe he can get a stand aside on a leap or something like that. We'll see how the matchup progresses. Assassins versus AD carries tends to be a pretty fickle one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that one's going to work out, especially when Draven's almost like a bruiser AD carry, just the way he feels early on in the game because he crushes you for so much damage with those Qs. Late game, he turns into the squishy, but right now it's just kind of Cop's the bully almost.
And you can see that High is giving him a lot of respect there. Uses W from far away, then backs on out despite the red elixir. And there's Edward trying to get a little bit greedy onto that blue buff, but High's going to make him run away. Meteos will be giving this one over to High pretty easily.
And Curse is giving Edward a lot of freedom right now. They're letting him go wherever he wants, considering he's so new to the team. He's been bottom lane creating kills. He's trying to invade jungle buffs. He's 1-0-2, so he's doing a great job of it, but it's cool to see Curse giving him so much freedom when he's this new to the team.
He's already got a sight stone as well, so the early gold has given himself some extra little vision control right here. They try to put some harass down. Lemonation, though, has been camping for High a lot here. We've really seen these lanes just be very, very different. Dual lanes mid and 1v1's bottom.
Yeah, the AD carries haven't even had supports with them this whole time. It's a very awkward opening to the game, and the really only thing we can track progress with is the farm score. Jackie's a little bit down on High, but Cop is even more up on High, so it works out for him.
That's very, very good then. Those amazing minion last hits just from the Cop, who's just been not even touched here, farming and scaling throughout the game. He'll hit those big items first, and that might be something that Curse can capitalize on as this game progresses. Saint grabs his blue. He's actually taking those for himself. We'll see if there's any moves made here because Jackie has hit level 6. This could be Curse's time to start moving.
And I really want to see when Cop starts getting into team fights with Draven because that's the main trouble for them. The flash takes Saint Fishes over the wall on Sneaky, but TF comes too.
Here comes the damage output there. Saint the ult as well from Cop, and they just find that kill onto Ezreal. He was not sneaky enough.
The skirmishes are being dominated by Curse right now.
Yeah.
They have the pressure on Cloud9, which is a new one because Cloud9 has dominated the map in their previous 2 matchups, but Curse has really taken this game control for themselves.
This will be a true test for these guys then if they even can play from behind, but also it's a new look for Curse. They're actually winning early game for once, so that's always a great place to be as well. Now putting themselves 2,500 gold ahead. The Dragon is theirs. I'm sure they'll equalize turret soon enough.
And Curse has a very roam-heavy composition too, so it's a good thing they're winning the early game. They're catching Cloud9 out of position and using their composition to its fullest potential, but one thing they got to be careful of is St. Vicious has 2 of those kills. Edward has 1 of them. They haven't gotten kills onto Twisted Fate or Cop, so this gold lead could be a little deceiving as this game moves late.
So here we go, mid lane then being pushed on because remember, turrets of course give gold as well, so these kills don't mean everything. The hook's gonna come by on Meteos, but I feel like he's probably the safest guy to hook anyway. He will survive that. Turret's not gonna quite go down though. There's too much pressure from Curse. Cop showing up saying, get off my turret. Jackie has pushed bottom though. Looks like High will be able to absorb most of that farm though.
Curse has got to be careful not to lose turret control for how well they're going around and ganking. Otherwise, their gold lead is going to be for nothing, and Cloud9 will just be able to item back up and start winning some team fights. But good hold there mid, and Curse should start putting some emphasis on turret pushing.
It's actually an interesting thing as well because if you are winning by kills, you still have bounties on yourself. You turn those kills around and suddenly you've actually given a bunch of gold back to the opposition. That might be something Cloud9 is looking for, but however, Saint's going to look for balls here.
Right on top of the equalizer, but I don't think it matters.
Not at all. Beautiful orchestration right there. Void tanks it out. And of course, Saint had pulled turret aggro, flashed out of that one to make sure he would survive.
3-0-0. We knew Void Boy was going to do well in that lane once he started with First Blood, specifically because of how good he is at Elise as well. So great play there, and Meteos just having to go up to hold the turret.
And Void's doing something interesting here as well. He's gone for a fast Spirit of the Spectral Wraith on Elise.
Yeah, I think that's just for lane sustain for the most part. He's got a lot of spell vamp action coming. You can see after that turret dive, he's almost healed up to full already. Not only does he heal from his spiderlings when he's hitting in W, He's also healing from all the spell vamp.
Oh, great little itemization choice right there. We talked to Nintendo yesterday, and he said, yeah, I bought a Ancient Golem on accident and decided Tank Fiddle was really, really good. Voidboy's finding some new uses for items as well, and making it work pretty well. Edward's still on the roam, puts the ward down, does spot High, but he's not going to say do much to him, really.
No, High was well on the retreat as Edward's still just roaming around, but he's keeping pace just fine. He's created a bunch of pressure for Curse, and it will really come into play during these team fights. One thing about Draven is a lot of people can lane Draven. It takes a special player to team fight as Draven, and I need to see, as Cop is new to the champion, if he can pull it off. But St. Vicious is not making Ball's life easy.
Wow, they're just going for him over and over and over again. The ult used as well. The damage might just be there. The next chase, there's the slow, and look at that. Saint just turns around and says, yeah, you got that. Void repels back to a minion line. Another kill. Ball starts out 0-3.
That's actually the last gank that Voidboy is going to want to have St. Vicious come to help him with for Balls, because the gold value of Rumble is getting lower and lower, and it'll actually be a waste of time for St. Vicious to go up there eventually. But a nice hook by Edward.
Wow, Lemon Nation is probably going to go down. Maybe not. Crescendo comes across. Ignite will take him down. Edward picks up that kill. 2-0 on the Blitzcrank. Meteos won't turn it around. This turret might even be Curses.
The last tick of Ignite's picking up a couple of kills for Edward. It's not like he's taking these things intentionally. That was a kill secured. Actually, no, they both ignite at the same time. So a little bit of a miscommunication, but they still got it down as Meteos tries to save another lane.
And it's just barely surviving. Curse is still goose egg as far as turret kills are concerned. Oh my gosh. Ball took the right way through the jungle. Maybe not. Will Void stay for it? Meteos is nearby, and you just might sense that Void's not going to go for it.
Voidboy thought that was a bait. Just by the way Balls dipped in and then came back, he thought Meteos was in the wings, and he could see him in blue with that ward as well.
Yeah, so good warding there by Voidboy. Absolutely making sure he wasn't running into his own sort of trap. Ironic that you spring a trap and get caught out by your own one. But Kappa, you saw him take some poke there from High. This mid lane under siege, and Sneaky's going to find that. However, here comes NY Jackie. Sneaky flashing away. Still getting caught, though. This could be enough damage. Here comes Meteos, so they have what it takes. Edward did not need to secure that one, but heck, he's 3-0.
The Fist of Pain coming out from Edward right there. 302 on Blitzcrank. Maybe that kill wouldn't have been secured, and it's kind of crazy to think it's 9 kills to 1, but Cloud9 is so focused on getting these turrets down that they're still up 2 turrets to 0. If Kurtz gets these turrets back, they're going to be in a huge advantage, but they do have to be cautious not to lose some team fights. Otherwise, those bounties are going to pay huge dividends for Cloud9.
Yeah, that could be absolutely massive. Right now, though, it's a 3,500 gold lead, so as long as Kurtz can keep that pressure up, and there they go. The first turret of the game is going to go to Voidboy. And that's going to make that even bigger, and he's still going to go onto Rumble. Ignite is on as well. He might just have the damage. A lot of punishment. There's a Cocoon as well. This could just be enough pain. One more Q. He's going to go for it. Nice pick up there. Voidboy burns the flash, but worth it.
Voidboy's feeling pretty confident about that lane, as you can tell. He's just kind of moving his head to side to side after that kill. He's up a full Spirit of the Spectral Wraith on Balls right now. It's 6,000 to 3,400 gold in that top lane. That's like... He's basically fighting against a support right now as far as gold goes. That's why he's able to just dive on him relentlessly. And if Voidboy wants to join the fight, he can. Or if he wants to keep punishing this top lane, he's going to command that Cloud9 sends multiple people.
Yeah, and he had such a commanding game on Tryndamere before that. You can see him, no matter what champion, tends to do amazingly well by himself. Now forcing High back, bringing him down to about 2/3. But we'll see if Kha'Zix can have better results here. The Manamune and the 2 longswords trying to scale him up.
And this is Curse more embracing the split push pressure style they had in the first win of the day, because once they realize that High is sucked top to deal with Voidboy, Curse just groups around the dragon and takes the other objectives.
So really, really good stuff, and you're seeing them. Yep, there they go. The dragon has just spawned, and Curse says, yes, please, thank you very much. Cop happily. It's ironic, he's on Draven, he's still kind of playing supportive here. He's helping the team take objectives, and is otherwise just holding a lane so far. And the team is doing work. Voidboy splitting top just again.
But it's been long enough that Cloud9 has sent all 5 people down for this dragon, and Voidboy's continuing the split push in the other lane. Curse might have enough farm that they could win a 4v5 here, but this is another one of those dangerous smite steal attempts that Curse continually gets sucked into. I wonder if they're going to go. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it's a big risk, and High right now is playing the zone. Nice attempt at a steal right there. The hook plus the Draven ult. Tried to send it down there. Meteos still grabbed that, so good play there by Cloud9. And Voidboy, though, does trade the secondary top turret, though, for that dragon. Again, they're not dealing with him.
I think that Voyboy was going to get that turret in time anyway, since he is such an unstoppable force in the top lane on Elise. So it was good of Cloud9 to send all 5 people down for that Dragon. But now they're trying to chase after him. They get this bounty. It's huge.
They just do, and Balls gets the kill credit. He's going to catch up 500 gold and get himself much closer. High 250 for his troubles. And here we go. Cloud9 might get back in.
A max bounty is worth as much as a turret.
Yeah.
So because they got that kill gold-wise, even though they lost the map pressure, it's now just the Dragon that they got. That was no longer a trade that Cloud9 opted into. That was just an advantage.
The one thing it does is reset Ball's death cap, though. So he's worth 300 again.
Yeah.
And if Voyboy can keep 1v1ing him, it's like Voyboy died on purpose and said, yes, please, now you're worth more, and I'm playing the long game.
He's putting coins in the piggy bank.
Yeah.
So he can keep pulling them out.
Yeah.
Smart.
So Cop right here is down to the bottom lane, taking the farm. 138, highest in the game. I guess tied with Void at this point, but he is scaling up well. You're right, you talked about we haven't seen him team fight yet, but he's going to be powerful at the very least when he gets there.
And he's full Magic Pen as well in that build. I think that's going to be a Sunfire Cape as the next item for Voyboy, and he's getting to that item threshold very quickly. But even then, 17 minutes in, only a 4,000 gold lead, nothing insurmountable after watching that COG game just previously.
Okay, so these battles will just continue to go back and forth, or even choosing, I would say, I was going to say different style on how they're going to win the game, but the thing is Curse has now picked up 3 turrets, so I can't say that anymore.
Yeah.
Curse are basically just winning on a lot of fronts right here, and it's kind of on them. I mean, they're the veteran team. They should know how to push the games down, but since we've seen games get turned back, it's kind of on them to keep the pressure on.
And Curse is a team who's not afraid to dive when they're ahead. Sometimes it gets them in trouble, but they also win a lot of games quickly because of it, and they've also come back very well because of it. So we'll see if St. Vicious trends towards that, as he's got a lot of tank items and a lot of gold built up already. But as it is now, Cop and St. Vicious are getting a lot of damage out on this bottom turret.
Oh, wow, the stand aside actually stopped Meteos' knock up there, so he did not get in on Cop whatsoever. No fight started. There's a 2v2 brewing, and Sona's coming down as well. They might go for a battle. There's a scrap shield. Cop's threatening to run away.
Yeah, they're gonna be getting out of there because there was a lot of pain coming through. Voyboy stealing the blue buff right now while all that action was happening. So Curse still trying to take the advantages as they come.
One thing I do want to point out, actually, speaking of the advantages that Curse has, is they have a complete ward lock on Baron. A little while ago, Ezreal burned his ult to check that out. High's lurking in for Void. Void knows about this, though. 2v2, the battle's going to start. High takes a bunch of pain, has to jump out. Will it be enough? Here comes Void. The damage almost there. High trying to run with Ignite. He should just barely survive that with 14 health. Ult's burned on both sides.
That's cutting it a little bit close to Draven. No, doesn't get him either. No harm done there.
Nice try.
But that ward lock that they have on Baron is an increasing amount of threat, and I wonder if Curse is going to try to turn that into some kills.
They've certainly almost done that so far. That counterbait was nearly right there. Saint and Edward back to the mid lane. The pressure, you said they're good at doing it, and I mean, they're still making moves.
And Cop doesn't even have boots yet on Draven, so the team fights, he's just going to stand still and rush people down. I feel like Curse is actually far enough ahead to maybe make that work, but a bold item build nonetheless.
And Sneaky again had to burn his True Shot Barrage to scout on Baron. That ward lock has really hurt them. It's basically made Sneaky not have an ultimate, which could be a pretty big factor in a coming team fight.
And we talked yesterday too about the blue Ezreal, which is the build Sneaky's going for right now. Didn't have a good day yesterday, especially because people are building it when they're behind. It's difficult to get going with that. Sneaky has to luck into a couple kills at this point if he wants to be effective on that build, because it has such a high gold threshold for the items you really need to make it work. You need the Iceborne Gauntlets as well as like a Transform Muramana. It's going to be a bit for Cloud9 before that sneaky build really starts working.
He's only 1/3 of the way through Mount Amune, so certainly a long road still to go. Balls is just going to clear out some of this jungle. Right now, I mean, Cloud9 are sort of scrapping together farm where they can get it. They've certainly been really controlled a lot more than any other team has so far this split, and even in the qualifier.
Yeah, they have not been handled like this in any games we've seen. Now it's a matter of Curse trying to rush down the Baron. Curse doesn't kill this Baron that quickly, and Curse should try to peel for a fight. Maokai's around the side, can probably get initiation if he wants it.
They're going to look for something. They nearly on the cocoon onto Lemonation. Meteos has been caught out. There's the equalizer. It's going to go in. Nijaki forced to Zonia. Sneaky caster in a very, very safe place. Void taking a bunch of pain. Double kill picked up for Balls, and here comes the team fight. 5v3 right now. Sneaky forced to flash away. Saint still chasing down, but Saint's in the middle of the enemy team. Cop gets one cleaned up. He's going to go in for Meteos as well. Splits him into Bloblets, but High picks up another kill. There's now only 2 alive right now for Curse. High gets another kill. It's now up to Cop. Can Cop make this happen? He's 1 versus 3. Has to back out. Got 1 kill. but a beautiful team fight for Cloud9.
1 for 4, and that team fight was so good for Cloud9. Everybody sat on top of the equalizer, and it gave Balls that double kill despite a horrendous laning phase against Voyboy. Curse did not go in with a good game plan for that one. Cobb could not get to the priority targets he needed. Some of that had to do with him not having boots yet, but that is a turning point in this game for Cloud9. Scary team fighting.
Absolutely impeccable, and the timing was so lucky for them too. I say lucky, it was likely even planned. Balls had finally hit level 11 for rank 2 equalizer, had Stork choosing Hanta guys anyways. Even though he was behind, he had those 2 magic pen items and just pulled it out enough in that laning phase as the team kited around. So Cloud9, I think they've been celebrated for team fighting, but Lemon Nation is going to take a hook to the face. This could be enough. St. Vicious and Foy show up. That is an Oracle's dropped away. Curse have found so many picks on a lot of them because of Edward.
Oracles, Kill, and Dragon, just because Edward's landing those hooks. Very solid regrouping by Curse there, but the gold lead is not the same after losing a fight like that. They need to almost scatter and get kills like that if they want to win, it seems like, because the straight-up team fight really didn't work for them.
No, it did not. But you know what? When you got power plays like this, when you can keep taking global objectives, maybe that's all they really need to do. Well, that said, as Dignitas for CLG showed us, team fights tend to still matter a heck of a lot in these games, despite early game leads. So, Curse looking for the next move. They're up 6 kills. The power play is over. The respawns have happened. Elimination walking his way back to his team.
And High is really farmed for Cloud9. 173 on Kha'Zix, 3-0-3. He's actually second in gold in the game to Voyboy, who has been destroying 8,400 to 8,100 when you compare Voyboy and High, but that is scary for Kha'Zix. Cop doesn't have very good ways of getting away from him, and the only peel Curse really has is St. Vicious, who wants to be initiating. So Cop may get eaten in about 10 minutes when High gets some bigger items.
Let's see if Cop can keep himself out of the jaws of Kha'Zix then as this game moves on through. Jackie trying to wave clear. The minions dying to the turret a little bit. Certainly Cloud9 not able to dive a turret right now. I actually talked to High about ending games a while back after the qualifier results, and he said, yeah, you know, we get ahead early on, and then we aren't afraid to tower dive when we're ahead like this. We'll just force things on them. But of course they can't when they're behind.
Even at the end of games, Cloud9 just like rushes Nexus turrets down in what seems like dangerous situations, and it usually works for them, but they're playing now and positioning like they are ahead, even if they aren't. So we'll see if this ends up punishing them.
I suppose they do feel a little bit better in team fighting when there's so much, they're much less single
There's
target
that turret
focused.
dive, and it missed.
It did miss. They've got to run away. Nice slow right there, but Ball's taking a bunch of punishment. Saint's going to find him as well. That is not good. Crescendo is used, and Cloud9 is trying to run away, but Edward is on the chase. The Destiny there as well. That's going to try to find High, but High will leap away. Meteos leaps away as well. Those two have gotten out, but Edward is close. No, he's been slowed down too much. The Kha'Zix will escape just the one for nothing. Now let's see where Curse goes.
Curse only gets 1 kill, but the push is pushed back for Cloud9, and maybe they'll get a turret out of this. High did not take damage, though, and has a lot of threat poking in. There goes Meteos!
And the damage on Nijak, he's forced to Zhonya's back. Do they have the follow-up they need? High gets the reset. Can he keep on going? Flashes away from Malka. I don't know if he needed to do that, but Meteos is still chasing. He goes for the knockup. They land damage on Saint. Saint goes down. High could chase, but Edward is there. They've got to be a little bit afraid of this one. Edward's trying to block.
Looked like High was waiting for his full spike of damage before he decided to go in, because if he would have jumped as soon as he got the reset, Cop would have blown him up. But that was another great fight by Cloud9, using their extremely long-range jumps to deposition Curse and really get on a Cop and push him back. Now they're forcing a Baron. This is another one of those aggressive play. Hook falls wide for Edward, and that Baron's falling pretty fast.
It's falling fast indeed, and Saint is not around, but Cloud9 are taking some damage. Will the re-engage happen? Blue team has slain Baron Nashor. C9 has that. They're shining purple. They're going to run away. No deaths. They got that one.
This looks like we could be in the midst the third comeback of the day, because Curse came back in the first game, CLG came back in the second game, and Cloud9 was pretty far down in this one as well, but they are winning these team fights really well.
Jet, do you want to see another 72-minute game?
Yeah,
I kind of do.
I think it would be cool. I might die a little bit, but it would be pretty cool. I don't think it's going to get there, though, based on how well Cloud9 can engage if they get a lead, how willing both of these teams are to all-out brawl, and the lack of disengage from either one of these teams. I don't think this is going to be as long a game as the last one.
Okay, so explosive fights then in store for us. No Janna to turn them back around. It's a bunch of people going ham. Let's see what they can do about this. Nijaki going to keep clearing up in the mid lane. Sneaky now given the red buff to accentuate just how much lizard burn he puts on enemy champions when he pokes them with stuff. And he's nearing that Iceborne Gauntlet. Just has the Ashin and the recipe to go.
Yeah, he hasn't picked up any kills himself, but he is still farming, and because High's Kha'Zix is such a threat, and the equalizers are getting people so low, Sneaky will be able to kind of use that as the utility Ezreal, not so much as a carry, which is what you need to do for that blue Ezreal build. It has to be on a team with a lot of external sources of damage, so he can be utilized for that utility.
So the kiting going to come out here. Cloud9 ready to push again in the mid lane. Saint has to get himself back to mid after shoving bottom down a little bit. He's waiting very wide here, trying to just hide away from wards.
And they're expecting a dive from Cloud9 here, because Cloud9 has Baron, and they dove the last one without it. So Saint just wants to catch their backline before they get there, but Cloud9 has other plans.
Meteor's going to jump in on the Saint. The Destiny comes by. The rest of C9, look at that. They group up against the TF ult to make sure no one gets picked out. They say, okay, Jackie's not coming. Let's get ourselves back here. That's one ult down for Curse.
Really coordinated play. Cloud9's team fighting is what has separated them and won them some of these games, especially in that TSM game. Their team fighting was amazing, and it's definitely carrying them here.
A lot of damage on the Saint, damage on a Jackie as well. More poke coming by, and Meteos again just trying to dive in, take some damage and backs right on out. That turret's going to go down 4-4. Cloud9's not done though.
Yeah, they're going to keep going. This Baron's still got about 2 minutes left, and that's a cannon minion. He's going to be able to take a few hits. They want to get the damage down, and they have enough patience. As long as they're not getting hooked in by Edward, they have a lot of poke, and the dive potential is always there.
The ults are indeed there. The rank 3 ult, even from High, upgrading the Void Assault as well for some damage reduction when he pops that in a team fight. Gonna make him dive a little bit more here. The rest of Cloud9 losing a lot of their minions though. Ult's coming across from both AD carries to wave clear, but again, the pause button still, the Draven ult stopped Cloud9 from going in.
There's actually not a huge rush on Cloud9 right now. Both of their mana munes are at 700-ish, so they're both very close to getting the Muramana transform. So even if Cloud9 lets this Baron run out, they will be almost as strong in team fights just on the fact that those items have transformed into their final awesome items.
That's going to be fun for them if they can get those and just spike people out. One of the big upgrades here for Sneaky. Edwards looks for a pulse, and Meteos is going to go in. Everything's coming across. The crescendo hits on 3. High gets 1 reset. He's now on towards Boy. The backline's getting jumped on. Cop goes down to balls. 3 kills picked up in this fight, but they turn one back. Jackie forced to Zonia's. This might not be good for the Twisted Fate, and he will fall over. A 4-for-1 battle. Cloud9 has control of the Curse base.
I think we're going to get into a pattern here as the season goes on. When Cloud9 has Baron, they're diving inhibitor turrets, because this is maybe turning into a fast game. They both get Muramana at the same time, actually, Sneaky and High, as they get the inhibitor with a 4-for-1.
They don't stay for too much more, though. The inhib says, yeah, that's all we really want right now. We'll let Void clean up the rest of this one. You're still a scary spider guy. We're going to take Dragon instead. That'll be ours, and then we'll continue from there.
And it shows how little Cloud9 cares about the gold, or how little it matters in this game, because they can't see the total gold totals that we can. But the way they've been playing the last 5 or 6 minutes, you would think everything's went as planned for Cloud9 this game.
Exactly. They've found exactly the pushes they wanted. They've gotten that Baron. They've gotten a lot of team fights. Even the ones that ended up being mishaps, they still turned around at the end. It's just Sneaky getting himself closer to that build that he wants. And it's funny, too, because we talk about, man, Ezra needs some time to unlock. He wants that Iceborne Gauntlet, but they're bypassing that and saying, yeah, we'll team fight anyway.
Yeah, so much of the farm went on to High. Balls and Meteos are comboing so well. The range of initiation by Cloud9 is just so immense. Also, it's a kind of a side, but Lemonation bringing heal on Sona is a late game summoner choice.
Yeah.
As he levels up, it actually becomes one of the best summoner spells in the game just for healing everyone, and that got used in the last fight, helped keep them alive as they were diving turrets.
And he's continuing to build more area effect items for his team as well. Actually builds the, I'm thinking that's Shirelia's in backwards order. Right, he goes for the Kindle gem and then goes for the Velo, so he's not actually worried about the gold. He's worried about CDR, stats, and then getting the Shirelias for his team.
Yeah, and Cloud9 wants to end this game sooner rather than later. They can see Curse pushing up the mid lane a little bit. Everyone on Curse has to get back there because they know Cloud9 does not wait around.
They do not, and look at the damage output now on this turret. Just the 3 of them is going to probably be enough. The recalls had to come back from Curse to defend themselves, but this makes turret number 6 here. Cloud9 finally putting themselves in the lead here, up about 2,000 gold, and they don't show signs of slowing down.
I wonder if they'll dive this without the Baron buff. They've won the fight so decisively. If they clean out the wards there over on the left, we haven't seen Lemonation get there with his Oracles yet, but I wouldn't be too surprised if they go for it, since they have the Muramana transforms and since they already have the one inhibitor down. They don't need to, but that hasn't stopped Cloud9 in the past.
And they've just gotten the blue buff as well, complete control of the map at this point. That's going to give High lower cooldowns, more poke, and just a scarier champion in general. So they've got some good buffs here for the dive.
Yeah, this could be it for Curse, but they are keeping those waves very well pushed. I'm thinking since we're only 50 seconds onto the next Baron spawn, that Cloud9 is going to be pulling some tricks around that, and they might just be holding Curse here for the duration.
That'll be a fun setup to watch right now because Curse have already gotten the ward control despite losing control of the map. Look at how well Curse have still warded the left-hand side jungle, the river towards Baron. That is a credit to Edward for saying, man, we're screwed a little bit here, but I still got the wards down. Ooh, it's a minion, but Meteos is going to go in.
And that could just be a scare tactic, but Saint just counters.
He's going to take a lot of damage right here, but has the ult down. The equalizer hitting only Saint right there, but that could be enough. Meteos takes a bunch of pain. Lemon goes down, but they find one back onto Voyboy. However, Curse have held onto their base so far. We'll see if they might try to re-engage. Destiny has been popped. The pull onto Meteos. That could be what they needed. He's taking more damage. Forced to flash over the wall. The Ignite burning him down, but he should survive that.
Really clutch flash and clutch hook. Just clutch plays coming out from both of these teams. Gold is still close, Baron is down. Cloud9 has total control of this game, but a 1-for-1, if you start it in the right way, if you start the next fight in the right way, Curse could have a chance.
So here we go, Curse trying to recollect themselves after an early game crush and a mid-game turnaround by Cloud9. High is lurking in the shadows, looking for prey. He's got teammates nearby as well. Ward comes across the wall.
He's waiting for Cop.
There is Cop. Let's watch. Oh, he knows from the lizard movement that High was waiting in the brush, and Cop's like, no, thank you.
That tricky minion AI. The lizard moves towards the closest target, and that's who he aggros on. So that's a free scout tool for Cop. And it's a good thing, too, because he wasn't going to be long for this world.
What's the chance that Edward specifically didn't melee them to give like extra targets to that lizard?
Lowish.
Okay.
I think he would have stayed away from the lizard to avoid accidentally stealing it with his passive.
Okay.
Or his static field. I know we like to give credit to Edward, but that might be pushing it a bit.
Fair enough. So, Meteos, ooh, great stand aside there by Draven. Cop forcing Meteos away from that one, not making that fight start, but the Baron is now up. There's an Oracle's elimination. Cloud9 wants this one.
So many of those early kills that Curse got onto Edward and St. Vicious haven't transitioned into team fighting success for them, whereas all the kills that Cloud9 got went onto their solo laners, which is one of the reasons they've been bullying so long. But this Baron fight is going to happen soon. Meteos, no problems going in.
And there we go. The jump in from Saint is going to be on top of everybody right now. Puts down the Maelstrom, but there's the re-engage.
Wow.
And the reset's coming up. Voidboy's going to go down 3 so far. Edward forced a flash. Cop the only one left, really, as Sneaky chases down 1. Edward will fall down. Cop likely as well. Try to kill off High. Actually, Cop gets 1. Can he do more here? No, he will not. That is only Edward. Edward actually lived, by the way. Sneaky gave him away. And now Cloud9 going for the base.
And Cloud9 still has super minions. It's a 4-for-1. Just the support alive for Curse. Inhibitor respawn's going to fall in a second. What a great fight for Cloud9. Everyone on Curse walked through the equalizer and then got crushed.
And they've got 20 seconds of power play left. They look for the bottom lane. No, they look for the mid lane. They want to get the Nexus right now. Can Edward buy enough time? The turret, first one down below half health. He gets the pull on Meteos. There's some damage. First turret goes down. They go on to the second one. Ult comes up. Edward's still trying to do damage, but this might not be enough. This will be the Nexus almost surely going down. Cloud9 looking to hold their undefeated streak, but the re-engage is here. Is it going to be enough? They keep on the Nexus, and they get it. Cloud9, another win.
17 kills to 16 kills, not nearly as flawless as some of their other victories, but they still came through. Sometimes the comebacks are the most impressive victories for these guys. 3-0, surprisingly the only undefeated team left in the North American LCS.
And the newest one as well. Such great play by these guys. I gotta hand out a couple of MVPs. High 6-1-9, highest gold on his team. Certainly his teammates donated him some lane farm, but he got 2v1 from the start. They had a rough early game, and he still pulled through as a carry.
And the team coordination and the team fighting, keeping the map pressure up even when they were down, and then just turning the team fights is so key. Curse has to think about how they let that lead slip away, because you can't let that type of lead fall if you're going to be a world-class team, and that's it's what they're going to have to work on as this week continues.
We've got to find a way to strangle it out. They have at least gotten one win so far, so they can at least go back to that and say, look, we know how to win this game, right? We know we have the playmakers. We know we can pull people out and make things happen. Every team plays 5 here in week 1, and every team has 10 weeks as far as calendar weeks goes of games still to play. So there's a lot of room for these guys to go, even if it does start out rough.
And for Cloud9, it didn't start out rough.
No.
And this was the first sign of like mini adversity we've seen them have to go through, because you got to see a team that plays so well with a lead, what do they do when they're behind? They play like they have a lead anyway. Yeah. Is what their answer was for this one, and they just won it with team fighting. Who's going to be the first team to knock off Cloud9? Because they're the very early leaders of the LCS.
TSM and Curse definitely looked the closest, right? So they've given some
Those were very close games.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those both could have gone either way. I mean, easily the other team could have won it, and you'd be like, yeah, it was a really well-played game. Good job them. They knocked down Cloud9. But, of course, C9 still has 4 more opponents still to run into. There's a lot of guys still to play. I actually do want to show off some of that team fighting, though. We've got a replay of that first Baron fight. Jad, if you want to take us through it.
And this is the one that really turned the game for these guys, because watch specifically the equalizer that comes in from the Balls Rumble, who was 1-4 at the time. It hits everybody. It completely bisected that fight. Voy died beforehand. That was the big shutdown. And Cop is trying to unload on Sneaky, but everyone over chases. Now they're cut off by the red buff, and it was just positioning, resets, and mainly the placement of the equalizer that did it for them here. Such a great fight by Cloud9, just not letting Cop roll through and get involved. Remember, Cop didn't have boots in that fight, so all the mobility that Cloud9 had built into their composition just outran him.
And just the coordination between the R buttons, right? You said the equalizer was beautiful. I was watching the rest of it. Crescendo hit 2, then True Shot Barrage hit 2. They hit the same targets together, and just things blew up. I gotta say, teamfight coordination is probably one of the most beautiful things to watch in this game when they get it right.
And I just want to see Cloud9 continue to play. Keep in mind, we're not even halfway through the first Super Week. We're done 9 games. We got 11 more this weekend, 3 of them today.
Man, it's going to be a fun one. So, guys, coming up, Cloud9's High and Balls join us to talk about their perfect start to the summer split. Plus, Kobe's going to break down the day's biggest plays so far. Don't go anywhere. Week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back.
Saint. I'm killing Night Jacket, boy. Get in the game. Cop needs to die. Kill Cop. I'm the game.
Mid and in.
Good job, guys.
Good job. Go, push. Good freaking carry.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American Summer Split here at the League of Legends Championship Series. Rivington III chilling in the interview lounge. 3 games behind us, 3 more games to go on the day. Here with High and Balls from Team Cloud9 as you guys just took down Curse. And it was a little bit longer of a game than you guys usually have. Not the longest, as we did have our 70-minute one today, but coming into that one, Balls, we'll start with you. You got kind of focused in the top lane just a little bit. How did you not let that get to your head and stay in the game?
I usually never rage when I'm playing like in a tournament. My mind just goes like serious mode compared to scrims. Scrims you can play around a little bit, but tournament is you have to win this game, and you can't rage at your teammates because if you do, it messes with their head too.
So do you kind of just stay calm in your lane, not say anything to everybody? You say, I'll focus on this, you don't need to help me? Or what's the communication during that situation when you started to fall behind?
Yeah, when I'm fading, telling my teammates doesn't really help because they already know, so I just focus on my lane and try not to feed less, like just get pink wards and counter pink and don't feed, pretty much.
Very good choice. So, Hi, coming in, you guys have extreme fights. Obviously, you on Kha'Zix, you're one to be there punching people in the chin. How is there so much consistency in the fight? If anybody hesitates, the fight goes wrong. Why are you guys always 100% in the fight?
Well, when we team fight, like, I'm normally gonna shout someone's name, right? Like a few times, like St. Vicious, like tried to W onto me, I E backwards, right? So I just screamed as loud as I could, St. Vicious, and like, you can't not ignore the person yelling in your face, you know? So like, we focus the whoever I call, right? And with Kha'Zix, whoever you're killing, you get a reset after the death. So like, I see someone else, so I'll call that guy and just so on and so forth. And my team will always back me up on it, no matter if we're gonna win the fight or lose a fight. If I say go in, we'll go in. So they got my back.
So it sounds like with the support, Lemon Nation kind of coming in the early game, you to the fights. Does that ever change?
Wait, say that one more time?
For calling shots. Lemon Nation kind of in the early game, and then you coming in for the fights, usually you're saying you're being the louder one.
Midos usually decides what we do in the early game as far as like the jungle, like Baron and Dragon or whatever, and like the buffs. And then Lemon will decide where we want to go with our lanes, like 2v1, where I go top or bottom or mid. He'll decide that. But then once like we start grouping together, I'll start telling us what to do.
All right, so how has the best of 1 LCS set been for you guys coming into matches? Are you able to focus on all the teams, or is it kind of, we'll do our homework for the hardest team we think of the day?
We basically, the night before each game, we'll just go through each team we play and just do it the day before. So we don't think about the team after, we just think about the team we're doing now. So we just focus on the next day, and then whatever happens, happens, so.
Right on. And Balls, how did you guys come into this matchup versus Curse? Was there anything you wanted right out of Champion Select that you guys got?
Thresh for Edward. And that's all I remember, pretty much.
Right on. So you guys now still going strong in the LCS. Obviously, it was in the back of your mind that you guys could do this, but how does it feel so far? And what's the next direction you guys want to work on?
Well, Sneaky said we were supposed to be 226, but now we're like 3, so I guess we have to be 325 now. I don't know. Just the record's gonna keep going like that, hopefully. You
guys are kind of like jinxing yourself into the right spot here.
Hopefully. I mean, like, I wouldn't want to say go 28-0 because then, like, that just jinxes me. And the moment I lose a game, people are just like, ha, 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 you messed up. So, like, if I say I go 325, they can't, like, say that much about it.
Right on. So, final question for you guys. Obviously, you don't have to right now, keeping the strats strong, but is there anything else you guys have in the back pocket you haven't even had to use yet?
Not really. We don't really have much cheese. We just play our game, and if they can't play verse it, then they can't play verse it.
I guess that's the best way to go at it. If you know you can win, keep your mindset on it. You guys take the win again. So 3-0 to you. You're looking for that 3-25. So good luck there, guys. No, but High Balls, very good win again. Undefeated in the LCS, the only team right now. We have more games to go. It's just 3 behind us, like I said. 3 more, but there's action to be reviewed. Jat's going to do that for us right now.
Actually, I'm Kobe. Thanks, Riv. I've got 2 clips for you today. The first one, this has been a really long day, so for the first clip, we're going to go all the way back to the beginning here. This is Curse versus Velocity, and Velocity are starting up on this dragon. Curse, they've got a couple members out of position. One is Caitlyn, and one is TF. TF, of course, no problem being out of position. He can just ult to get there, but they need to buy a little bit of time for Cop to come. So let's play this clip at 50% speed as we see them start it out. St. Vicious just wasting a little time up here, trying to keep them occupied. Here comes TF ult, and now we'll pause here. All right, so they bought enough time. Cop's made his way into the fight. We had the TF ult, granting them vision and allowing Jackie to join the fight. Then we have 2 initiations from Curse. One was a St. Vicious hook, and one was the Edward hook over here. So Voyboy had 2 decisions, or 2 options he could go. He was right here, and he could either follow up Saint, or he could follow up with Edward. And he decided to go with Edward, because at this point, your Tryndamere, you don't want to use your Undying Rage, your invulnerability, before the Kayle on the opposing team uses the intervention and their invulnerability. So this is a really good decision by Voyboy. He focuses on NK Inc. They burn him down and burn not only the Kayle intervention, but they also burn the Dark Passage, the Lantern from Thresh. So let's continue to roll this clip. 50% speed. You can see they collapse over here. Jackie joins the fight. Huge cooldowns down for Velocity right there. And then we have Evaniscus. He jumps in and actually exhausts Jackie instead of exhausting Voyboy, because they were just on top of each other. Pause it here. So that was a bit of a misclick. That actually cost him his life. It was pretty hard to get the exhaust down onto Voyboy, but you always want that attack speed reduction, any kind of attack speed reduction on Tryndamere. Now we're in the situation where, again, NK Inc., he's alone, dove the back line, and Voyboy over here has also dove the line. There's one reason why Tryndamere is much more dangerous diving a team than Lee Sin is, and that's because of the Undying Rage, that invulnerability. He pops that, it gives him crit chance as well from his passive, and that's why Static Shiv is such a good item on Tryndamere, because the lightning can actually crit, and you can crit 4 people at once. So Voyboy is going to do a lot better here in the one man versus a team. And we'll finish out this clip. Let's play now. We can see at 50% speed, he's able to stay a Y, and everybody's running away from Voyboy right now. Meanwhile, Lee Sin just goes down. They finish him off, and then they're able to join the fight. So even though Voyboy eventually goes down, he completely carries this entire team fight, and he really carried the entire team of Curse in this first game when they got their win. Our second clip is going to be from this epic just CLG versus Dignitas game that went so long. There's way too many things for me to go over. So we're going to play the last decisive team fight here, where we had the CLG ace. And they catch QtPie out of position. This is the main thing. They just decide, okay, we need to pull the trigger now, blow everything to stay on him. QtPie tries his best, flash barrier, not going to be enough. Big Fat and Nien are on him just the whole time. And now Nien has 2 escapes left. He can Zhonya's, and his repel is about to come back up. So Kiwi Kid does a good job here, saving his ultimate to try and get Nien after he gets out of the Zhonya's, but his Guardian Angel is going to give him another life. There's the flashback in to get double F2, and they are going to burst him down, but 2 Guardian Angels is really the reason why CLG won this fight. You can see Patoy there, his ultimate, the Crescendo, did not actually hit anyone because we had Link Zhonya'd, and Double Lift was getting back up from his GA. So that gave CLG just so many more invulnerable opportunities to get back into this fight. They just had so much more time. The 2 GAs really just meant the difference in these really long 60-minute games. And we can see that's why, Gambit was known for getting a whole bunch of GAs way back in the day. Going into the end game, it's just one of the most powerful things is having that extra life. And we even had a couple of the members selling their GAs after the cooldown was used and buying more items because they just had so much gold because it was such a long game. So after this epic CLG and Dig game, which I recommend you go back and watch the whole thing, we're going to send it back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. And earlier today, we asked you guys what surprised you the most on opening day and why. Here's what you guys had to say.
Yeah, at Omnitas says, in my opinion, it's the 2-0, now 3-0, from Cloud9. Even though they are really hyped, I think nobody thought they would beat TSM and Dig.
That's a really tall order. A lot of hype coming in, but those are going to be your really, really true tests there. And you topple both of them, and you've lived up to all the hype completely. Yeah. Now, Sir Argentan, going to move forward, says the fact that Curse ran a poke comp really surprised me.
It really surprised me too, and it didn't necessarily work out that well for them. Curse is definitely trying a lot of differing strategies lately, but that poke comp was not one that they seem to have too much practice in. Also, at Like Mini says, definitely the jungle tank fiddlesticks. It was so fun to watch someone so strange be played viably.
it's fun too because he does so much by himself by being there. Terrifies a 3-second fear that's going to crush someone. Crowstorm goes up to like 1225 base damage. That thing will wreck people if you land it, and just surviving enough to make it happen is good.
And it's actually just a smart innovation. I like how we can be so far into the game. League of Legends been out for 3.5 years, a long time. I'm sure there's someone statistician
October
that would
09
tell us.
was the launch, and it was in beta before that.
Yeah, and to just now be seeing Tank Fiddlesticks, even though he's been around pretty much the whole time, it's cool to see stuff like that.
It really is. So next up, keep hitting us up with those answers. We're at Level Esports. Remember to use the hashtag LCS, because you know, you guys want to get yourself on the air. You guys have some good questions. You have some good comments. We want to hear them all. Now, guys, don't go anywhere. We've got 3 more games today, and they're going to be great.
The first one's going to be Dignitas fighting for their first win of the split when they take on Team Solo Mid. Then it's Vulcan facing off against Velocity, and Team Coast against Counterlogic Gaming will round out the day.
It's going to be a fun one, guys. We have to take a short break, so grab yourself a Gragas-sized bottle of water and get back here, because there's a lot more NA LCS action coming up right after these messages.
TSM, well, they did come first last season, so you can't really discard that from them.
It could be a hard match if they're up to form. If they're not, then unfortunately it's not going to be a very good match.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2013 NA LCS Summer Split. I'm Rivington Bism III, and beside me is the man who lives to invade your jungle, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Now it's time for our 4th match of the day, Dignitas versus Team Solo Mid. And these teams spent a majority of the spring split near the top of the standings, but both squads struggled yesterday against an undefeated now Cloud9.
Yeah, TSM, it took them 41 minutes to surrender, but they looked pretty good during their game. Dig also, they got off to a good start by stealing both buffs, but they just couldn't hold on to the game, and they got, they ended up losing in 30 minutes.
Those fast games yesterday. And while Dig's first game of the season was over quickly, their last match was one of the most epic in LCS history.
Yeah, their game against CLG earlier today went 71 minutes. Both teams had over 100,000 gold, and I'm a Cutie Pie just by himself had 532 minions and over 27,000 gold. Unfortunately for Dig, that wasn't enough to save him in that last fight, and they did lose. They're now 0-2 on the season.
You got to figure out how to rebuy and buy in like black market your
items. Those are skills. Seriously though, the rebuying skills are something you don't practice a lot.
No, because you don't get the chance. And while Dignitas is still looking for their first win of the season, a victory for Team Solo Mid would pull them within 1 game of first place.
Yeah, TSM won their first game of the season against Team Coast, and Reginald really had a strong performance on that Kha'Zix. He was all over the map. He was roaming. He got the early lead because of the Zed leaving the lane, and then he just ran away with it.
Yeah, he was really able to just kind of run circles around Shifter for a while, but he's getting his feet back wet in the LCS too. So while this is the first meeting of the summer between these two teams, if it goes down anything like their spring split games, it's going to be promising to be a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, TSM and Dig split the spring series, 2 games apiece, and both of these squads have North American All-Stars on them. So we'll have to see how Dyrus, Xpecial, and Skara can use what they learned in China to change the balance of this matchup.
We'll have to see. Let's check out today's lineups. On the blue team, it's Dignitas. Kiwi Kid in that top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara and mid, Cutie Pie is at 80 carry, and Patoy still on support.
And on the red team, we've got TSM. Up top is Dyrus. The odd one is in the jungle. Reginald's at mid, while Turtle's on AD carry, and supporting is Xpecial.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we get into Champion Select, let's take a look at who you think is going to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 87% of you think that Team Solo Mid will keep Dignitas winless.
TSM have a lot of fans. And Dignitas did just lose that ridiculously long game against CLG. Even though it was so close, after losing something like that, it takes a toll on you. They've got to be fatigued right now. After something like that,
Cutie Pie was the one that said Super Week, the first week to come back in, that's an easy way to go on tilt after so many games. And this will be a test to that sentence right there.
Yeah, and starting a Super Week with this many games, if you have a game that goes twice the length of a normal game, then it's really going to test the fortitude of all these guys.
We'll have to see what they can pull out for the next matchup. Obviously, Team Solo Mid is just on their kind of domineering play style. They keep going forward. There is no backwards to their strategies, right? Odd one's always behind Reginald. Why would you want to go backwards? So they are still just very strong, kind of Cloud9-esque, if you will, since we all know them just for fighting right now, kind of Gambit squad. So we'll have to see what Team Solo Mid can do. Dignitas, like you said, may have taken a hit there in the momentum.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for them, but they're a seasoned team. Yeah. All of these guys have been through very long tournaments before. They know how to hold it together. I still have confidence in this Dignitas squad. I think that they have a better chance than that 13%. It's funny that you mentioned Cloud9 too in relation to Solo Mid, because Dyrus, he said that him and Wild Turtle had some pretty big mistakes and they were not happy with that game. So hopefully they'll have patched those up and they'll look to show up big here.
We'll have to see what happens as the bans continue to go out. We are into your 4th matchup of the day here, day 2 of the summer split, and it's just started. I'm so glad we have a Super Week to bring this in. Some Evelyn and Rise, Skara getting some focus there right off the bat. They're focusing him in. He has been expanding the champion pool, but he's still working on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the name of the game against Dignitas. Everybody's been doing it. I guess it's peer pressure now. Everyone's like, just ban out Skara, because then you make him search for a different solution. He's already got a couple of champions that he's comfortable with now that he's branched out, but he doesn't even use that Gragas anymore that he was really known for, even though people have been leaving that one open.
It's absolutely been open. We saw Probably use it to a great extent in TF Jace. Either or, that goes to Jace, and they may get the TF pick here for Skara if they force him into that. It's going to actually be a Kha'Zix right away. TF
on the board.
So they go with the other AD assassin that is left open. Kha'Zix right now extremely powerful. Once we get the battle cry from Rivington coming out, and that will let everybody at home know that he's getting resets and he's going to be jumping around
Making
the field.
moves. Odd One looking to pick something up. He has been liking the Elise. They switch off it, though. Kennen has also made it through the ranks this time around, and he has been wreaking havoc on the Rift lately as well.
I feel like there's a really big bandwagon with Kennen, Ryze, Kha'Zix, Jace. Like, those four are just super popular. There was some stat about 100% on most of those champions being picked and banned, they've all been one of the first picked or something. We've seen how much a good slicing Maelstrom can change a game. That Kennen ultimate, the mini stuns can really just get you out of your comfort zone.
It hits up 3 people 3 times, so you're going to get full stuns on those targets. That's absolutely huge, especially now with the disengage they bring to the fight. They have an Elise, whether they want to go hard or back out. We'll have to see what Dignitas can answer with, because that's not really something you can answer to. You just play against the Kennen and Elise.
Yeah. I mean, Kennen, a lot of people are like, why is everyone jumping on this Kennen train now? Nothing different happened, but actually, it was a pretty big change taking the energy cost off of his ultimate. Because it allows him to stay in the fight longer using his other abilities, the Shuriken and the electrical surge. And so
it was almost difficult to go into a fight because you had to activate your E, pass through, and get a refund to use the ultimate and then get your proc.
It's actually completely changed his all-in. So it is actually very significant, and that's kind of why we've seen so much of him.
So on to Dig, Zach. Ezreal being picked up here. Looks like they're going to keep some long-range safety in here. Cutie Pie, again, going on Ez.
A lot of familiar faces here. Zach also very popular. Meteos is a huge fan of that one. I think that has a lot to do with the passive, and Meteos wants to keep that very clean record going. But it's definitely a very strong champion. Maxing the elastic slingshot first is what most people have been doing these days, and it's just so potent as a ganking tool, as well as just mobility for the jungler getting around the map.
Now we'll have to see within these last few picks, if you can say it, if they're taking into consideration what they're seeing on the board right now, because it does seem like they're kind of just going comfort zone. We've kind of heard the players say it. Since we haven't seen each other, we're all going with what we know is strong in solo queue and using that to our advantage. And it's been working for a lot of teams here, but some teams just not finding the composition effect from having good solos.
Yeah, how it all comes together really means a lot. Right now, Dignitas have 2 sort of hopping champions with the Kha'Zix and the Zac. So if they can actually if they actually do go with this extra fizz, it'll be another assassin with another hop, and there'll be a very I guess Renekton has a slice and dice as well. It's not quite the same, but similar. He comes in with never mind then. Throw it all out the window.
Back and forth. They are waiting. Nope, lock it in. They go with Diana. We're going to have to see what Xpecial brings out here. Looks like we're going for Reginald on this one, but can go back and forth as they lock in. It is for Reginald. Reginald used to play a whole heck of a lot of Kennen back in the day.
Yeah, we heard Dyrus say in an interview, it was like, I love playing Kennen, but if we ever get it, it goes to Reggie, because he's all about that mid lane Kennen. The thing you want to point out here is the Janna pick after Kennen was picked early. You definitely expect that to be the support you're going to go to if you're going up against Kennen, because as we saw, Choster just used it to great effect. I have to say, it's a lot of chance also that he happened to be right next to the wall, and it worked out perfectly, shooting Kennen back over, but
he still had to press R.
We'll definitely give him the credit for that one. It was a beautiful play, and Janna's knockback is a perfect counter to Kennen's ultimate, so pretty obvious pick there for the support for Dignitas. I like that one. The not so obvious pick was the Dyrus using top lane Yorick.
Right.
I want to point out that a really strong item for that is the Elder Lizard jungle item, because this is still the previous patch, and the Ghost can actually use the true damage too. And it has everything that Yorick needs. He needs cooldown reduction. He's got the attack damage as well.
It adds on to the fact that they're all lane bullies.
Yeah.
Draven, Lulu, Kennen in lane is such an annoying champion between levels 1 and 3 when he can start proccing all of his stuns and getting it up. And then Yorick in the top lane. Have fun pushing him out.
Yeah, Yorick, notorious for being one of the most frustrating laners to lane against, because if he gets a tier or something, he can just spam out those ghosts.
Funny story. the guy who made it, Bear at Riot Games, had the idea, made it, and he played against it, right? No, he played it, and he was like, I'm just winning my lane. Like, I'm kind of getting bored. And then he played against it, and he's like, this is what I was doing to the other guy. Oh, my gosh.
I'm so sorry.
You can see. We'll have to see what that can be done in the top lane by Dyrus, but we are into the 4th match of the day. Rivington the 3rd and Kobe to bring it to you live here on the Rift and for the LCS Summer Split.
Yeah, so the York top lane is very interesting to me. I'm not a top lane player, and so in solo queue, if I get forced out of jungle, my preferred role, and I have to play top, then I'm like, well, I'll just play York and spam things. And I like to go with that Spirit of the Elder Lizard, but we'll have to see if Dyrus goes the option of getting a tier, like a lot of them do, first. It's a very interesting choice because you can really control where your power spike is going to be. If you spend a lot of money on mana, like we see the Ezreal's, the blue Ezreal's doing, then you have a sort of a lull in your power.
A lot of pressure being shown, maybe not pressure, just like a dance-off, if you will. TSM seeing that happening.
Step up 3, the Rift.
Reggie really getting himself pretty deep here.
Yeah, and we have both teams, getting deep wards on the red side jungle. TSM doing their part, getting that very important Wraith Bush ward. Love having that one as a jungler because it gives you so much information about your opponent jungler, knowing if he even steps into that red side.
So Reginald, knowing that they were placing wards up top, I thought he was going to get himself pinched in, but he played it safe enough next to his turret that he was all right. A lot of flasks coming in for the side of Dignitas in this laning phase.
Yeah, everybody big fan of the regen on that one. It was, changed a little bit to be a bit more expensive, but there have been so many starting item changes that we do have this nice variety. A couple Dorans and a good mix-up. We have the York going with the early Fairy Charm, whereas the Kha'Zix has that, that flask and no ward. Going 3 potions with the flask means that he's not going to have any extra vision.
Well, let's see what kind of lane swaps they do as they get the matchup going. We will have that face-off. Kiwi Kid is going to go mid versus Reginald on this one. So they're going to send the swap top. The duo lanes will swap it up. Send swap. And we're going to have Ez and Patoy on Janna in top lane. There's Ignite down to Kiwi Kid. Reginald looking for some damage.
Patented Reggie move there. Level 1 Ignite. He likes to get that extra AP.
And bottom lane. Everybody's just getting Ignite trigger happy here.
And damage. It looks like he's told Dyrus about the reasoning behind his level 1 Ignite strategy, and Dyrus is a fan as well.
He's in the mid lane. Dyrus, did you use it yet? All right, cool. We're good to go. Everybody's on par right now. So Kiwi Kid trying to put a little early pressure there. Wild Turtle doing what Draven does best, trying to be a bully in the lane. That's what we said TSM was bringing to the table, and they're going from second one here.
Yeah, exactly what you can see with a Doran's Blade start cannon. Huge bully as well. It looks like he's going to recall and go back very quickly now and purchase, what's it going to grab here? Another ward. So he was feeling a little bit unsafe, even though he did have the top side river warded, which means Wild Turtle and Special should know that Crumbs is up here.
Yeah, there's going to be a good attack. The pink ward is there as well, so they didn't have anything coming on them from the front side, but they're going to be able to use this to their advantage. They get back. Here comes odd one from the backside. Are they going to be able to get the damage down? They're chasing this pretty hard, trying to keep them there baited for the fight. Ooh. The double buff is almost going over, but they get the bleed off with a little bit of a health pop. They're going to be all right.
Yeah, so there were those river wards we were talking about that saw Crumbs come all the way up there. It looked like Turtle and X-Special were caught off a little bit off guard, and they had to burn an extra flash, but it wasn't too bad. They put a lot of pain on the retreating Dignitas.
So Reggie putting that ward up towards the Wraith area for himself, and figured he may have tried to use this to get a bit more aggressive and harassy if he can beat Kiwi Kid in lane, but looks like he just did it for complete safety. Actually, he put it in lane.
Yeah,
I'm a liar. I didn't see Kiwi Kid's dot on it because I was looking at the minimap.
Going with that very popular mid lane ward to see exactly where Kha'Zix will roam. Because this way you only have to use one ward, and you can see whichever way he leaves the lane, then you can notify that side of the map, and they can back off accordingly. Meanwhile, still down there, Dyrus, he does not have any extra vision in the bottom. So if there is going to be a Crumbs jungle visit, then it'll be a bit dangerous for him.
Seeing if they're trying to plan anything here. They're not really mobilizing too much. The junglers have somewhat made a presence towards that top lane. Everybody was able to get out quite safely as we have no kills in the game yet. So 5 minutes in, everybody just kind of watching the pitchers go over the plate as they feel each other out and figure out where they can find an advantage here.
Well, looking at that top lane, we've got 2 pink wards from X-Special to just control Oh no, now he only put one. Yep. He was taking out the second pink ward from Dignitas. There were 2 pink wards from Dignitas, 1 from Xpecial. The battle over the bushes in this top lane, just the vision is getting pretty high.
Setting everything back up. We're going to see Odd1 right behind Dyrus this time, the adage being behind Reginald, but we're going to see if he can get him some assists. There's no real ward down there. Reggie gets aggressed on in the mid lane. It looks like we may see that aggression going down onto Scar. He gets hit up quite hard, going over Tribush. Looks like he was going to ward. No, he does not have one on him. That's because he placed it, but he gets out alive. It's up towards the top lane, Kobe. It's going to be Crumbs going on to Wild Turtle. Wild wants to kill. He puts on barrier. He has the exhaust down. One more axe, but he doesn't get it out. A great bait and kill for Cutie Pie.
Ooh, so they make another visit up top. Crumbs, his first one was successful when they had wards. This time they didn't have any more wards. The vision system ran out for
patience.
them. Yeah, there's no herald here for TSM. Hark! Crumbs approaches once again.
Kiwi Kid, more pressure onto Reginald. Yeah, they're trying to pressure that. They know they have it. They want to get the minions into the tower so they can get some purchases on. That's going to be good money for Cutie Pie. And like we say, if he's going blue build, being up in the beginning helps that immensely.
It's really kind of essential now at this point. So many blue Ezreals have fallen flat when they don't get the early lead, and people have actually been giving out a lot of criticism for people going that build. But if you do get ahead early, it's so hard to come back from because of the extra slows and stuff. Reggie going full on. Kid.
Flash for a flash there. Kha'Zix still with the ultimate, so he may have the heads up as they go in. Both Ignites are up as well for that fight. So we'll have to see who has the upper hand there. And as we look at the items kind of taking a break, the fighting seems to have lulled. It does seem like Dyrus has gone for that tier instead of the gold, or the lizard.
So yeah, he's starting out with the tier early. Going to want to turn that into a Muramana as early as possible. The AD extremely strong with Yorick, and just having the sustain right now is pretty much all for the lane game. So he can, Reggie now the one on the back foot.
There it is. I said it was going to be an all-in heads up, and it's going to be Kiwi Kid coming out on top. That was, everybody knew that was going to be a close fight, and they made it nice.
Yeah, down to the wire there. No more ult or flash for Reggie. Means that Kiwi Kid knew he was going to have to stay in there, and there was not going to be a threat of the slicing Maelstrom, but it does mean 2 kills now for Dignitas.
We'll see what they can do. Reggie can still be effective in those late game fights. Dying now isn't too much of a problem for him, obviously. 2 kills to dig, though, is going to put them up. Nice 1,000 gold, just about. No pressure to the dragon just yet. There hasn't been too much movement, so everybody's just going to work off of what they have now. That's 1 kill for Kiwi, who's moved to the mid. If you're just joining us, and that's 1 kill coming up for Cutie Pie in that top lane as they kind of had a falter gank, but they've definitely stayed away from that top lane. Odd1 has not come back since.
Yeah, and Crumbs definitely came back, but this time there was 1 ward by Xpecial that was placed over this wall. It didn't quite even get into the tri-bush, but that's enough vision that they saw Crumbs when he was trying to get in place for that elastic slingshot. And so the 3rd attempt here by Crumbs was unsuccessful, and they're going to be okay.
So not as much bullying to come out of these lanes as I thought would be in the early part of the game. We do see Reginald trying to piece together his Seeker's Arm Guard so he can chance up against Kiwi Kid in that mid lane. We see Skara in the bottom, and Skara has actually been put in the long lane, in the solo lane, or side lane, a few times for Dignitas, but they didn't put the AD carry in support mid this game.
Yeah. Skara is one of the mid laners that's had the most experience in those side lanes, I have to say, because he's been just put down there a lot of the times on several different champions. Diana definitely one of his favorites, and it looks like he's not the only one in the bottom lane as Crumbs trying to get into position.
Dyrus playing it safe for wards, and it seems like he knows Crumbs is there. That ward isn't tri-bush, so he's just playing a little more aggressive than he should be, but he should be okay.
So Dyrus, yeah, since he does have the tri-bush ward, he's just trying to waste Crumb's side. He's just getting close enough to sort of keep him interested.
Are you gonna?
Yeah, but Crumb's not having any of it. Decides a recall here.
Oh, look, Odd1 behind Reginald. Coming out, he moves back into the jungle. Kiwi Kid being seen by the ward of Reginald placed down. He's continuously doing that, like you said, Kobe, to keep vision on Kha'Zix. So it's really stopping the roam and forcing Kiwi to just fight.
Yeah, it's an interesting Oh, here we go. Crumbs coming up top again.
Wild Turtle, your support ran away from you. They tried to bait this one in, but Crumbs is up top. He bounces out of the or he flashes out of the bounce, I should say. Let's Bounce goes on to Xpecial. Looks like he tries to slow them down still, but that's going to break a lot of crowd control with Let's Bounce for Zach, and it's not going to be a kill. Looked very scary, but Team Soul Mid finds their way out.
almost get caught again. Crumbs with the perfect elastic slingshot, but Wild Turtle having his flash means that they do get out of this one okay. And seeing the jungler up top means that TSM do not hesitate, going to grab that dragon, and that actually will put them ahead if Scar is not able to pull off some miraculous steal.
No, he's staying in lane. They're also not even going to get the top turret because Turtle and Xpecial still have enough HP after that entire engagement to stay. We do see the flash still on Xpecial, so they are safe from a gank if it comes in under the turret. Maybe not so if Kiwi Kid makes his way up. Here they go. Crumbs getting the damage down onto Xpecial. He still has the passive. The turret's going to go off from him, focusing on the minions. They're clear to do this. It's going to be back onto Kiwi Kid. They're going to play this safely for the kills.
My favorite part about playing Zac is turret diving, because if you have your passive up, the cell division just means you can go ham. You can stay in there until it knocks you out, and then it's going to reset as soon as you drop into boblets.
Very good pressure by Dignitas right now, not allowing really any roam to come from Team Solo Mid. It's all been reactionary by where the odd one is. They did take Dragon down. They're trying to pressure some turrets, but it looks like they've lost a turret to the Dragon, so everything evening out a bit here with the gold lead now in favor of Dignitas.
Yeah, Dignitas definitely in the lead right now. They're looking pretty good. We did just have Dyrus finish up his Manamune, so at least he's getting that ticking even faster now. When it's just tier, it's only on the spell cast, but now it's on his auto attacks too, so it'll charge up much quicker.
We got Kiwi Kid going for super face crush here. He just buys up a BF sword as he goes back. 83 minions. He's going to be the top in the game until Wild Turtle gets these next few, and then he'll be on top for 12 minutes in. 4 kills for Dig. Team Solo Mid hasn't really been able to activate everything. It's all been in defense, and like here, they go in. Kiwi Kid onto Xpecial. There's the exhaust that he had from the gank up top when they died, unfortunately, but he's able to save himself there.
Yeah, you're right. You know, TSM have not been able to initiate anything, and for Dignitas, it's really been Kiwi Kid actually as the point man getting things rolling, and they're going to get this turret and get out just in time.
So we got to consider Kiwi Kid plays a lot of the champions that, you know, Skara plays. He's used to the solo lane, can go mid perfectly fine, and now doing very well on Kha'Zix, really setting up a lot of things for his team, and they weren't even afraid to be under that turret the whole time.
Yeah, they were not scared at all. And we talked about flexibility being one of the most important things if you're a pro League of Legends player these days. So yeah, Kiwi Kid playing in the mid lane. You have to be comfortable going in any lane on the map. No matter what type of champion you usually pick, you have to be comfortable in any of the lanes.
And with that happening, it's almost kind of you widen your champion pool a little bit more, and it'll, you know, if Skara gets pressured out so much, that helps him as well.
Exactly. And Skara, he's doing fine in that bottom lane. You know, he hasn't gotten any kills, but he's just farming up against the Yorick. Yeah. Like we said, very frustrating to do, but he's staying right in there.
Making it happen. So Cutie Pie now, the Lizard is on. Looking to probably get that Sheen next. Stacking up his tier as it goes. These guys' tiers stacked up. We have a 300 onto Kiwi Kid's Kha'Zix and 40 onto that tier of the Goddess. So he just picked that up, and he's starting to get it ramped in. We have the AD carry support now. It's going to be Turtle and Xpecial trying to push down the mid lane as they don't want to face off against that top lane. It's getting too much pressure from Crumbs, and Reginald has a way easier escape from that.
Yeah, they did not have very good luck up in that top lane. The Vision game was definitely won by Patoy, and Crumbs' repeat visits just really pushed them out of it. It looks like we even have Odd One actually gonna go for a push gank on this ward, so it's not gonna catch anybody off guard.
That's credit to Patoy. He just put that down.
Yeah, it's definitely going to dissuade them from any sort of engage here.
Not playing it the Dyrus way. They're not gonna bait it out and kind of keep Odd One there. We'll see if Reginald can get them to go into the fight, but it's not gonna happen. Oh, playing some sneaky moves, gets him to stop the back. He's like, all right, fine, I'll go farm something.
Well, now at least they know that Patoy put a ward in that bush.
Well, it looked like he attacked the minion, so maybe he's just saying, hey.
Like, maybe that was just a fortunate occurrence for us.
So, yeah, he backs off. We're going to see the Odd One now grabbing his red. Skara onto the blue, and that's going to be a steal for him, and nobody is the wiser. Dyrus in that lane, 113 to 105. So, Skara, yeah, he can take some time to walk out of lane and grab this.
That's the second benefit from that ward up there. They saw that Odd One was up there for so long, and the delay from Kiwi Kid with the ultimate means that Skara can steal the blue buff, doesn't get his Moonfall off in time after the dodge. Very, very quick flash there from Darius gets him out of trouble.
Crumbs absolutely leaving a trail everywhere and anywhere. He has been bot, he has been mid a few times. Kennen not the easiest to gank, but I don't think we'll see him top again. He's actually avoiding Reginald's lane as they go in. They are going to be able to, oh, he misses the cocoon just off of the side.
Kiwi Kid with the
Kid.
nice zigzag jukes right there.
We got pressure on to Dyrus. He's just going to waltz around his turret. This is Yorick. This is diving Yorick. Crumbs goes for Let's Bounce. He has thrown the ultimate on, so he's on the double fight. Oh, he stepped away from himself. It gave Scar the chance to click on the right Yorick, and he's going to be able to get out of this one. Dyrus only alive for a few more seconds with his ultimate. Crumbs is like, dude, are you okay? I think, okay, oh.
And now they can shove this lane, but it might bait them in. Odd One here could try and clean up. It'd be really dangerous for him to go for it. Looks like he just wants to grab some minions.
That's like,
oh
no.
He repelled up.
There wants to grab a little,
yeah, he's not gonna
snack
make any
there
plays
for a second, but he changed his mind. He's not as hungry as he thought. Eyes bigger than the stomach. Reginald trying to protect top lane, and that 2v1 is definitely pushing him back. So it has not worked in their favor that they switched these lanes. It's giving Cutie Pie a free farm lane.
And you're giving a blue Ezreal a free farm lane. He feels no pressure to fit in a Bloodthirster or any sort of mid-game damage. He's saying, yes, I'm going straight for this blue Ezreal build because we've had this free farm lane top. We've had so much extra pressure here. He feels comfortable.
They didn't have any wards behind them for this. Kiwi Kid gets kind of caught out there. He's not able to get the initiation that they wanted. The first time Team Solo Mid's been able to go aggressive on an attack, they may not be in range for more, and it's something they needed.
Reggie did get the stun on the very edge of his ultimate onto Cutie Pie, but it wasn't going to be enough because he still had his flash. Arcane Shift and Flash is so much disengaged.
See Dignitas kind of taking the breather, the cooldown, and the blue pill back home. What items do they grab? Cage's lucky pick coming in, the tier still being stacked, a sword, longsword rather, being picked up by Kiwi Kid for a bit more damage. His Bloodthirster finished 16 minutes into this one, and we're pretty close to Azania's onto Skara too. He has been free in his lane, has a kill for himself. Odd One, I thought he was getting hungry for that blue buff. That was going to be a tough fight for him though. Just pressure for Dragon.
Yeah, it's okay. So he was able to scare off Skara, and since they have this ward in the tri-bush, it means that they will get another Dragon. So saving grace for TSM. At least they're getting the global gold from these objectives.
Kiwi Kid is right there. Crumbs goes in. They are still able to get it. Odd One smites the Dragon. Special taking quite a bit. He ults himself for the crowd control, but flashes out. Now can assist the team with more utility. Face to face to 5 on 5.
They can't re-engage.
It's Special walking away. The support can't be in there. There's too much damage taken by Team Solo Mid right now. The ultimate going on to Wild Turtle. He puts himself in the front and tries to get kills, but it goes down instantly. Team Solo Mid is picking back and forth, but both teams are scratching at each other right now with 1 kill each.
That was an essential flash from Odd One right there. He was going down, and now he's burning! He's burning! Whew, the shield from
He lives. Stop, drop, and roll. He keeps himself alive. 17 and a half in. The second fight we've seen from Team Solo Mid coming out here. They're getting a little bit more aggro on this. Dignitas, though, still controlling the game.
That's Special's got the fire extinguisher ready, able to save Odd One's life, but it doesn't mean that they can defend this turret. Dignitas putting a lot of damage on it. Good wave clear right there.
Muramana's being charged up right now. Actually, the Man Moon picked up for Cutie Pie, so he can get some damage. That's what Kiwi Kid's looking for with that longsword. We'll see what they can do. Just guarding their turret. TSM definitely on the back foot right now as they're getting pressured. The Dragon going to them definitely helped. It's going to get them back into this a little bit, but they're still down 2,000 gold right now. And like this, it's always been on the chase for a fight. They're not tunneling into it. They know when to stop, but they're not getting the kills they need.
Yeah, and it's something to remember in those very long fights. Yorick, it's not something that a lot of these teams have played against in a while. So having that extra ultimate for Wild Turtle means that even if they do focus him down, they're going to have that extra time of Draven just being manly Draven.
Oh, going in. Slicing Maelstrom comes out. Kiwi Kid throws on the ulti. He hits the Q, though, as he's still a little bit not invisible, is what I want to say. Can he get the W down? The charge to come up soon. He's only got 1 mark. It may not be enough to kill, and he's forced out of the fight. Still, good back and forth between those two.
Another key juke there.
Oh, dear. There is Elise going down. Odd One finds himself a little too far out. Maybe the tunnel vision did come in for a second. 3 on the chase. Patoy still with that Zephyr up, so he's got the movement speed. Will he apply it to Special? Puts out the Howling Gale. There goes the Zephyr. The kill to be locked down. They're just waiting for Skara. No! Oh, Crumbs grabbed that one from the back. Or it was going to be... Yeah, it was Special. Or Patoy, rather.
That was a tower notification. Anyway, they finally ended up with that Crumbs, who we saw, our Kiwi kid, who got away from Reggie, ended up going down there to Dyrus. So they were finally rewarded with the Kazakh's head.
So Special waiting to come back up. Cutie Pie, oh, that's his support. I was like, somebody's in that bush up top. It's going to be Patoy. They're still safe. He's just warding to keep it even safer. Hard hats on for Cutie Pie and Patoy as they farm the bottom lane in the face of Reginald. They have ward. Right now, the ward's telling them where everybody's going. Wild Turtles rotation to mid, and they're just setting up for farming.
Yeah, look at the wards here. We only have a couple purples way down bottom, but all these Dignitas wards are on both sides of TSM's jungle.
That vision is power. Isn't that what it is, Kobe?
Yes, that's it. Money is vision, and vision is power. So there you go. TSM are really going to have to do something to actually get that back, too. It means getting an Oracles. Even though that's a huge investment, you can't do much at 20 minutes if your entire jungle is warded, because every single move that you go for is going to be signaled to Dignitas before you even get there.
So we've kind of seen the all-out 5v5s. They usually get strung out. Somebody dies first. We get the 4v4, and then they scatter, and it's really all about how much poke Kiwi and Cutie Pie can do and when Skara can catch up to the fight. That's what we saw last time. We'll see what happens as they approach the next fight. Team Solo Mid still not feeling comfortable enough to make their own moves here, waiting for Dignitas to show.
Yeah, they have a lot of poke. You're right. This Dignitas team, the poke is going to be a problem in the end because they also have Janna for that disengage. And this is the Kazakhs before the changes, so his W still applies his passive, that unseen threat, and adds a lot of damage.
Reggie getting jumped on right there, and that's what the wards are providing for them. These kills to start. Team Solo Mid back on the defensive role as they head towards the turret. Odd One forced over the side to repel on Wraiths. Back with the team now as they may try to push. This has always been Team Solo Mid. Now they try to kind of reinitiate on what happened in the cooldowns.
This is terrible news for TSM. Reggie is exactly what they need to get through the poke, little pieces of poke that Dignitas have. Without those mini stuns, they're just not going to be able to safely engage a fight right now, and they have to just defend turrets right now.
And Dignitas has slowly done what they usually end up doing late game. It's getting the 3-lane push as soon as possible.
Yeah, they've got Crumbs over there still in the mid lane trying to keep pressure on that outer turret that's left. Wow, oh, here we go, the engage from Odd One.
Jumping in, couldn't they get it? There is that Monsoon we were talking about, the big disengage for this poke team, and it's all just everybody throwing out things to try and catch. Now back around, it's gonna be Skara getting into the fight. He goes in onto 3, the Odd One and Reginald very low. Crumbs comes in, but he gets polymorphed out. No Let's Bounce, and TSM, they're disengaged just as good.
Disengaged from both
I wouldn't
teams.
say just as good. They're all bleeding right now, but they're able to get out.
They did get out with their lives, but that was a great turn by Dignitas, and they got some nice cooldowns. It's gonna be all the pressure on their hands right now, so they'll be rewarded with that. Even though they didn't get kills, they can get the turret.
And no respect for turrets right now. They are completely throwing their entire team there, tanking without minions. So Dignitas feeling very much in the upper hand right now, but this is scary, a place you can get complacent. They're not showing them any of it, though.
Cutie Pie with the forward arcane shift to get the last mystic shot onto Wild Turtle. Even though they used the Yorick ultimate, there's no team fight occurring. Cutie Pie got out after that one. Great play by him. Even though he doesn't have Frozen Fist for the slow from Blue Ezreal, he's got a red buff.
It's like they're almost onto Crumbs, but they may chase? Maybe not? No, they will not chase. That would have been a little too much for them. Like I said, they know when to kind of back out of the situation. They have 2 lanes that extremely need pushing. Dyrus gets caught out. The minion wave giving the vision there. A great flash over the wall, but it looks like he may still go down in the situation to an ignite. No, he lives on that one. Reginald going down now in the fight as well. Dignitas getting another reserve fighter here. Crumbs coming in from the side once he got pushed out towards Baron, and it's Odd One also forced out of the fight. These guys are just finding themselves bad situations, or even worse.
Key plays right there. Patoy, body blocking for Cutie Pie, taking that cocoon. Oh my god, more plays still.
There we go. Kiwi Kid on the tail. Oh, train the dragon, train something, train box, get out of there. It's going to be Turtle for the safety. They do call it in, and Cutie Pie still has the conscience to say, I don't need that other extra kill on my 2-0.
So
plays
from that one there was Patoy taking the body block there, taking the cocoon to the face for Cutie Pie. Then Odd One repelling up, juking everyone, going into the Wraith camps over the wall and getting out after. Kiwi Kid coming in for the cleanup. Beautiful plays all around the map. Great camera work, guys.
really something you got to think about. When you're Elise, you have diagonal escapes in mid. It's pretty fantastic. And Odd One knew to place himself there. Second nature of him playing Elise so much that he brought it into the challenger for himself.
This is going to be dangerous. Both of them have hops, though. They can get out of this.
Oh, they love hops. Everybody loves hops. It's going to be a party. But no, they stay in. They give up Dragon. Oh, that was close. That would have been real nice.
This is a very entertaining game, I have to say. Okay, so this Dragon goes to TSM. They actually really needed that one. They needed it a lot more than Dignitas needed it. That gold is going to be one stepping stone to get back in the game.
Gold at 24 minutes. It's pretty rough.
And now Patoy, he's going to just sort of continue to close out the Vision. TSM worked so hard to get Vision back just inside their jungle, and now they've got an Oracles here for Dignitas. It's all bad news.
We haven't really considered that the one turret down for Dignitas is mid, which is why Team Solo Mid has no pressure pretty much anywhere. The escapes are still chases for Dignitas. There's no turrets for them to hide behind. So out of their base, it's all run for safety when they find something they don't want.
Yeah, Dignitas, they're doing an amazing job controlling the map. We talked about the vision of the wards already, the deep wards, but all of those turrets are what enabled that to happen in the first place.
See what they try to do. Lulu is going to back off of this, but Scar is in the bottom lane, so they won't really be able to activate much. They know the support is out. They want to try to get this time in. The window is short. Crumbs goes for the let's bounce. It's only going to be a bit of crowd control. They just wanted that fight without Special being there. It looks like they're going to get a 1v1. Scar and Dyrus going head-to-head. Kiwi Kid on the other side jumps over, and it looks like Dyrus is going to play this one smart, knowing there was just too much time with too little vision.
That Ghost blocking the extra little missile from W. He's still in trouble, though. Dyrus going to have to walk out of this one.
It's scary that Crumbs can do that, dive almost blindly into the situation, knowing his team will get there in time. They're tanky enough. Like I said, they know they're ahead, and they are pressuring this.
Blue Ezreal, 3 core items have been completed, so QT5's got plenty of poke for this siege. Him plus a blue buff on Kiwi Kid means it's going to be a very rough time at the turret for TSM.
This is such a completed boo, like you said, for Cutie. Already the Iceborne Gauntlet, it's TSM trying to follow up the fights to get kills, and now with that, they won't be able to do anything but walk on ice. Wild Turtle trying to farm out the turret. Their siege clear isn't really that heavy for a turret either, so it's always poke for Dig.
Yeah, TSM really need just an all-in team fight because Dignitas, they have the poke from Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie to get someone down low, and then they can go in for assassination.
Right.
Skara is ready to jump in. He's got his Zanyas, and he can group you up. So once they get someone into that danger zone, him and Kiwi Kid will finish them off.
Turret continuously taking damage with each consecutive minion wave coming in. Cutie Pie once again, 1-2, Arcane Shift out, and it's just rinse and repeat until it goes down.
Yeah, look at this turret just taking a beating. They can easily get it on the next wave here.
Yep.
It looks like they're going to stick around and wait for it. Very patient play. Kiwi Kid still with full mana from that blue buff.
Now we've seen Team Solo Mid as the wave comes up here being aggressive. Who are we watching for to make that first move?
It's going to be whoever gets poked down first, and then Scar will probably be the one going in. Crumbs right after him.
Well, it's going to be Crumbs first. Oh, Scar right after him, yes. He's going to go in. Reginald gets it down. Is he able to activate? No, he does get the Lulu ulti, but he still gets hit up. It's going to be Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie coming up with kills right there. This turret will definitely be theirs. They have just made it that much safer, and they won't even need the wave for it. The inhibitor in their eyes now, Kobe, and it's looking grim for TSM.
All right, so Crumbs a little bit quicker on the trigger there. He's going to lead the way, and that's going to be first inhibitor down and a very, very convincing take right there for Dignitas.
See, haven't had much impact. I'm trying to figure out where TSM just hasn't been moving. Yes, we've said they've kind of been backing up on everything. Odd One kind of made an approach to a few jungle ganks, but really didn't come up with anything. It was always Dignitas getting out with that last bit of HP. Now we're going to have to see if Cutie Pie can do it. Dodging that in his blue suede shoes. There is the Iceborne Gauntlet. Like I said, walking on ice. Pretty hard to get away when that happens, and it looks like they are going to be able to turn this one around from a 3v2.
So Kiwi also with some, Cutie Pie also with some moves of his own. We've seen some really good dodges, I have to say. Kiwi Kid overextending sometimes, but he's always able to sidestep at the right time just to get himself out of there. And what we thought was going to be a play from Odd One there actually turns into be his own death. And that is really just adding insult to injury as TSM are just scrambling right now.
It's really one of those, we're not playing our game. We're playing in the minds of our opponents right now. Everything is working.
You can see just how disorganized they are. They don't even know what the plan of attack is. They've got people in all 3 lanes out trying to farm right now.
Yep.
Reggie's all the way bottom when Baron is up. They're almost just saying, we can't even fight these guys at Baron. Even if we have vision, we're just going to have to give that to them and try and get a little bit of farm here.
Full Muramana is coming out. We only have the home guards on Odd One and Dyrus to get back out. So even if Reginald tries to go back and get to the Baron, it's not going to happen. Oh, the ultimate hits him clean. Kiwi Kid just picking that one up, served up on a platter.
Beautiful shot there from PewDiePie too. Very nice aim. And Kiwi Kid has just been the story for Dignitas this game. If you're going to call out the MVP for them already, it's probably going to be Kiwi.
I scratched my head a little bit when I saw that pick. I was like, all right, it's going to be kind of just that lane he's going to win or possibly do even in. Huge damage from him, though. Like you said, playmaking right here. Might even have the jump up. Only needs the spikes to come out. The red buff is on. He chooses not to. And that's, the second time he's made the right call. PewDiePie now going for a kill. They get the Iceborne Gauntlet on. The damage just coming out of everywhere right now. Reginald gets himself on the other side, is only able to help poke. Dyrus getting pushed out of the fight. The 1v1s aren't even working for TSM right now.
Yorick ulti down, but that was on Reggie, and that's going to be really the last hope here for TSM. Now they're down Reggie, and they're down the Yorick ultimate. That means another surrender for TSM.
That was an amazing game by Dignitas. Seeing earlier what they did after the game, it almost looked shocked, like they hadn't played it or ended as soon as they got into champion select. They weren't even shaking hands, right? They were kind of disorganized, but now they wiped that. Dignitas truly knows the power of a set of one game, and sometimes you just got to go with momentum in the next one.
Really, really showing what it means to be a veteran in the LCS here. Dignitas, they did not drop a beat. After that ridiculously long game, they still completely focused, and they just ran this game from the very beginning. Crumbs with the repeat game up top, and they just stayed on their game the entire time.
And it's really, I've never seen that happen to Team Solo Mid, and it's not to them that they played bad. They just weren't allowed to do anything. Dignitas really put them in a straitjacket.
Yeah, they were just strangled the whole time. The ward control came out so early. As soon as Dignitas got a foothold inside that red side jungle, they did not let it go. Patoy was just a master with his ward placements the entire game long.
Yeah, we called that one ward out, and then Reginald died there soon after. It was ridiculous. And then you said, TSM was able to somewhat clear their jungle and then get wards, but it was instantly that time for Baron, and that's not want to be the time when you're regaining your jungle. Makes things difficult.
Very, very difficult. And TSM are done. They're going to have to be the ones now that are going to have to regroup and come back.
Absolutely. So coming up, we'll be joined by Diggs Kiwi Kid to talk about picking up their first win of the split, and then Vulcan and Velocity, they fight for the valiant victory in our 5th place match of the day, or 5th match of the day, I should say. Week 1 of the NA LCS will return after these messages. Don't go anywhere.
kiting. I'm running. I had the flash.
I'm
out.
here. I can keep going.
We can fight. You can keep going.
Ian one. Ian Draven. Get Draven.
That was an essential flash from Odd One right there. He was going down, and now he's burning. He's burning.
Welcome back to day 2, the North American LCS Summer Split. We hope you're burning out in the hot summer sun. Right now, we'd like to welcome Dignitas's Kiwi Kid to the desk. The Kiwi Kid. All right. You guys, you kind of said it yourself. You set the pace that game. Where did this come from?
I think it mainly came from the solo death mid. I mean, I don't mean to like rag too much on Reginald, but I don't know. I was like ahead 40 CS very soon, and I had a kill up. And also, I think top had a successful gank. And when we rotated 4-man top, I felt like the beginning of that when we got a double kill is like huge in momentum.
So that solo kill mid was actually really close. We had seen Reggie already burn a lot of his cooldowns and stuff, but you came out of that with like 50 HP.
Yeah.
Like what was going through your mind at that point?
Like, man, I've been so hesitant before in scrims, and that ends up like costing me a lot. So I was like, am I really gonna like all in him here? And I was like, well, he doesn't have ult, because I saw him inch up to me when he was like level 5, because I knew, like, you know, it's
Reggie.
made it kind of obvious. And I just like ran from the 6, and so I knew he didn't have ult. And then I was just like, I think I just can kill him here, and I did.
So you're obviously a very modest player. You say it yourself, very much so. And you play champions that can, you know, obviously 1v1. You're singed going in. You make moves. What is it like on Kha'Zix for you? You're obviously more passive in the lane, but you were going all in. You know, is this new for you?
I've actually played the matchup top lane, Kha'Zix versus Kennen, and it's like almost impossible. But like when Kha'Zix came out, I played him a lot mid, and I know like where to space the lane. And when I saw with Kha'Zix, and I might as well just tell this now because he got kind of nerfed. And with Kha'Zix, you actually wanted to keep it like closer to your tower, but even. So when Reginald backed, I kind of like tanked some creeps a little, just so I can position the lane, the even lane, like 75% pushing towards me.
All right.
And then so when Reginald comes back, he would be isolated, and it allows me to zone him and much more. Like, man, I don't even know how I thought about that. It's like it's like ambition just like rushed through my head, and it's like, freeze the lane here. Or he would say it in Korean, but I mean, I'm not Korean.
Little ambition pops up on your shoulder and gives you advice.
No, that's how I felt that game.
That's a nice thing to have. I mean, I also want to shout out your jukes this game. You had some very, very crucial side steps of skill shots, but there was one time when you were up at top turret and you saw some people rotating up. You know, what kind of happened in that situation where you went down?
When you died? Yeah, I was like, man, I'm not all of our lanes are pushing, and Crumbs probably wasn't gonna get the tower by himself. Maybe he was going to, but I was like, well, Dyrus can probably like clear the wave really quickly, and I was like, you know, let me get this objective. I'm only 2-0-2, so I didn't have a spree yet. I was like, yeah, I'll just die here. It's worth the objective, and we didn't really lose much momentum because, like I said, all the other 2 lanes were pushing as well. So it wasn't a big deal.
Right on. And it's definitely all smiles. It was a great game, but the people also want to know. You guys had a pretty rough game 1 today. What was the mentality? You guys obviously broke it for this game too, but what went through your minds through that game?
It's like, man, like, let me just be real. Like, we've been in a slump lately. Like, this not even like including relegation and like 4 weeks before. It's just been like, man, every time I go in client and I check my match history, it's like, it's bloody. It's just like, man, it's like, man, what happened to the good old days, you know? But yeah, it feels really nice to win, and I'm glad we didn't, you know, start the season 0-3, because that would kind of hurt. Because I think everybody has a win now, right?
Don't know about everybody.
I think every team has a win now, but yeah, I mean, I'm just glad we can prove ourselves that we actually, you know, we're not a walkover. Because, you know, a lot of people were counting CLG out, and, you know, they beat us. So, like, what does that put us, you know? But, yeah, I'm happy, for sure.
All right. Yeah, everybody has a win, so everybody has a little bit of happiness now. But you talked about the mentality of the entire team when you're in a slump like that, and you guys are all in a gaming house, right? How's the atmosphere in the house?
We're actually a pretty harsh team. Like, but you can kind of understand that because once people, like, nobody likes to lose, right?
Yeah.
And when you lose, that's when flaws are, like, you know, sternly looked at. And I don't know. I don't know. I can't even say we tried not to be harsh because we're like, no.
Well, yeah,
We're pretty
it's
harsh on
almost
each other.
even better to be
but
harsh.
it's better to be like brutally honest and like lightly consoling somebody because that's just not gonna help. I like the way we do things.
Right on. So final question for you. This game being obviously very good for Dig, is this a new direction? Is this something you guys were trying or something that kind of fell into place for this game and you'll look to do again?
Of course, we'll look to replicate, you know, the movements and, you know, gameplay. But, you know, it's only one game, and it's really too little to tell so far. Even after Super Week, like, yes, it'll set the pace, but 5 games really isn't that much. So we'll see.
All right, well, Kiwi Kid, thank you very much for the interview. Again, congratulations on the awesome win and Kazakh's play. All right, everyone. After an impressive win in their NA LCS debut yesterday, Velocity is looking to start the summer split 2-1 by manning up against Vulcan and their mid laner.
Vulcan's really strong. I feel like they improved a lot. I don't think they have a weakness. I think everyone in their team is really solid.
Velocity is pretty good. They beat Marn, which came as a surprise, so definitely wouldn't look down on anyone. But them coming in this season, they're definitely the rookies.
We know Vulcan's greatest strength is Man Cloud in mid lane, so we really want to try to shut him down and maybe force him into picks that might not benefit his team as much.
We try to play safe. As long as we do that, I think we'll be fine.
And now it's time for our fifth match of the day. I'm still relishing in that game. It was just fun to cast. Vulcan versus Velocity. These two teams have more in common than the consonant at the front of their names. Vulcan and Velocity come into this game with a 1-1 record after some very inconsistent play in the first 2 days of the split.
Yeah, yesterday, though, Velocity impressed everyone by taking down CLG in commanding fashion. And today, they were rolled by Curse in 31 minutes. And even though stats weren't spectacular against Curse, Maple Street, he still pulled off some incredible moves in the loss. He's now missing in action. But he was 4-3-5 in that game.
Super fun to watch. Just like Velocity, Vulcan and Bloodwater have run hot and cold so far this summer.
Yeah, Vulcan, they looked hot in their first game versus Curse, but in their second game, they strayed away from their end-game team compositions and they lost to Coast. This is really exemplified by Psycho Sid. He wrecked house as Kennen in the first game, and he got first blood all by his lonesome, but he got bullied by Zion Spartan as Elise in the second game. The second one, he was 1-3-5.
We'll see what they can do. So now let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Vulcan. Psycho Sid in the top lane. Xmithy is in the jungle. Mandatory Cloud in mid. Zuna on AD carry. And Bloodwater at support.
And in the red corner, it's Velocity Esports. Chris is up top. NK Inc. is in the jungle. Vile Rose at mid. Maple Street on AD carry. And Evan Iska supporting.
So probably going to see that Kennen ban coming up. The Draven ban, unless they really want to give it to Maple Street. It's not like that's his only one, so maybe they'll let it through because his Caitlyn and whatever behind that is just as good.
We've seen so many Draven picks, actually really popular in North America. We're kind of like the leading Draven scene, I'd have to say.
The League of Draven?
Yes. The League of North American Dravens. But yeah, definitely the Kennen, Rise, those have just been so popular now, along with Zach, along with Elise, actually, too.
She has seen mainly the Auron, right, bringing her out. Nobody really wants to kind of take her back and forth, but Nintendo X is kind of on that train, also on his Tank Fiddlesticks train as well. Hopefully get to see that a little bit more this season.
I wonder if like other people are going to pick up that Tank Fiddlesticks because it was very impressive, but Nintendo, he has a sort of a reputation for all these wacky new jungles, you know, and not a lot of people are hesitant to jump on the Nintendo bandwagon.
We'll see. Setting trends all day. So we have Elise, yes, getting banned out, the Evelynn, Twisted Fate Rise, Jace, so Kennen passes through. Psycho Sid, what's she going to do?
Yeah, Janna banned, Kennen up. I'm hoping somebody picks Kennen here because that just obvious counterplay isn't there. Kha'Zix, though, still, he's the golden boy right now. He's just so powerful. Still with the old W's. You automatically are evolving W on this patch.
They do have the Draven. They do have the Kennen. Shen is still open. Something that Velocity loves on that team, too. So they have some really safe and comfort picks already.
Yeah, so they could go Ninja versus Ninja. Pick up that Shen and gain that the split pushing aspect as well as the extra shield that you would need. It's interesting that Vulcan banned Janna and they gave away Kennen. So I'm interested to see what their next answer is, because a lot of these games that Kennen has been in, he's just been deciding the entire outcome of half the team fights at least.
Looks like a Thresh and a Nasus. Evaniscus may be liking that. His Sona play is exquisite, so we'll see if he can grab that up for himself. But slow lock-ins here. Definitely some consideration, if you can say the word, being put into these picks.
A lot of we were caught off guard yesterday too, because a lot of people against Vulcan were banning out the Thresh or taking the Thresh and leaving Sona for Bloodwater, which is one of his favorite supports. But it looks like Thresh has moved above the Sona for him. If he does leave it on this one, he may have a new favorite support here. Definitely not one to sneeze at. Thresh has always been at the top of the line.
Actually, Nami is going to be locked in. We have seen a bit more play for her coming in.
I love all the new Nami changes. Jat was saying that they were, small incremental ones just coming along, and she keeps getting buffs because she hasn't really been embraced by a lot of people and played a lot. They are actually substantial changes. 10 more move speed on the passive that it gives to people. The bubble up to 1.5 seconds, and you can leave that at level 1 Q and max her
it's kind of like
her
your
heal.
one skill wonder.
The Surging Tides there. She's a very strong support, but very mechanically intensive. Landing the bubbles is a huge part of Nami, and it really makes or breaks that support.
We'll have to see how this combination for Velocity works out. The Kennen ultimate, not very effective with Jarvan Cataclysm unless it's kind of dropped immediately. Yeah, you can set up the fight, but maybe it'll be Jarvan Flag Toss, Kennen start, finish somebody with Cataclysm or catch them in after they have been stunned. They're going to have to organize that pretty well for the fight. We see a Tristana possibly for Zuna, one of those favorite carries that he had back on Spring Split.
We talked about the Zuna going away from his endgame hyper carry and that not working out so well for them. So he's hovering at least over his baby. Tristana, obviously his favorite AD carry here, and he will lock that one in. She is just so strong late game, partially due to her 2 disengages, but also partially to the rapid fire, her Q, which when maxed gives as much attack speed as 3 recurve bows.
Yes.
Just to put that in perspective for you guys.
3 of them. It's kind of a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a good chunk of 3,000
is it 4?
gold.
It's 4.
It's 3.
There's just
if you
spend
buy
all your money on recurve bows, and you can have as much attack speed as Tristana.
Perfect. Don't have to level Q. We see Vile going back onto Kale. Pretty convinced that that is the only champion on his champion list. No, I'm just kidding. But he has played it, and he plays it to...
It's 2.
It is 2, that's right. He has played it to great... The ultimates have been perfect. Their engagements, their Kale marries, if you will, on the saves. So he has been really putting this in his back pocket. But he's not the one to make super duper plays, right? He's the one to kind of facilitate a good fight and make sure the team's doing everything right as they're in and out of it. And he's been the one to do that.
There's a lot of catch pick potential here from Velocity. I like this this team for them, but Vulcan, it looks like, we were looking for the answer that they were going to have for Kennen, and it's really just going to have to be great team positioning at the team fights. And their last-ditch effort will be the Dark Passage from Thresh. Both of their carries do have jumps of their own as well, so they're just looking to get away from Kennen and jump out of it. Hopefully they'll be able to do that quick enough before they get stuck.
Yeah, Vulcan has punched their late-game ticket on this one. You have the Trist, you have the Nasus, you have the Rumble. They're looking for late-game team fights to really just crush people when they're in their hyper carry spot. So we'll see if they can get to that. We'll see what kind of pressure we get out of Velocity Esports, a very press R composition coming from them. So we'll see if they can get that mid-game into their favor. We are on to the Riff for our next match. Kobe and Rivington III bringing it to you live for Vulcan versus Velocity Esports.
And everybody coming out in a pretty tight packs here. Only a couple pings coming off, and it looks like a 1 red elixir here. This is the 350 gold red elixir here. Start for Vile Rose on the Kale.
Vile Rose taking a big chunk of change out of the pocket. We're going to see the entire team here. Zuna kind of putting himself on the outside. They could get rear. Oh, wow. I thought they were going to put themselves away from the turret. It was going to be goal side there for Vulcan for a second, but they did not choose to push themselves in. They're just knowing that they're going to be able to ward with safety.
Very, very safe. They're coming. So the Jarvan, the flag, the vision on it was actually reduced a little bit. That's not very big of a deal, but it is worth mentioning. The vision radius that it gives got taken down a little bit in that last patch. And I just want to go over again. Okay, my recurve bow point that I really was so happy to deliver on Tristana, it's 3. If she's maxed it out, then it's worth 3 recurve bows.
And there it is, Velocity, or rather Vulcan, putting down some wards on the top side of the map. They do the Golem ward once again, using the Explorer for that, and the forward ward being a regular. NK Inc. and team just kind of waltzing about. They have power in numbers, but they're not really worried about too much.
Yeah, it's kind of funny the last few games we've seen everyone invading red sides. These are all wards going down on the opponent's red side jungle. So if people are researching after this week, or after this day even of LCS, North American LCS, then they're going to start seeing, oh, you know what? Everybody's invading red side, and they might have some different strategies coming out even tomorrow.
And this choice may be made off the fact that they do not see anybody doing golems in the top lane off of the Explorer ward. It was mid for Zuna, not going mid, but they were mid until they saw that. Now they're heading top lane.
There's the pings coming out from top lane. Kennen going to be not starting with a Doran's Blade because Chris was thinking this is probably going to be the 2 versus 1, even though the blue side here, the AD and support, didn't start bottom for that double golem advantage. Bloodwater and Zuna, they really wanted this.
Kennen's not too bad in a 2v1, but Thresh makes any 2v1 just treacherous and annoying.
Yeah, anytime you do have one of those pulls, right, it just makes it even more dangerous. You have to watch out for that.
So Rumble now in mid lane. Gonna get a lot of roam out of that possibly if he can push Kale back. Kale not really one to get, you know, waved back to her turret, so we'll have to see how Vile and both Psycho Sid play that out. He's usually been on Kennen, so we'll see how he takes this role.
Yeah, this is interesting that we have, yet again, the sort of top laner, you know, for Vulcan. It's actually going to be playing mid lane.
Yeah, it's a good point.
You know, just like last game. And he's using Rumble, which is Vile Rose's, you know, previous go-to champion for the mid lane.
He's like, here, taste my sword, getting out. To double buff onto ManCloud. This is good pressure onto the bottom lane. This may mean a fast turret for them. We'll have to see if they put the pressure right onto it as that minion wave gets crushed in, and it looks like they are going to focus it down. NK Inc. just trying to proxy this so it doesn't get to the turret, and it looks like Xmithy's going to have to come to help.
This is so harsh for Mandatory Cloud, keeping him out of experience range. He's only at half a bar of level 1, and now we have Smithy joining, but he's wasting his time. They're so far past the turret right now, it doesn't even matter, and Velocity are just bullying them off this bottom.
And this is safety. Seeing Xmithy, they have called to the lanes. Do whatever you want, play however you want, but do it safe. We have the jungler down here, and we're pressuring it completely.
This was just perfect timing by Velocity. They didn't even let Vulcan get back to the turret in time.
ManCloud still level 1. Threes roaming around him right now. I have to get him a baby chair in a second.
This Kha'Zix is going to be a real problem for them early. He's so low that Vulcan are going to have to make up for this somewhere else.
Ooh, there they are in the top lane. They are pressuring so hard, but where can Mandatory Cloud go? It's not like, all right, this one's down. It's completely a farm lane now. Let's swap. Chris will take advantage of that. And look how good Kennen doing in the 2v1. Chris playing it very well.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to freeze a lane at any point in the game. We saw CLG pay for it. Double Lift was talking about. That was a poor decision by him when they froze the lane in their game yesterday and lost the mid turret for it. You lose so much map pressure when you freeze.
That is a lot of damage, but very low levels. They can't get in for too much. They have the crowd control to make that gank count, but good positioning by Vile Rose there to keep himself safe.
Yeah, he's going to be all right in that mid lane and hold onto his flash, too.
Yep.
Not panicking right there. You know, it's just slows.
Yeah, the red still, too. He even held that.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
Passing through. Almost got one of his Qs off. He can do that in the Lightning Rush form, but he decides to stay back. We're going to get a safe board here from Evaniscus in the river, and it looks like they're now going to try to answer the tower pressure they just put on that turret, but Mandatory Cloud's going to get himself back in that free lane now.
Yeah, so what that means, though, is that 3 members of Velocity were able to push in that top lane here, and their pressure has just changed. It's gone from bottom up to top now.
Bit of action in middle. As you see the push coming in from NK Inc. He is trying to set up these lanes for his teams to get back to, reset them as well. The ward in the mid lane allowing Psycho Sid, like we saw last time, Reginald placing it there for the roam of that champion. So they're safe on that. We're going to get Krista back. We'll see where he goes on this one, because Vile has gone down to the bottom, so it looks like he may go mid.
Yeah, Vile, he's got a really, really big upper hand in this matchup. Level 5 versus a level 4 man Cloud who got starved.
That turret's gone too, so he has really nowhere to run. He throws down as much damage as he can, hoping somebody will be in range. Nothing.
So we had some free farm from Mandatory Cloud finally after the turret had gone down, but he hadn't gone to buy after that. So he was still still basically starting items now. Evanisca's gonna flash out.
Oh, the jump in! The rocket jump, does he have enough to finalize? Goes to Xmithy in the jungle instead of Zuna.
That's a little bit rough for them, but money on anyone is good.
Yeah.
You know, Nasus always say he doesn't need a lot of money to become a real big factor in the game, whereas Tristana definitely does. But they're happy to get the kill regardless of that. And Maple Street.
Oh my gosh, Maple getting quite far out here. He gets around. Oh, he flashes it, but he flashes straight away from the hook. Side to side is the best choice, but he goes down. It's going to be the turret.
Yeah, unfortunate right there. Bloodwater already had the hook going, and Maple Street catches the end of it. Another kill for Vulcan plus the turret means that they are now ahead in gold.
Huh, NK Inc., watch out. There's a 2v1 here. Yeah, he's like, wait, Zuna didn't jump right away. That's not right. I probably shouldn't do this.
Yeah, Zuna's over there. What are the casters are screaming for no reason? I'm the one that's screaming, guys. I'll let you know if something's going to happen. Zuna's sitting there calm for once while we're screaming our heads off.
We got the Fiendish Codex coming out for Vile. Looking for some quick ability power for himself, along with that cooldown. He just wants to get more keys out, chase down people, and get the kills. And it looks like it's going to be up for Mandatory Cloud. He's like, I'm far back here. I shouldn't have to ward. And it looks like it might get scary for him.
Yeah, it would definitely be scary in the bottom side of this map here for Vulcan, because the wards, you can see them start to encroach here. And since they took control of that side early, again, 3 people up top for Velocity. They do not want to let up this early game pressure that they've got rolling.
Vile's the only level 7 in the game. Maple Street is somehow still 4, probably because they had that 3-lane push for so long. He kind of got less experience. But ManCloud's made it up to 6. He's back in the game, even with his death. Get not as many items as he probably should have, or CS, but he's leveled himself right back into it.
Yeah, and that it really came at a price, though, and the price is probably going to be this top turret here as they look to go.
Don't think they have the damage to get the turret down. NK Inc.'s trying to focus. They're kind of split here on it. Maple Street just sitting in the equalizer, and then Psycho Sid trying to get the kills back. Overheats a little bit, but he gets himself in range, gets that auto attack down. It looks like they may be able to finish this off. The double bubble coming in, and here comes Chris. Slicing Maelstrom goes down. The lock up onto Xmithy. He finalizes that before the Nass Assault, after the Nass Assault, I should say. They're going to look for Psycho Sid. He gets it before NK Inc. and the double kill. Very helpful for Chris on Kennen.
Yeah, almost able to finish off another to make that one go even, but not quite. Chris comes up to save the day. Maple Street actually lagging behind in this game. We have to say, you know, he's been called out as carrying the team in past games, but it's going to be a bit rougher for this one. Back-to-back deaths means he's missing so much time that he could be CSing.
The Mandatory Cloud is just really getting the short end of the stick here. His turret has maybe 100 health on it, and he just got that lane. It's like, thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Vile Rose knows he has his ultimate. If anything even goes that wrong, bam, puts it on, takes down the turret.
That was that's flashy points right there. Just in case anyone hopped out of the shadows at him.
Yep.
He's able to get that turret down, and that means all 3 outer turrets here down for Vulcan. The perimeter has been breached, and the dragon control now for Velocity as well, as they're really going to have command of this early map.
So the Sightstone choice picked up for Bloodwater as they want to control this map, really stop whatever is happening or engage something to be happening. The Philo coming out for Evaniscus, as he's going to go for the consumables consistently there.
Evaniscus, he's got a lot of consumables, whereas we have he's also got gold per 10 that we have to mention, and there's no gold per 10 per se on Bloodwater, but everyone says, you know, the Sightstone actually is kind of like, if those wards were gold, you know, that would be the most effective gold per 10. So as long as he's making use of all those wards, he's kind of also on the same page there.
Making use of it and making it happen. Pink ward's going down to the dragon. They also have back cover with the ward just placed. looks like they won't get too much. They're going to trade a tower for this one in mid if the damage is there from Vulcan.
Well, it is a full tower, so they've got a bit of time to get there, and we'll have to see. Do they want to flank this one? Because there's no Kazakhs here. If they actually were able to catch someone, then it would be a 4-on-5. Vulcan are very aware of this, though. Doing a good job backing off.
16:45 Dragon. We'll have to see about that time what movement is really coming in. Velocity Esports seems to be dictating a lot of what's going on. It's easy to do when you have taken down the first 3 outer turrets of the game. You can see reactionary measures coming in from Mandatory Cloud as he is just trying to get back in and push lanes for his team.
Yeah, and they've been giving him all the free lanes that they can find. They're like, wow, we really need Mandatory Cloud to get back in this game. The early zone from him was actually pretty harsh, but they've fed whatever open space they have to him, and he's right back up there. Look at that CS. He's almost back in the game. Plenty of levels too. The experience levels are fine.
It's almost like the double buff steal on Meteos. It was amazing in the beginning, but you kind of didn't work on it. You didn't keep knocking on that and break down that post. So he's just able to get back in, strengthen up. 12 minutes in now. They're going to be up 3,000 gold.
Yeah, and we talk about all the time where Rumble's a champion that doesn't need a lot of money to be effective during that mid game because his kit is just the base levels are so strong. Kazakhs is kind of the opposite. He needs that farm, and so they're doing a good job. Him and Tristana are the 2 people that Vulcan just want to funnel all their money into, and then they're just going to have the damage potential that they're actually looking for with this comp.
Good damage on the turret. Looks like they're going to be able to do quite a bit here. Blood going for the flash hook. They get onto Kennen. Can it be the lockdown? No, slicing Maelstrom for this fight, and it's a shutdown coming in for ManCloud. He gets a double kill here. This is what letting a Kazakh's farm will do. Can he get the triple? The red buff is on. The wither will be there. The kill will be there as well. A triple coming in for ManCloud. Maybe they'll hold this one for a 4th, but they're going to let it walk away as they celebrate on that one.
The plays from Bloodwater. This is why everybody was taking away or banning away the Thresh from Vulcan. Turns it around right there. He got the hook, so it didn't matter that he missed the backwards flay because he's put down the box and they were able to finish off that Kennen before anything went down. So easy kills and answer back right there. This is exactly what Vulcan needed. They're getting right back in there as far as gold concerned. And if you're in the game, they would actually consider themselves ahead because they can only see the kill, the scoreboard here.
So Chris, with that needlessly large rod by, would have done quite a bit of damage, but the Seeker's Arm Guard may have kept him alive longer in that. That Kennen being out of the fight is huge. You only have the Jarvan initiation, and like you said in the beginning, Kobe, you have a Kazakhs, you have a Tristana, they can both hop out, and even if somebody lanterns, you can get another one out. So a good disengage coming in here when they don't have Chris.
The only thing right now for Vulcan is that option for the flash hook is not going to be available now.
Yeah, that's true. It's a big window to work with.
So they don't really have, that's like their only hard engage. They don't really have any more hard engages. They do have plenty of slows though. So a tower dive would actually be not beneficial for Velocity right now. They have to be very careful because a Rumble Ultimate and a Nasus Wither on people it's going to be hard to get out of that dive once they commit.
Just slowly walk it in. Don't mind what we're doing, anyone. Smithy as he tries. Going up, throws down the Wither. There it is, guys. We're just walking in. But that's going to be it. Let's see. It is the ultimate coming up for Evaniscus. So you can see them being very cautious until that huge disengage for them comes up. And now that it is, they kind of start to settle it up.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually even want to fight until Chris finishes that Zhonya's.
Right.
Zhonya's is going to be really the key item that Velocity are looking for to win that next team fight. Once he gets that, the entire landscape is going to change for the 5-on-5s.
He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard plus completion to fully go through. 15 minutes in though, it's still good. You got another 3 minutes to really get that core average item in, depending on what you're grabbing. Ninja Tabi on to NK Inc. as he has been throwing himself in the fight over and over. And then Nashor's 2's coming out on Kale, something we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, the reason this game's so slow right now is because they're waiting on the item thresholds. It's really become just common knowledge for all the teams. Like you have to fight as soon as you hit that break point. If they go in before, then it could be disastrous here as Mandatory Cloud hops in for some nice isolation damage.
A few hits, doesn't get the ulti off just yet. He actually holds it down, throws on the ult there. Won't be in range for the next jump. No cooldown.
No real wards up in the top lane area for ManCloud to really continue that chase either, so it would be a bit dangerous, and he doesn't want to press his luck. He got the ultimate off of Kennen, so that's a big enough win for them, and they know that they've freed up one threat from Velocity's down, so Zuna's free to push this bottom.
And we've been talking that Vulcan really wants to play this for the late game. That's what they're doing. Like you said, playing safe, getting kills when they can. Mandatory Cloud knew he didn't have to go after that. Their kills will come soon. They're already up 3 kills at this point. Dragon coming up in just about a minute.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know that, you know, Mandatory Cloud got zoned out for the beginning. You know, he's already got Brutalizer and the Man Immune, not Muramana yet, already. So that's plenty of damage right there. And he's feeling just fine at this point. We might be overplaying that early game even because, you know, it is a 1 versus 2, and of course he was going to start off bad. The death also hurt him, but everything's peachy now.
We'll see what they can produce off of this. Looks like they're all going to hover towards bottom lane. Vile Rose just hanging around in mid to make sure there's no pressure that is unwarranted right now. He does have a ward on him though, so he's got to kind of be careful. Even that minion wave there. Chris right behind him. And it looks like they're going to start actually stacking the lanes now to get this pressure on. But Mandatory Cloud still just chilling up top.
So 10 seconds. We've got the Dragon coming up. And again, Kazakh's top. He's not going to be there for this one. Velocity are actually not sending 5 people towards the Dragon. We're going to have Kale roam up top. He does not run into Kazakhs. Oh, they do in the jungle. Here we go.
There it goes. They're going to find each other. Vile Rose just wants to red. He's trying to get it. Gets the last Q back, and he is maybe able to escape this. Mandatory Cloud waiting on those spikes. He turns around. Vile Rose throws on the ult instantly. Mandatory Cloud reads it. Goes back in. Forces the flash. Misses the spikes. He would have gone in.
And Vile Rose is not out of it yet. They've got him surrounded.
Oh, he is going to be walking on some pineapples on that. He's only got a little bit of health left. Where's the speed? There's the heal. The harpoon just misses the backside. He does have red buff, but he's got to get the attack applied to make it count. The flash flame spitter. So they did blow a few flashes for that.
They blew a couple flashes, plus the Dragon went down to Velocity. So he sort of traded his life plus the red buff there for a Dragon. Not too shabby, but they delayed the full 5-on-5 team fight while Chris doesn't have his Zanya. So I'd definitely take that if I was Velocity. Not too bad. Could have been played a little bit better there, but it was not the end of the world.
And we've kind of been saying it here. It is really a piece-together game for these guys. Look at the inventories. It's full of recipes, yeah, as Maple Street finishes his Bloodthirster, thanks. But just all over the place, you know, ability tomes, we got a few armors here, the Needlessly Raj, the Rod, and then health Giant Belts finally coming in. So we're going to see longer fights for these teams, and I think that's going to start benefiting Vulcan.
Vulcan definitely looking, they're happy to stretch it out. Kazakhs and Tristana late game are beastly, and Nasus just gets to be extremely tanky. He gets so much free HP from his ultimate. Right now he's level 10. Next level, he's going to get the 2nd level of his Fury of the Sands, and he'll be able to stick in the middle for a long duration while we have Zuna with his Infinity Edge Tristana poking from the outside.
He has got that built up, so Infinity Edge the Bloodthirster now. Neither of them really going for the attack speed on their build yet since they just got that core item. Trist with 4 on the queue, so we can see that Zuna has been ramping that up as he was getting closer to his Infinity Edge.
Yeah, everybody just chilling. Both sides waiting for different points in the game
like a
here.
Stalemate right now.
Not comfortable until they finish the item that they're going for. It's pretty interesting because both feel like once they stall out a little bit to get that extra piece of gold for the item they want, they're going to have the upper hand. Vulcan counting on that Tristana, and Velocity counting on that Kennen.
Is it going to be that big, though? 460 gold in for Chris. He is in the top lane again. You can see just how safe Velocity is playing. Like you were saying, once they get the item, they'll go in. But right now, he is hoping that item makes a very big impact. Only 500 for him as he's fully pushed the top lane, so he's still got time to wait on the Zanyas. No, he did get it. All right.
Yeah, not only are we grouping up here, but we do have the completion. So that's the signal for Velocity. They're now going to look to start this off with that Nami wave. That's going to be the signal that everybody's waiting for. Tidal wave to come through, and then we go. It's a surfing ninja. Have you ever seen that movie, Surf Ninjas? We're going to get Kennen coming through on the tidal wave.
I'm going to have to watch that tonight then.
It's really only good if you're in the age group of 7 to maybe 7 to 10. I definitely recommend it. There's the tidal wave.
Riding the wave. They go in. There's Chris with the ultimate on right away. Throws down, and he gets the Zanyas just after doing it in style. NKN kind of caught in his own ultimate. He's going to find his way out, and they pinch Chris on the backside. They do not like Yordles that much. Triss feels bad about it.
Maple Street with 31 HP just chilling in the back lines there. He was fine. He actually just stuck around. So they're actually coming to trade 1 versus 1, or 1 for 2? 1 for 2 now.
Little
Man
too
Cloud's
soon,
not
it's
done.
got him
Maple Street.
again. Oh, everything hit the wraiths that were just in the bush. That was perfect. He gets it, though. They are yelling this out. You can hear Zuna in the background. They are going to go for Baron, and it looks like they're going to be able to pick this up quite quick. Vile, what do you have in store? Your flash is down. Your ult is down. You are a risky man.
NK Inc. has his smite and his flash. He can pull in and flash out if he's going to put the damage onto this Baron. It looks like they're going to go for the steal here. We also have
They're taking a lot of damage right now.
A lot of damage. They're all getting very low, and Vile Rose is watching this.
He is taking photos. Here comes Psycho Sid. He's like, step aside, please. I will do this for you guys. Don't worry. Overheats himself right away, though, so he can't give assistance to the team. Everybody's just trying to peel and split. They decide, okay, we need to go on him. But that may stop Baron. It's giving the team long enough to get back. Here comes Chris from the right side. Can he get in? He's got 2 shots down into Smithy. Not enough for the 3rd proc. He's going to keep the Baron health up.
He's keeping that one low. It looks like they want to go for it, but they decide to turn around. Psycho Sid knows what they're doing.
They're trying to get it. Can he get a poke onto NK Inc? Just wants a few hits. There's a few more. The equalizer right into Baron. It's going to be grabbed up by NK Inc. and they get out, only losing onto Chris here. Vile has gone down previously. They did lose Evaniscus actually, but the Baron gold is going to be huge for them. The game pretty much even.
NK Inc. wins the Smite Wars right there. Smithy tried to flash in, and he did pop his Smite, but we had the Jarvan there picking that one up. Great move by NK Inc. They actually did a good job keeping the Baron aggroed so that he didn't regen all the way back up, and they were able to pick that for velocity.
That was like a slow-mo Baron the entire time, just watching them take so much damage. And I was like, what is Vile Rose doing? They're going to take that in seconds, but they don't really have the Triss damage yet. It's not late game. She's only level 12. She may have that 3 recurve throws of attack speed, but it's not creating as much as she needs it to, and it's not the output of damage you get in that late game Triss yet.
Such dangerous play. Baron play around 20 minutes is almost always going to be very dangerous play, and Dyrus calls it the noob magnet. That's exactly what can happen there. Vulcan started it up, but all they really did was soften it up for velocity.
Vile now pushing the bottom. We know how the map gets when it's pretty objective free. Dragon's going to be the one that's up, and you can see Eyes deadly on that objective right now for velocity. They're going to grab one and the other unless Bloodwater gets a very nice hook in here. The Oracles has been popped by Bloodwater. Looks like they're trying to get clean vision of what's going on maybe after the fight to get themselves in. But no, they just want to get Dragon position after it's gone.
So they got the global gold from Dragon. They took the second creep objective on the map, but their middle turret already has a creep wave at it, and they're just going to push this one down. We might go into a base race.
They are going to try to go hard. Second tier turret to second tier. That bottom turret taking quite a bit of damage. It is not going to fall as fast. They are in the inhibitor turret now. This second turret has just fallen for velocity, and Vulcan is going very hard with their own tanks, base tanking these turrets. It's going to be NK Inc. trying to take the turret for his team. The inhibitor turret falls as velocities rather starts to take damage, or inhibitor starts to take damage, I should say. It's going to be 23 minutes into this one, and yes, Kobe, they are going to go hardcore for this one. It seems like both teams are trying to get it back after the inhibitor, though. Will velocity.
They're dead even right now. Both of them get inhibitors, and both of them are pulling out.
Smithy's staying with Zuna. They're going to be able to knock this down. Will they be able to stop him in the base? A few are backing Chris and NK Inc. just on the outside. There's nothing there. Maple Street forced to burn. They get an or Nexus turret rather, and they take him down. A very big play coming in for Vulcan.
So Mandatory Cloud, definitely the hero of this game. He goes back with the quick home guard boots by and hop onto Maple Street. Maple Street was trying to pull the same move Zuna was pulling, taking out another turret, staying there by himself, but he pays for it with his life. Mandatory Cloud with a surprise attack.
Smithy coming in from the side. NK Inc. looking to just stop up these waves, but there is no pressure that Velocity isn't feeling right now. Every time they're in a wave, it's not free farm. They gave that to Mandatory Cloud earlier, and it seems to be backfiring now. Vile going in at a Cloud. That's not much HP. The ultimate for him is up. He is going to throw it on, and he may not be in range. He's got the heal, which will put him there. Oh my gosh! He goes down along with Mandatory Cloud.
Nothing is free in the League of Legends. You're going to have to pay for that one with your life. He does get the kill onto Kha'Zix there, which is a decent trade, though, because it's such on fire right now.
Oh, Chris puts himself in the fight. That Zhonya is to be locked up. He almost throws it down. No, he doesn't put it off. He never used it. NK Inc. throwing up in his ultimate, locks or pushes that down. Bloodwater just on the outside. Gonna have the flag toss soon. Coming in from NK Inc. NK Inc. gets there, but the flay is back. It's gonna be a few more attacks. Another kill coming in for NK Inc. He's gonna be happy with this one on one final Q, and it looks like they will be able to chase Psycho Sid out of this. they're going to back. There's so much pressure from both teams, but they're not able to do anything after it.
Yeah, that's huge oracles down there for Vulcan, though. That means that Evaniscus now has the upper hand, and he's actually got a lot of work to do with that thing because there's just wards from Vulcan peppering the inside of their jungle, and after that base race, both bases missing an inhibitor each.
And really saying, you know, from the beginning, we were kind of towards the Vulcan side for once this late game gets there. The HP coming into Rumble, the HP coming in for Xmithy, you start to lose the damage you would get out of Kennen towards that late game if he's not as farmed. And we've seen that Chris has had a hard time in that top lane, only finishing his Zanyas right now.
Yeah, there's so many more factors we have to worry about now too. It's not just, you know, team fight damage, it's turret damage, and we see this Lich Bane picked up by Kale.
Yeah.
So if they do go in another base race situation, this Kale is going to demolish buildings right now.
Very smart buy by Vile Rose. They realize what extent this game can get to right now. So Bloodwater, that Oracle's on him.
Got another one right there.
Another
so,
one.
A very expensive
Drop of
investment
gold.
for him.
Yep.
But this means, you know, Velocity are confident to keep on pushing down this wave. We have to remember all the home guard buys. If we do get into another situation where there's a base race, this new home guard, I love the home guard, the new strategies that it brings into all these base races. You have to worry about those quick recalls because there are 3 of them up in the game right now, and that's going to mean that it's even that much more dangerous to try and go for back doors.
You have to make sure you are positioned correctly. We saw Velocity able to stop a few from going back as
4 of them now.
Or Vulcan rather was able to stop that. Death sentence just missing on the edge. 27 minutes in. We are 16-7 here on our 5th matchup. 39,700 to 39,400 gold. And really, the carry going to ManCloud this fight.
Here goes the
Rumble.
Rumble.
The equalizer down. They throw down the Nami ult. So that's 1-for-1 on ults. But it's going to be a big chase. That has a Rylas on the backside. Velocity was not able to get out as far as they wanted. And look, the Kennen ult not doing that much damage. Xmithy walks right through it. Chris could go down. Vile's going to fall after. The double kill coming in for Sid. Mandatory Cloud looks to make a kill for his team, but it's going to be Zuna's on Tristana to Draven. They almost get that kill on the spikes, but they're going to be chasing down the double kill for Zuna in mid, and only NK Inc. makes it out alive in an ace.
Late game
or in a
coming.
5-all alive, I should say.
Yeah, that was a spectacular play there from Vulcan. We had Mandatory Cloud at the back line, chunked down Nami so she wasn't able to get back into it, and it forced Maple Street to defend the back line. It looks like they're going to go for the win right now.
These are low timers. They're going to be able to throw some tomatoes at the stage, but it was a great performance, and it looks like Vulcan is going to be able to get themselves a win on the Nexus. NK Inc. is like, follow me, I have candy out of the base. But they take the Nexus, they don't want it. They're going to go get some good stuff for themselves. Now, it's going to be the handshake for that victory.
Decisive team fight right there. That was the whole game. I mean, Vulcan really nicely played right there. We talked about the tankiness that Nasus gets for free with his ultimate. It made such a huge difference. The tankiness of Xmithy versus the tankiness of NK Inc., the 2 junglers. When Jarvan jumped in, he just got blown up.
Yeah, that was just great textbook play of the composition they brought to the table. We've seen Kha'Zix wreaking havoc. Kiwi Kid did it last game. Mandatory Cloud, we kind of, you know, said he was going to have a rough game, but he's Mandatory Cloud, and he did just that, floating on his own Cloud9 right now. So with that game, it kind of, like I said, was textbook. They knew it was going to be a late game for them, and that's when they brought out the power.
And I like the adjustments that Vulcan played to, because they know that they have to have Mandatory Cloud be a huge part of their team for the end game. And so they did everything that was necessary to get him back into it.
He was in that lane by himself, and then you want to switch a guy that's level 3 to like a level 5 in the top lane. Like, it was hard, but they were reactionary in just about every part of that.
Yeah, and I did like the play from Val Rose. He was taking advantage of it. He wasn't going to let Mandatory Cloud just farm up and walk back into this game.
Absolutely not. We'll see a replay of the last team fight and just see how farmed up these guys actually were.
Yeah, because this is really, it was so even up until this point, and it's decide everything. Nami ult for Rumble ult. There's the ManCloud jumping in for the back line like I talked about, and Vile, Maple Street, and Evaniscus all back there doing nothing. While NK Inc. not being as tanky on Jarvan gets bursted down. Chris, as soon as he gets out of his Zanyas, gets exploded, and there's just not enough meat on this Velocity team at this point to live through the damage here. Mandatory Cloud just going wild on that Kha'Zix. Getting the resets.
It was pretty scary. It's not that they had tons of assassins, but when you have so much mobility on the team like that, or a Nasus to make you have to focus on something else, it wasn't, there was just too much focus. You know, Maple Street couldn't live. He was running. Kha'Zix back and forth. Like, it was just chaotic in those fights.
Mantor Cloud did such a great job controlling the terrain of the battlefield in that fight by doing the jump in, getting his burst down, and then backing out. He didn't waste anything, and he zoned the rest of the team while Chris
was
using
for a good 4 seconds
his
on that fight too.
his Kennen ultimate. So that was perfect play there by Vulcan, and they deserved that finish.
All right, so coming up, we'll be joined by Vulcan Zuna to talk about their second win of the summer, and then it's our final match of the day when Team Coast takes on CLG. Opening week of the NA LCS Summer Split will continue right after these messages.
Hold this. Hold this. I got good. Good. Can we kill him? Oh, I fucked up. Good shit. Still got him. Jarvan. Watch the guy. Nice.
Maple, get Maple! Maple, switch to Maple!
Maple's free. Maple's free. Benny, don't die. Here's my mana. Here's my mana.
Push. Get that back.
We can get there.
Good shit.
Kill's coming.
Welcome back to day 2 of the NA LCS Summer Split. Right now, I would like to welcome Vulcan's Zuna to the desk. Welcome very much, sir. Very good Tristana play there. Just sway onto the desk. So for that one, you know, kind of at the end there, we were saying that was pretty much textbooks for you guys, just the way you played it. You brought in the late game team comp, and you just made sure the lanes were safe.
Yeah, pretty much that game. We went in there.
We didn't really know how Velocity plays too much. We knew that they're going to pick Kennen if we left it up, which we weren't too phased by because we could just 2-1 it with Trist, and I'd get ahead early. But rocky start, little miscommunication, and we fell behind. But as long as we knew they couldn't take our towers because Draven's really weak at hitting the tower because he just has to stand still, we had really good wave clear too. So we knew that eventually we'll outplay them as long as we don't lose early.
So what was, the communication like? We talked about, Mandatory Cloud got zoned out so early. What was going through your team's mind at that point, and what was the plan to get him back in?
Well, pretty much we knew that as long as one of us is doing fine, that one of us would be able to carry. And I got the farm early, and I got a kill, I think, because of a really good gank top. And then we just had to the point where we have such good wave clear that we could freeze a lane. And we just left a lane frozen, and we were 4-5ing, just trying to make sure that Kha'Zix could get back into the game. And then they were getting dragons, and we couldn't stop it, but we tried to make as much advantage from taking towers and stuff. And then eventually Kha'Zix got back in the game after freezing for a couple of minutes, and he got one reset in a team fight, and we just snowballed from there.
So towards the end of the last season and the qualifiers and whatnot, you guys ramped up your play, figured out, where the breaking points were and how to step over those. How was that coming into this season? Obviously, you won that game, but what were those changes?
Pretty much the changes were just make sure that we play always solid, and we tend to play lots of based on skill, like just knowing that we'll out 1v1 someone, just go for outplay no matter what. But that was pretty risky, but it's definitely how we get ahead. And if you have a late game team comp and you can outplay someone, it helps a lot, I feel like, because if you do ever get early, ahead early, there's just no way you can lose.
Right. So we've seen Kennen become super popular in the North American LCS really recently, at least. What goes through your team composite? Like, what adjustments do you have to make, especially if you've already banned Janna, to your team comp to make him, a non-factor?
Well, pretty much we knew we're just going to 2-1 him, and he's going to be down early. So we just did that, and we knew he's going to be behind because of that. We just made sure he couldn't split push. And if Kennen can only team fight, then you just have to play safe and let someone else split push. And we could defend the whole time, so they just could never take a big enough advantage.
Now, with Evaniscus and a few other supports picking up Nami, what is it like to play a fight against that? We haven't seen it too much from a pro player's perspective, but do you wait for that and then you engage, or are you just ready for the disengage? How do you play the Nami ult?
For me, since I'm on Triss, it's really easy. I don't think I got hit by one of them because I can just sidestep it because I have the longest range, but I think Nami's ult's really lackluster because it's really slow. It's only good for a counter initiation if you dive. And the problem is with Kennen is you're diving in, so it makes no sense. It's not like Kennen can hold 3 people in place while he does damage instantly.
So as an AD, what are your 3 favorite supports to play with in a duo lane? A duo versus a duo, 2 versus 2 lane.
Not Janna, unless I'm Kate. But if not, I would say either Sona or Thresh for sure. And then third, I don't know, there's Blitz or Lulu for sure. I can't decide.
Okay, so 2.
Yeah, just 2.
All right, and final question coming in, just kind of a pro player perspective question. When something happens like what happened to Mandatory Cloud, when you have to swap lanes, but that can be, conditional to hurt the team, when is it safest to do that? Do lane swaps and kind of get yourself back against the other team?
I would say as long as you know that your team's stronger earlier or later, because even if someone's behind, it's not like they can't. As long as they're not out of the game completely, they can always recover. And just knowing what heroes can actually do that is another big thing. Like if you have Renekton and he gets behind, he's gonna be useless the whole game. He's just gonna be a meat shield with no threat. But if you have Kha'Zix, he always has damage no matter what, and he's really slippery, so he can always split push. So it's fine as long as a hero like that gets behind, but. If he wasn't the only one that got behind, we lost the other lanes too, game just would have been over from there.
All right, well, you guys definitely played very well, reactionary, and made the moves that needed to happen. Congrats on the win in the summer split. Thank you very much for the interview, Zuna. All right, guys, today Team Coast and CLG will be taking to the Rift with several new players, and both teams think that they can take advantage of the role swaps to a much-needed victory.
The fact that we have a really new roster and 3 role swaps is it's going to hurt us a lot.
I don't think they're going to be very strong. Nian's really new to top lane.
I'd say although we are a new team, we are pretty strong and we're going to get even stronger, but I think we can take them.
I think they're overrating their bot lane too much. For CLG, they don't have that many threats except Double Buff.
They're still just like a bunch of kids. I don't even think they're that great. I just think everyone just sucks.
As soon as I joined, we just started winning. So I'm not scared of them at all.
You know, Kobe, one of these days, I hope that Doublelift loosens up and tells us what he really thinks.
Everyone sucks.
All right, it's time to get into the game. Team Coast versus Counter Logic Gaming. For CLG, they've got a huge win in their first match today by taking down Dignitas in one of the most epic battles in LCS history.
CLG beat Dignitas in 71 minutes. They got, both teams actually, got over 100,000 gold, and Doublelift was at 586 minion kills. He earned almost 30,000 gold by himself, but the best news for CLG was Niantanso's play. He had a great game as Elise and looked a lot more comfortable in his new role, going 11, 5, and 12.
Yeah, a lot of people were wondering when that, kind of was going to happen, and he fell right into it in that game. So I'm sure everybody's got a big smile on their face if you're a CLG fan. So Team Coast came up with their own hard-fought victory against Vulcan yesterday behind a huge game by Zion Spartan. But today, they'll have to go to battle without their captain.
Yeah, their captain is graduating from high school today. Woo! Congratulations to Zion. But Jin Tae is going to be the one that's taking their place, and he is a familiar face on this team.
Just a little bit.
He's usually playing that mid lane, though, and now is going to be in the top lane. He got picked, or he's replaced by Shifter, who is going to be their mid lane now, and that's good news actually, because Shifter got rid of his early game jitters after that first loss against TSM, and he actually looked a lot better. He had some solid play in their second game on that Zed versus Vulcan, 6-2 and 3, pretty strong.
Yeah, CLG also having a few changes, so it's going to be good for both teams. So let's check out those lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Coast, formerly known as GGU. Top, Jinte, as that Zion Spartan is graduating. Jungle, Nintendo X, mid is Shifter. Don't Mash Me on AD, and Daydreamin' at support.
And on the red team, it's CLG. Niantanso is up top. Big Fat LP in the jungle. I just want to preface this with a little note, guys. If I say Big Fat GG, it's my mistake, but that's what his name used to be.
Right.
There's a little confusion there. Link is the one that's at the middle, Doublelift on AD carry, and Chauster supporting, of course.
Everybody knowing that new lineup that they're bringing to the table. Chauster back on the support, and it's been kind of them needing to find their wheelhouse. And we'll see. We've said it before, say it again, that even they have stated it's a team they're looking to find those wins for. So
yeah,
we'll see if they can do it again on this one.
They said it a couple of times. They're like, yeah, we'll probably start out rocky, but we're definitely going to ramp up. Doublelift actually was saying it was only going to take a couple weeks to maybe a month before him and Chaucer were the best bot lane in North America. But they've had a pretty rough start. Yeah, and he's actually, the end of the season. Yeah, he's actually switched it up now. He's like, well, I'll be a little bit more realistic. Looks like it's going to take Chaucer a little bit more time, and we'll do that by the end of the season.
It's not only did the LCS start, but it opened up a lot of eyes, really. A lot of the predictions the players had themselves kind of got them scratching their heads.
Yeah, and pretty much this new CLG lineup has a lot of people scratching their heads. Big Fat LP coming from the jungle is a huge change. Going from a lane into the jungle, I feel like it's actually a pretty big switch, even though they're saying, it's no problem for him because he's been playing for so long.
Right.
The mentality of a laner is so much different from the mentality of a jungler because you're not heads up versus someone. So a lot of changes that they actually have to implement.
It's true. It's laners usually will meet up other lanes. You'll be in the 2v1. You'll get put up against something, but you don't really get the jungler to jungler unless you're a jungler. But coming into this, it's going to be big. Counter Logic Gaming looking to prove a lot, but Coast, formerly known as GGU, as we said before, they're looking to put a stamp on this as well and say that we did very well in the end of the season, obviously, but as we said in the start of the opening of the summer, there's still teams that are considered towards the bottom. It kind of just flowed that way for them, and they're trying to stop that too.
That clip of "Don't Mash Me" at the end of the last split, saying everyone else thinks we're garbage, and we kind of think we're garbage too, always runs through my head. And like they still, it's kind of new to them whenever they do so strong. But they've changed their name. They've got a new mentality. They're very confident, and they're no strangers to playing with all these subs. They had so many. weeks last split where they had to use a new top laner and use
find
a new support out of nowhere, and they're used to rolling with the punches. So I think that they will actually be able to deal with role swaps even better than CLG are able to deal with role swaps.
And I feel like that, goes a lot more into the fighting phase, right? Because there is coordination there, but personal skill comes out very big. So the lanes for GGU/Coast now, I should just say Coast, have been not lackluster, but they're not ones to see like, Zion Spartan coming out huge on top. They're always trying things, so their lanes are always kind of even, and then it's the fight phase that they really get stuff into.
Yeah,
really get the wins.
missing Zion really is going to be a big blow for him because he was spectacular on the Riven yesterday. Definitely coming out huge and really just taking a commanding lead in that top lane. Jin-Tae, though, very excited to see what sort of champions he brings to the top lane. Because as a mid laner, there's actually a lot of mid lane champions that fare really well in that top lane. The one that jumps out at me is this Ryze new switch. Jin-Tae plays Ryze. He's played plenty of games on Ryze. If he adapts to the different playstyle of a top Ryze, then he can easily be a very, very huge impact for Coast and not a liability.
Well, we'll have to see. It's very advantageous that they have somebody so close to the team to be able to use like that for top lane. Obviously, subs always play with the team, but having somebody that played with you all season is huge.
Very good point. That something that usually plagues subs is that they don't have chemistry with the team.
Yeah.
But, Jin-Tae, he already has plenty of chemistry, can communicate well with them.
The Winter's Wrath finds itself on the bench. I think for one of the first times we've seen her. And then we have the Jace on the other side. No biggie there. And Kennen as well. They'll probably just follow in the Twisted Fate Eve Elise zone.
Yeah, these are some popular bands coming out. Kha'Zix had gotten through for the last couple of games, but we won't be seeing him anymore.
Actually carried the last few games.
He has made very, very long-lasting impressions, I guess, in the last couple of games. CLG not going to let that one happen. Or the Rise.
They know about the Rise.
I was trying to say Jin-Tae's got a go-to pick there for top lane, but not going to happen. CLG have done their research as well.
And we'll have to see what they decide to pick, right? Jin-Tae maybe focus this game. It's in the knowledge of CLG that he is one coming in, does practice with them, but that can always be something you go after is somebody who may not communicate as well.
Yeah, when he first joined as a sub and he was mid lane, the TSM went right at him. Odd1 used his first 2 ganks on Jin-Tae, completely took him out of the game, got him on tilt, and they just crushed him, rolled over him. So taking the weakness, I guess, of a team, of a sub coming in and focusing your efforts on that is definitely a viable strategy.
We were saying Nintendo Dex, this is a pretty ambiguous pick for them coming in because of both Jin-Tae and Nintendo Dex here, and I'm sure CLG hasn't seen too much of Jin-Tae's pool lately, so whether that pick for Nintendo or Jin-Tae, quite safe and to definitely not lose a lane.
Nintendo has been really outspoken about how much he loved the jungle Elise last split, so I think, it's definitely a pretty big sign that we will probably not see another tank fiddle, but it still is out there and it's very fun to watch. So I would actually enjoy another match of that, and so we can really get a handle on, was that a fluke or is that going to be new flavor of the month?
I don't know. We will have to see. The Karthus coming in possibly for Link, and the Thresh is still live and out. We've seen some good Thresh play coming out, some good Blitzcrank play as well from Edward himself. So those will be locked in, and the fight phase for these guys is going to look pretty scary already.
So we're going to have Link on that Karthus. That means he'll have guaranteed damage, and so many Karthus yesterday and even at the beginning of the day were a little disappointing to me because I like to see them go full, AP and damage and see the Requiem actually take chunks out of people.
Yeah.
But if you go with the more defensive or early builds that some of the recent Karthus have been using, then he's not as effective. Link usually, when he's playing anything in the mid, will go for damage because CLG have had that problem with the lack of threats. Not too worried about his item builds.
Wants to see what they decide to go next. Shifter looking for Orianna. His Orianna play is pretty exceptional. That's always been enjoyed. I believe in the first few weeks we got to see that. And the Blitzcrank actually to come in, so Hook City for this game.
We have the pick potential for both sides now.
Be a jungle blitz.
And we're going back to Jarvan was one of Chowster's go-to jungles when he was in the jungle. We don't know how much he's been collaborating with Big Fat LP, and some of his opinion may have influenced there. So we might see that jungle Big Fat LP using Jarvan. Meanwhile, we got the Sarkal Queen or whatever? Or what do we call that?
Soraka?
The Ben. Touche.
Just checking.
Touche, sir.
So Daydreaming looking to lock in here. 15 seconds left on the timer. This is about to buzz out. You better lock in a support. I want to see some jungle blitzcrank this game. Nintendo X definitely wanted to pull it out, but it looks like it's going to be the Zed to make you dead. And we'll see what they get for the switch up. The last pick coming in. Chowster, they're actually looking here for a top laner.
So yeah, I was all ready to go off about the solo lane Soraka and how the Dyrus is a huge fan, and but it's not going to be that. So the Zed and Orianna both. Jinte plays both, but I think that it's actually going to be Orianna on Jinte. His Orianna play was exceptional last split.
All of last split, yeah.
And Shifter has been going back and back to Zed time and time again. So I think we're actually going to have an Orianna solo long lane. And she actually fares fairly well because you have that speed.
She has her own utility.
If she has, she's got a shield and she can dissonance on herself to give her the extra speed to get away. So I think that's it will be a very interesting twist that really has come about from the sub status that we have with Coast here.
And it's going to be Counterlogic Gaming locking in Renekton for Nian Tanso. We've seen his Vladimir play. We've seen a bit of other things, but it's going to be Renekton this time. We just heard Zuna say as well, if that lane doesn't go well, Renekton becomes a big damageless meat shield towards the end of the game. So see if you can avoid the damageless meat shield.
We're definitely going to want to look at the early game for CLG because Jarvan's kind of in the same boat. If Jarvan gets behind early, then he's just very squishy, and he'll jump in and get off his Cataclysm, but you can burst him down very quickly, as we saw in the last game. So Renekton and Jarvan definitely have a lot to do a lot of work to do in this early game.
That composition definitely looks like they are going to be roaming quite a bit here. We'll have Big Fat to a lot of lanes right away. Jarvan obviously very aggressive in the early part of the game. Elise can do so as well with repel entry into the lane, but we'll have to see if Big Fat has gotten onto that course of really trying to start it off. And St. Vicious-esque first blood in almost every one they can get for last season. We'll see if that happens.
I saw some tweets the other day where Chaucer was like, GG, or Big Fat LP with a new world record, 13 minutes in, only had 12 CS as a jungler, but he had 4 successful ganks.
Yeah.
So it looks like, Big Fat LP is running the same lines of the very aggressive gank-heavy junglers and not the farm-centric sort of St. Vicious style.
And this gets Big Fat to roam. He never liked to leave his lane before, but now he can go anywhere he wants, throw his boots on, and get from coast to coast here. We'll have to see as they go against Coast versus CLG. It's going to be the matchup. They are on the Rift, as you can see behind us, so join us, and thank you for joining us if you have been all day. It's been quite long, but we are into our last matchup. Get that last refill on popcorn in your drink, and we're going to be into the match.
This team comp also for Coast, it has no inherent tankiness. It's a very assassin-y team with Elise and Zed. And we'll have to see how Nintendo actually builds. Because Coast, they don't usually pick champions that have inherent tankiness. Not a big fan of the meat shields. But sometimes they'll do the off builds like we saw from Nintendo yesterday, where he'll just build tanky anyway.
Yeah.
So you never really know who's actually going to be the one to soak up damage on this team. And this team really relies a lot on coordination for Coast.
They will have to. There's a lot of things that will make that command shockwave miss. That's definitely difficult. You have a lot of ins and outs, and you may miss. Their engagement is the shockwave, though, so like you said, the coordination is going to have to be there. We'll see a lot of different level 1s this entire day. Everybody's like, you're in mid? All right, now we'll invade. It's like they're finding each other first and then doing whatever they want to do.
Ever since that TSM game where Dyrus got caught because
chunked out because
there was dancing in the middle by Insec at the All-Stars, and Dyrus got caught over there. Everybody's been very, very skeptical of this dancing. Dancing is no longer free, fun-loving, everybody just have a nice early game. It's devious now.
It's super devious, and you can see they're not getting any aggression in here. Both teams not even going for wards that are going to give them vision of the jungler. It's just entry.
I know, yeah. We have the almost symmetrical awards coming up. A couple extra from CLG because, they put that Explorer award over here in the river, whereas we still have the Explorer award on Daydreamin'. But besides that, pretty much vision all the way down the river here for both teams. Top lane is going to be by itself up there, a little dark.
And see, this is where that ward would come into play. As they do golems in the top lane, they'd be seen by that ward that Vulcan likes to put out. Looks like they're going to be safe, and they're going to get the swap in here. So it looks like Jinte will be in the 2v1. Like we said, Orianna not too bad in that situation. Nian and Link may walk. Oh, pull over the wall? I don't think so. That could be big for them. No, he goes for it, but he misses it. They were thinking about it too much.
So this is an example of very, very quick adaptation by Coast. They've been watching the games today, and they placed this extra ward over the wall in the river, just in case they had someone on CLG waiting, like we saw before, and no surprises for them there on the blue invade.
Fog of War is not your friend, just to say. So a little bit of a gold lead here to Coast as they're making their way around the jungle a bit faster, or already got to lane. Who's going to have the level advantage on that one? Maybe it's going to be a solo lane. Looks like actually level 2 for Shifter here in mid. Will he try to get some damage down onto Link? No, they're just playing it safe. But we do have Chaucer moving down for some wards, and he's going to put pressure onto Nintendude. Looks like Nintendude was actually waiting for this.
Yeah, Nintendude started as red, so he was expecting the counter invade here, the switch from CLG to have their support and their top up there. Their answer to this, call in Jinte and just use your smite on it, because Jinte's getting zoned anyway. It's a 2 versus 1 lane. Bring him over, extra support.
The minions will be there soon. Yeah, he's level 1, but Nian hitting 2 just because the minions are hitting into the turret, and that's the same thing for Jinte. Daydreaming and Mash Me trying to put pressure on. They didn't get too much pressure onto the turret, but that's the Caitlyn lane. Peacemaker everything and just shove it into the turret.
And both of these 2 versus 1 lanes actually are going to have to worry about hooks causing early deaths for the solo laners, and we'll probably see a lot of attention from actually both junglers trying to help them and just sort of keep these outer turrets up as long as possible.
Some pretty good damage coming in for Nintendude to help with that Volatile Spider as he gets a good push for Jinte, trying to get him off the turret so he can at least soak up some of the gold coming to the bottom lane just on the outside. Big Fat doesn't have the room for the flag toss. He gets tripped up in the minions.
Yeah, it was a good, slice and dice there from the end, though. Got some harass onto the Caitlyn there. Don't Mash Me hurting a little bit. And they're actually going to duo shove this lane back the other way. I love this extra ward, too, that was dropped down by Coast in the side bush.
The shove is definitely working a lot more for CLG in this, because they've been doing it in the top lane, but holding it at the turret. So CLG could definitely pick up some advantage here as if Nian can back after this and get back to lane before losing anything.
And it actually is Coast who's ahead in sort of the turret life of the top and bottom turrets. But, like I said, CLG are the ones pressing now.
Onto Chouster. There's the repel. She chooses to come down on the closest minions. Looks like they could have pulled that into a kill, so very smart choice by Nintendude. But looks like we're going to have Big Fat walking away. Nintendude will continue to pressure.
And Link over here pulling some, Season 2, Season 1 mid-play where he went around, he just farmed up the Wraith camp and let Shifter push it. So as Karthus, he's just trying to spam farm right now. He's going for the long haul, of course, and as soon as he hits level 6, then he'll get that global presence. He doesn't have to roam for it.
Here's that damage you're going to get out of a Caitlyn lane, annoying your tower forever and ever. Big Fat here, positioning himself well, knowing that they don't want to lose this just yet. It's going to be too much of an advantage to get Mash Me in another lane right now.
And he eats the cupcake, going to just sort of take the... delicious right there. Just going to sort of eat up a little bit more damage, but they have to worry about it because this turret's getting very low.
Oh, they go in once again. Just a little bit of harassment on to Mash Me. Daydreaming is still on the backside there. The tier is now starting to come out. Jinte charging that up. Link, as soon as he can, at 38 minions, goes back and gets himself a buy as well. They finally have Jinte to go back, but he will be able to push this lane better now.
And down in that bottom lane, Big Fat LP was not on the same page as Nian. We saw Nian go in there and initiating well. We have the recalling Jarvan sitting there. A little bit of a miscommunication, and he does end up even canceling it and staying there to clear because of that pressure.
There's Shifter coming from the right side. This is going to be the first mobilization from mid here. They try for the gank. The death mark is on. It's only going to be a few hundred damage, not even really, as they're still quite low level. 4s, 5s, and 6 for the lane right now.
So that was a great arcane shift by Double Lift. The reason that death mark did so little damage, as soon as it went off, Double Lift arcane shifts away from the shadows so the extra damage doesn't come in.
Mash Me there. The Requiem goes down. That may not be enough for the first Requiem. It is a 200 damage straight down first blood.
Perfect job there by Link. He spam farms until he can get level 6 immediately, and then they comboed that aggression, knowing that Karthus ultimate is available with the big fat LP and Nien aggression.
Looks like that kill coming in very big for Link. He is enjoying that, not having to leave lane at all. And like you said, he's one to want those kills. And if you're just going to have to press R, he'll be even a bigger smile on his face about that. He's going to help his team now grab Dragon and even more just map pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't have blue buff, but he just bought a tier, so he's going to be able to spam out those layways, burn this Dragon down. It looks like it's going to be a problem, though.
Oh, man, he goes in, dodges, but he gets taken down after the flash. Note, flash does not heal you. Going in for the fight here. Daydream and may go down as well, so it's going to be a good attempt if they can go 1 for 1. Nien's forced to back. Shifter just putting in all the auto attacks to force the fight away. You'd think he was ranged here. Going in, gets himself in with the shadow. A few more auto attacks. He's done about 12 now, but he's finally forced out of the fight. Looks like Big Fat's going to take the cocoon here, so they can't get onto Nien. Nintendo going in, he's gonna get the Q down! A few more, but the stun! Oh no! Oh man, Nintendo, that may have been a poor decision.
Nien actually had the opportunity to run, just take a beeline back to base, but he didn't take it. I was thinking that could be a mistake. HP potion was ticking the whole time, though. You have to point that out. And that was really the difference there. He actually did a great job baiting in Nintendo, and they come out with a kill for it, even though they lose the turret.
Nien's got to be used to it. They have been focusing him left and right. Has Vladimir has seen somebody in his lane every few minutes. He's ready for it now. He knows how to stop it, and he was hugging the turret. Chowster and Doublelift trying to activate something here in the top lane. They're up 2-1, but Doublelift hasn't been the one getting the kills. He is up about 20 CS, so Blue Ezreal in a good position.
Yeah, they're going to have to focus it really quick, though, because Elise is on the way, and they really don't have time to finish it off here. Jinte goes for it.
Oh, there's a shockwave. They're going to get the repel into Chowster. The Flay is back. They still have the death sentence for him to lock somebody up. They at least get to save Doublelift here. He throws down the shield, and he is just going to go death sentence for himself.
So the bait right there was perfect. Both Doublelift and Chowster wanted to finish that turret so badly that they overextended for it, and Coast knew that they were going to try and finish it off. Just played right into their hands. Beautiful shockwave from Jinte to set that one up.
So Nien, even more knowing he's focused. First buy coming in, Giants.
Some tanky Renekton down there. And he's doing fine. He's about the same as Jinte, so not really behind in that 2-versus-1 lane, even though his turret is gone, so he'll have to be a bit more careful in that long lane.
We all know that Doublelift likes to put that hint of red on his blue build. He, again, looks like to be going for the Bloodthirster first right away, and even without kills, that's supposed to be the kind of high-end item in the blue build. He's going to go for that
Again,
first.
CLG going for the Dragon here, and it could be contested.
So much pressure. Just keep coming from them, Kobe.
They've got a lot of people here. That's going to have to be a hook
steal!
He
gets it! Oh, you got to be dreaming.
A hook steal as it comes out of my mouth. I didn't really believe it, but there it is.
You're like, I said it. Wait, I saw it. All right, double verification.
Daydreamin may now be the Blitzcrank master. I mean, I have to say, God hand right there. That's more impressive than pulling in, the main champion of the other team. Stealing Dragon with a hook. Just punching a Dragon in the back of the head. Here they go.
Going down to the bottom lane. Nien looks like he could be able to get into the kill here. See it? Nien back in. Daydream is so close. Do they want it? Oh my gosh. It's so just on the edge. The skin of the teeth plays coming out here. Nintendo repels. Big Fat's in range. Nien's like, no way. See ya, bro. Nintendo still go for damage. Will he miss or hit the cocoon? They got a few minions. Big Fat doing a great job of kind of organizing those minions to get out, but it looks like they may still be able to follow. Shifter, he got away from Shifter to stop the assist. That was actually a nice play.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, anytime you can deny the extra 50% gold right there, then it's a good thing. Meanwhile, up top lane, though, we are going to have Chowster and Doublelift going again for this turret.
Looks like they're going to be able to grab this turret. 11 minutes in, CLG looks to take not even an upper hand here. Tied in kills, tied in turrets, 300 gold.
Jinte with the blue buff should be fine against this Ezreal here. Chowster's backing off, and we do have more people coming in.
There's the command shockwave on the Doublelift. Oh man, he still got himself away. He was all right in the damages.
The pressure though is on for the mid lane. Caitlyn is going to be backed up by Shifter, and it's going to be difficult for Link to protect this one by himself.
Slow movement now from both teams. There is aggression towards the top lane, but they haven't figured out a way to act on it just yet. Big Fat OP, oh, he could get caught out here, but no, Chowster just on the side. He's good. He can wait. and they're going to back off for this one.
And being that low, though, means that Coast want to keep this up. They're going to go for this top turret and answer it back.
There's going to be no damage down. They're just looking to focus on the turret. They don't have too much damage pressure onto them, but the minions going down faster than they can take the turret. They do get themselves back. There's a lot of chaotic play between these two teams right now. Nien's like, yes, leave me bottom after giving me 2 kills and an assist. I will take your turret as long as that can be defended nicely top. Like we said, this game is very, very even, so something needs to sway for a team here soon.
The wave clear from the Arcane Barrage was huge, but Daydreamin's outside and he's looking for the extra hooks. They do have a ward in that tri-bush, so they're not going to go and jeopardize their lives by contesting.
It's taken an entire team to take top turret while Nien got this one by himself. So CLG not really dictating things right now, but definitely have the upper hand on where the movement is going. They have vision of the entire team, and Nien might even push for a little bit here.
Yeah, it brings it back to only a 500 gold difference. Very close game, only 3-3, and now it's going to be the attention turning towards the mid lane. The hook doesn't land, though, so they can't extend it.
They wanted that so bad. Like, let's just stand in front of the turret and grab him. He won't know it's going to hit him. Throws down the wall. Link knew. He stays safe. Still now 13 minutes in. Coast is trying to really make moves now. They went to the top, they're now going to mid, and they're going to stop this pressure. It'll be all 3 outer turrets for them while they still have their mid control of the map.
Yeah, so both teams have both side turrets down, and we're definitely going to have a congregation in the middle now as each one desperately defends their mid turret, as it's the last perimeter defense that they have.
Link very low on mana. Looks like he will get this blue buff. None of them really want to leave lane. You think you just go back when you don't have mana since you're stacking the tier, and he actually gets that and then goes back with 2,300 gold. So he actually did want it.
Yeah, Link gonna go back as soon as you can finish a Rod of Ages. You should, because it stacks up. You know, it takes that 10 minutes, and he's really got both of his ramping up items. I was talking about how we've seen so many Karthuses, or Karthai. Is that what you say? Go with the defensive early builds. Link's going with the classic ramping up build, and he's going to be a really big factor later in this game.
Sunfire Cape now on to Nien as he was just left alone forever on an island to his own divide. We'll see what he can do for himself now, reaching back to the top lane against Shifter. Shifter not really up to that Blade of the Rune King yet. And he is sitting on 630 gold, so he's really only got that dagger for speed on the next purchase. He looks to stay in lane, but could be pushed out by Nien here.
Yeah, and Nien's happy to go heads up with Shifter right now because he's gone. He's itemized pure armor right now. He was in a 2-versus-1 lane, so he is itemizing against the AD carry. That will work just fine versus Shifter because, you know, Sunfire Cape Rush plus the extra Doran shield is plenty of mitigation.
We look at the scaling for both of these teams towards the late game, and it's going to get pretty even. Orianna does a whole hell of a lot of damage late game. So does Karthus. So does Doublelift's Will because he's ahead. And so will Mashme, obviously, because you're going to get the Infinity Edge on Caitlyn, which looks like he's actually going for the Bloodthirster from being a tad behind.
Yeah, both of them are going to have Bloodthirsters then. It just happens that Doublelift started stacking his up already, so he definitely has the upper hand. Another thing with the items here for Coast, they don't have anyone, you know, off the bat building very tanky besides Daydreamin as the support. So they're going to really be relying on their CC and bursting a target down. Nien's going to have a really happy time once they do have these team fights because he's really the meatiest one on the entire map.
So we have Coast playing the brute force power game in mid, just trying to pressure down this turret with each wave. A double push coming out from CLG. They got the Sunfire in the top, the Defile, and the Lay Waste in the bottom lane. It looks like it will make Coast back off here. So they are playing to really position for CLG.
So the position now is probably going to swing down around Dragon. You can see Shifter actually was thinking about going top to get that wave, but immediately turns his direction, goes over to the Dragon. As we have wards over here, the pink is going to give him vision, but they're burning it down.
And there's been no hesitation. As soon as it comes up, Link has walked over to Dragon every time. They are going to get it for Nintendo. X, he gets the steal, or not steal rather, he gets it for himself, gets out, and the team doesn't even know the itsy bitsy spider was there.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a steal. You'll give credit to Nintendo when he deserves it, my friend. He got the execute damage, got right in there, flashed out too. Very well played, and that is the second steal for Coast. You have to remember the early steal there from the Blitzcrank.
Yep.
These steals from Coast are actually keeping them right in the game with the global gold.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely was a steal. I was gonna give him all the credit, be like, that's all you. The team's enjoying it as well. The global gold to go around. And finally, it's only, actually not even finally, it's still 500 gold. We'll see what that matters in this fight. The shield going down into Daydreamin'. He's going to pop up and they're going to take down Chowster. Very aggressive. Nobody could follow his gap close.
The mastermind Daydreamin' hooks in the cannon minion to bait Chowster. Oh, here comes the Requiem.
Oh, no! That's why Mana Barrier is really nice to have. It went down before, during that fight rather, and Requiem's able to pick up a kill. So going back on the 1-for-1 there.
Chowster definitely made that call. He's like, that Blitzcrank is not getting away with this. You need to use your ulti right now, Link. Get that kill. I'm not going down alone.
Looking around the map, a lot of just tier 1 boots still for these teams as they get core items in. The Morello Namicon for Jinte. Spirit of the Spectral Wraith coming out onto Nintendo Dex. We see that item being quite a favorite onto the Elise players. And more tiers stacking. We have about 600 right now going on to Link. Very fast for him. 12 as Double Lift just picked his up. And 444 onto Jinte.
So those are all going to take a while to stack up, but we just had Shifter finish his huge item, which is the Blade of the Ruined King. There's a giant gap between your Cutlass and your Blade upgrade where you're missing a lot of gold. You have to actually hold that gold, but now once he has it completed, he's going to be able to use that active item damage after he uses Death Mark to get double the effectiveness out of that item.
In the way that things have actually gone for Coast in these last few engagements, it's been a pickaxe and the critical cloak coming out for Don't Mash Me. So he's going to be able to go straight for that Infinity Edge. If he wasn't already, it looked like he was going to switch in the Bloodthirster, but the Scepter was probably for early game sustain.
That critical cloak of agility with the 50 goes right into the Infinity Edge, which is essential on one of those champions like Caitlyn here, because she's all about auto attack damage, and getting the increased crit damage from that and comboing it with Phantom Dancer is pretty much essential.
Oh, they are hatching that pink ward right now. Chowster goes over. He's onto the Blitzcrank once again. He just remembers what happened last time, and the same nightmare comes in for him. Nien's in the fight this time now. There's the HP they have not had in these fights, but nobody's there to get to it with him. Nien goes down from the hit from the Death Mark. Now onto Big Fat. They get a good hit on him, and look at all the wards that they're fighting with here.
That powerful Death Mark explosion does take out Nien. That was the Blade of the Ruined King right in action right there, and we have Hook versus Hook. Chowster keeps getting the hooks onto Daydreamin', but paying for them with his life.
Moving around, Nintendo X taking out the blue buff for himself. They're going to keep pressuring. A good job by Double Lift to keep things moving. Double Lift was not in that fight, something to be considered. We really didn't even get the true shot barrage. And just so much pressure here. Mashme's probably going to be able to finish the Infinity Edge after this, and a huge surge of, they missed the turret. A huge surge of power.
There we go.
Soon to come from these guys.
Double Lift coming in from the side. He's not a ninja though.
Double Lift going for the grand face check as he goes into Daydreamin'. Daydreamin' out of mana. He's only here to run around and be the beat boop for his team. Looks like he is going to get himself out. Oh, Mashme! The hook in, but the cleanse. He hooked himself to Mashme before that cleanse comes off. It looks like Shifter will be able to get himself a kill. Actually, it wasn't Shifter. That was coming in for Jinte. Very nice.
So nice little swing around there from Double Lift coming in with the red buff. Able to cut off a few people, but they, again, come out of it behind here, losing 2 people. The recall from Jinte right there just barely got out, by the way. That was what the Arcane Barrage went off from Double Lift, and they're going to be able to get this turret in answer.
Nien's still quite big after putting himself in the front of that fight. That does not look good for Coast. Like last time we said, Coast's initiation comes from Shockwave. They really don't have a lot of anybody that can be jumped out.
Yeah, exactly. The initiation hasn't been from Blitzcrank hooks. Daydreamin's been hooking minions all day, but that's actually the better choice in this game. It's much safer because every time Chowster lands a hook, he dies. Those 4 deaths are all after him landing hooks and going right in there.
Daydreamin knows what it's about. You hook the dragons and you hook the minions,
exactly,
and you'll be all right.
He's hooking neutrals. Those things are easy, predictable. They never kill you.
Never, ever. Yep, well, sometimes.
You hook okay, if you hook a minion and you die to it, then you should probably stop playing Blitzcrank.
Fair enough. No, duly noted. 21 minutes in here. Shifter, eyes, blood red, and he goes on a Double Lift. The extra damage not there, so he's going to try to apply the Death Mark. Not too much. Barriers on. He has the dive. He has the shadow. No, he doesn't even use it. He just walks out of the explosion.
I love how Shifter's play definitely resemble. You can tell what his play is going to be from his item build. There's the hook.
There's a Chowster over the wall going for a picnic right now. Chowster's going to be taken down here in this situation. A very nice job there. And he did hook before he died, so that's hook number 5.
Well, that's not a minion. He actually hooked Chaucer that time, but with all the deaths, Chaucer's going to get worth as much as a minion in gold pretty soon here. 5 deaths mean that every consecutive one lowers your gold bounty.
Making their way to the first inhibitor turret of the game, and it's been all down mid. They've kind of been able to force Counter Logic Gaming just out of position here, and really it's CLG that has these fight initiations. They have to get behind the end. They have to allow Link to die a few times here. He is quite powerful, and he hasn't really seen the fights other than lay wastes just from the outside.
What we would really need to see is next time Chaucer lands a hook, he has to preemptively throw a lantern back so that someone can come with him.
Somebody can follow that gap close, yeah.
He needs to throw it back to Link so that Link can come in with him, because Chaucer's solo dives have really not been working for CLG. They have to have the extra level of Thresh play where you also utilize that lantern.
And you can see that even Doublelift is feeling the pressure. Usually you'll see somewhat of the Muramana come, or Manamune rather, come out with the buy of the longsword, but he went for the Glacial first. He needs that defense right now.
Definitely needs some sort of extra cooldown reduction too. It's not the blue Ezreal, but he's picking up some blue stuff here.
He's trying to find it. The Sheen would definitely help at this point. There's already starting to be armor. That Locket of the Iron Solari coming out. Jinte, obviously, like we said on Orianna, has a lot of utility for the team in shields. We'll have to see if this pressure can be enough from what CLG has put in their pockets so far. Right now, Nintendo X just able to pretty much walk through safely.
Pretty safe walk for Nintendo, just a stroll in the park there.
They have too much control.
Still,
look at the wards.
You know, still though, nobody really building like super tanky on their team. They haven't needed it though. They keep on outplaying CLG and getting picks and catching people off guard. So it's not really a detriment to their team. You know, we still have some nice HP on Blitzcrank and a little bit of extra defenses for everybody with that Locket pickup from Nintendo.
It's reminiscent now.
Oh, here we go.
Oh dear, not of the poke, but of the velocity comp. That they just always fight. They just buy damage and they go in and they get the kills every time. The Lantern was there, couldn't be accessed.
Great Shockwave to set that up, but the best part of that one was finishing off that blue Wraith just as the hook was going out. Great job by them. It wasn't a smite or anything. That would have been more, it would have given them more credit if Daydream had said, Nintendo, smite this blue Wraith really quick right now so that my hook's going to land.
That'd be scary because they wouldn't have it for this situation right now.
Yeah.
They may take some damage off of the affected Baron, but they get away in time, walking through a pink ward here, or rather a regular ward over their pink that they kill. Oh, the grab is so in range. There we go, Doublelift. Oh, he gets the arcane cheese on the grab.
So Daydream tried to counter that play right there by flashing in for the silence with his ult.
Yep.
Good effort.
It's like a 1.5 second, but he waited. Counted that one out.
Link can't burn this one down before Nintendo Hall.
Man, they are just saying thank you on all the objectives. You're going to farm that out for me? Well, I'll get the last hit. Thanks. Barons, everything.
Great job roaming here by Team Coast.
Yeah, they are going to create all the pressure that they need. Link is out of mana right now, so he cannot be a help in this fight as they come up. He's going to be regenning not quite fast, but pretty good. Looks like Coast isn't going to work on this, though. They got what they needed. They're going to be out to buy.
It's very interesting right now what the CLG vent would sound like. I want to know what their new plan is because they have to come up with something like we said, the hook plus lantern engage. They need some sort of way to get Link inside and actually be starting off this team fight. Maybe it's as simple as Link body blocking for these hooks. If Link can get hooked in, then that will actually be fine for them, and they'll roll with it because he's got a huge amount of power right now with that needlessly large rod.
There's got to be a point in the game where CLG can push these lanes that
no
are
mana,
actually
though.
very
No
mana.
mana!
Oh, another hook, but you're standing closer. Get away from the Baron. Link could die to Baron. He actually goes down to Shifter as he's walking out. They try to take Baron. The Requiem comes down, and they do get Daydream in here. That's quite a big effect for this fight, but Nintendo is still alive. He has had some good steals, doesn't get in range. It goes to Big Fat. They're going to execute the fight, a shutdown onto Nintendo, but a perfect four-person Shockwave to disengage.
Too bad that didn't start out the team fight. But they had exactly what CLG wanted. Called the hook for Link right there. They get him in, and he was able to burn down Baron while he was dead using his passive, the lay waste. CLG sneak right in. Yes, thank you. We will take the Baron buff, and the momentum has completely swung in their favor now, pushing down that mid lane.
It's been the story of the day, the magnet of mistakes. making them at Baron. We see teams just fighting it down and then just being stolen away. This time, Counter Logic Gaming's. And it looks like they are going to walk out happy. The Randuin's starting to come out on the end. Their fight's getting more formidable, but Jinte coming out with that Rabadon. It's got to be looking to build up that Seraph soon. Most likely coming into a Void Step after that. So we're going to see big damage from him, and hopefully the plays from Season 2 is what Coast is hoping. Or Spring Season.
Spring Split would be, oh, okay, so forget Spring Split. Let's talk about this camp right here. This is classic Bush gank. Now we really have to see how much patience CLG have. Looks like they don't have a lot of patience, and they'll just pull out of this one, which is actually the correct decision right now because they'd be wasting time with this Baron.
Yeah. Heard him from the background. They're
There
like,
we go.
whoa, there's a Shifter down bottom. There they are going for Shifter. He uses the first Shadow. It's going to be Neon coming in. The Cataclysm goes out. That means he will not be able to fight. Will he get Deathmark off and get himself in there? Deathmark goes down. He gets all the damage needed, but it wasn't that much. It is going to hit, but will they be able to follow up? Coast on the backside. Shirelius goes out. It's going to be Nien putting himself in the fire, but it's going to be Daydreaming continuing to chase. They click back. They say, no, we need to start pushing more lanes and get an advantage from this.
Shifter, great timing on that Deathmark. He was able to get off the Deathmark plus Shadow Slash while everyone was around him, like you said, right before dying. That's really the essential part that he needed to get off anyways. It's okay if he dies after that because there was so much AoE damage that CLG couldn't fight after that, and they used everything chasing him, making him use his Shadow, and then using the Cataclysm definitely bit them in the butt.
Yeah, he played that well. If you know you're going down, a good rule of thumb, be valiant about it. Do as much damage as you can before it happens.
Don't go down running, go down fighting.
Exactly.
In League of Legends. If you know you're going to die, just get the damage out so the rest of your team can capitalize on it.
We just saw it happen. Confirmed. 29 minutes into this one, 14-8 is... They're sort of coasting along, but CLG is finding a way back into this. The lanes are being pressured. Coast was able to take down those turrets first, but now CLG sits ahead of those turrets by 1. We have a live dragon, and these guys have put a lot of focus on it. Both teams, that is, with these guys.
And CLG are just too far out of position to contest this one, so this one is, again, going to Coast right here. They actually don't have to steal it this time. They can just take it straight up.
The easy mode dragon coming in on that time. So that's going to put them up 2,000 gold now. That'll be quite helpful, but really spread across. That's only a bit of gold for each person. That's not really a full core item for anyone. And really probably going to 5-0 and 4 on Jinte, playing very well. We said that Orianna was going to be good play. We'll have to see if he can execute the next fight for the team because everything, they've been able to win it, but it's been in defense to start the fight for Coast.
And for Coast, I mean, the really big power plays that we're going to have to see are going to be coming out from any one of these members. That's the advantage of people not building defensively. They can all make plays. Any one of these guys could make a huge play right now. I mean, Don't Mash Me is not going to want to be the one starting them off, but he's going to be putting out plenty of damage from that back line because he already has that great combo of the Phantom Dancer plus Infinity Edge.
Very fast Shirelli is brought up by Daydream, and he knows he needs to get his team along with him, especially with that Iceborne Gauntlet. We're going to see the pop-up from Daydream and a little bit of harass here. Safe Lantern. Just going to walk over. He says, I don't need your Lantern. Let's guard this base.
Not going to follow Chowster's Dark Passage. You don't know where that thing's going to lead.
He might hook somebody.
Yeah, he's got himself into some very dangerous positions. Big Fat LP does not want to follow.
We'll have to see. 260 CS for double lift. He has gotten the Iceborne Gauntlet out, so that's what I'm saying, that Shirelius was necessary by Daydreaming, but this could really put CLG in the spot they want. The Karthus Wall, the Iceborne Gauntlet, the ability to just shut a team down with box, disengage, or poke from the outside is getting there for them.
Yeah, I mean, CLG definitely have more of the sort of complete, I guess it's kind of like those, complete breakfast right here of a team comp. They've got a little bit of tank, a little bit of AoE. They've got the auras for team fighting, and then they have the damage here coming out there. Their patented 2-threat build for CLG. Everyone else is going, supporting, and it's Link and Double Lift who are the carries. Meanwhile, Coast, they've got carries from every single angle.
Right, but there's no iron. They don't have any beef. Well, there is. They have Blitzcrank, but they don't have the tank like we were talking about. Shifter pushing into the bottom lane. Looks like Coast is actually trying to make something happen for themselves, to say it's not just going to come from mid lane. We have to hit them from every angle.
It looks like we're going to go with a duo push here. We haven't seen, like I said it yesterday too, but there's been a distinct lack of teleports in all these games, especially.
High five.
Okay, sock him in the face.
That's all. It's just kind of a back and forth. Are they really going to go on this? What a chaotic beginning to a fight. The shockwave in the back, but it's only onto a few, and it really doesn't do that much damage. Jinte is 1v1. There's another 2v1 going on over here, and a 3v1 over here. I don't know what's going on. A shutdown coming in for Link. Shifter going very low in this fight. Big Fat tries to get the last Q down. That Requiem is going to wreak havoc. Coming in with a double kill onto that. An overall triple kill. And Chowster, whoa, Volatile Spider almost taking him out. The Quadra for Link. Oh, the flash on the wall, but he lands the auto attack from downtown.
Beautiful. Karthus auto attack are devastating. Everyone will fear them now. Link with some extremely good play right there. Said they had 2 threats. He is definitely one of the more fearsome right now. After he's completed basically the 2 giant damage items in the game, the Death Cap plus the Void Staff are the just highest damage items you can have for an AP. So he really rushed those, and he just wanted to be pure power. Very impressive right there. And CLG also in that fight showed the advantage of having someone build full tank like Nien, because Nien got caught. There were some plays being made on Nien by Coast, but that's fine with them because you can burn everything into Nien. Even if you take him down, we got plenty of people to clean it up.
Yeah, he absolutely enjoyed that engagement. Baron is alive, as you can see on your screen now. We are coming up to the 33rd minute of our last game of the day. Don't go anywhere this weekend, though, because we still have, or I guess it's not even the weekend yet. These days have been so filled with everything. I feel like we're just surpassing time. But there is still another day of Super Week tomorrow. But our last game of the day here, Coast versus Counter Logic Gaming. These teams both going neck and neck at each other, have broken down the mid lanes to the inhibitor turrets, and right now sit only 3 kills apart and about 400 gold with 1 turret between them.
So close of a game, and we have to remember that CLG already today played that 71-minute game.
Yeah, they did.
So they already have the fatigue factor that we talked about Dignitas experiencing, but now this game being so even at 33 minutes means that this one's going to go even longer, and it could be another CLG ridiculously long game.
This can only really, if in you know the back of your mind, be good for CLG, because these are the moments when they do become a team in the LCS, where they do have these late game instances where they can coordinate.
This is actually a genius manipulation by CLG because they need more practice with the new players. They're making the games longer. Yes, it's all according to plan. This is probably Kelby at work here. He's like, hey guys, make every single game at least 60 minutes, and we'll get plenty of extra practice in at the LCS studios.
We're 50% faster to our mark. All right, so we'll see what they can put up in mid here for a production of a gank. It looks like everybody calls this one off. A little bit of a rain check on that one. No, whoa! GG says it's time for lunch. He does not go in though. Oh, the command shockwave on 4. So much damage right there. They have to initiate onto this. Chowster takes it, but Nien says no. You will not activate anything off that damage. They're able to single out Shifter in the back line. That's going to be the Requiem for Nien coming down. He throws it out very early on that one, but as soon as he was down, because nobody was around him, Mashme in the back line. The auto attacks coming out very huge for him. Throws out the Caitlyn Q for a bit of damage on the back line, but he is getting pushed out by Chowster. They miss the death sentence from him. The kill coming out on a Nintendo X. Mashme still trying to get the pokes down, but it looks like he's shooting a brick wall right now. He actually may get the headshot proc here. It's what he needs. Mashme cannot get through that armor just yet.
So Mashme chasing 4 people right now. It looks like Nien's going to recall in this push, so if there's a chance to go over there, then they could pick him up, but they aren't going to get there in time. That was a very, very well coordinated.
That was crazy.
Yeah, team fight right there.
Very surprised.
The main thing from it, actually, that I want to point out is Shifter dove the CLG team while Nien dove Coast, which is actually just what Coasts are looking for, because Shifter went right after Link. If you can burst down that Karthus and have him die away from the rest of your team, Coast, especially since Team Coast is fairly squishy, then they're happy to trade Shifter's life for Link's life so that they don't have to fight on the Defile. And it was actually a really good move by him, and the reason why that fight came out even.
And it's kind of one of the only things they can do, because Karthus himself is one of the hardest champions to get through if you're trying to get to the back line. So that in itself, Shifter was like, I'll dash past his wall if he even wants to throw it out.
Yeah,
absolutely
even
correct.
though, you know, Nien's way more tanky and he could survive longer.
It's just the
Shifter
right
got
move.
his job done. Mission accomplished.
It's the second time.
Good job, soldier.
Kamikaze getting in there. We'll have to see if they can do it once more with him alive this time, because it's kind of been the, we fought so damn hard, we can't push anything.
And it looks like we are going to have another meetup. Everybody...
It's all about the mid lane. It's all about the mid lane this game. They got fences on the outside, or like dog collars or something, not letting them get out of here. They're not even going for their buffs really right now. Mashme holding both for his team, gets a big close grab on Big Fat there. He takes the initial damage, throws down the locket in his own shield. That they get back, they make sure Shifter can't give it to the back line too much. Karthus still going to the front line. This is not something that happened before. And like you said, Kobe, if he can get into the fight, it wreaks havoc. Link has stopped and backed up to make sure there's no crowd control for him, but I think he should have kept going on the fight.
That's the problem with fighting Karthus. He's gonna get so much damage late game, and it's guaranteed damage, even though the entire team of CLG had backed off to kill Shifter before Shifter was able to take out his target. He was still able to add that damage from the front line, and they are gonna easily get this inhibitor.
We'll have to see. That goes down. The map pressure now for counter logic. Oh no, he had one more hit! Oh my dear. They want this. They're just going to walk it back in. There we go. That's how it goes down. The ultimate comes out. Chowster sidesteps and says, you can have that.
All right. The end game Karthus, very hard to get around. If you are Team Coast right now, you've got to be brainstorming. What are we going to try next time?
No
because
light drizzles here.
We keep having Shifter dive by himself. Yes, got Karthus once, but this time he was actually going for double lift. The other threat, you know, one of the two threats. If he gets one of those down, then it's okay. But he was unsuccessful because CLG made the adaptation this time. They bursted him down, and they used everything to make sure that that wasn't successful. You can see the giant difference in the outcomes of those two strategies. So Coast, they're really going to have to modify their plan.
This is going to be a lot harder for Coast. Once that Zhonya's gets onto Link, it's going to be so much harder to really activate anything. From the back.
So little shout out to the Chinese team, I guess, here from CLG. Everybody hopping over the back wall.
Just making it safe. You get the Thresh Lantern in there. Thresh pulls himself over. It really works, and they were able to take that, staying out of the vision of the ward that's just outside Baron, actually.
So unless you have a ward directly in Baron, you are not going to see that one.
Nope.
Exactly what COG were counting on. They're actually known for all kinds of sneaky Baron tactics. Back in Season 2, they would do this two-man Baron, and they were one of the first teams, one of the first North American teams at least, to pull that off.
Is that the Jax Baron? Or who do they have for that? So I can't remember.
They actually did it with several different compositions. One was with Jax, but they had a laner with Wriggles as well as jungler.
Right, the double
pretty
Wriggles.
Much anybody with percentage damage or attack speed, steroids like that can pull it off. You know, sometimes they even had Shen with it. So they're known for their sneaky Baron strategies, and they definitely borrowed this one from the Asian scene, the Chinese and the Koreans. Love just getting those sneaky ones off.
And with that Baron being down, the safest time to push the bottom lane, and even Coast is reading this one like a book. They're just like, it'll be here soon. Don't worry, the train's coming.
Pain train.
Yeah,
is coming
it's
down the
been
bottom
pretty
lane
painful.
now
We have the Oracle on Daydreaming now, so they may be able to slow things down for CLG really transitioning here.
It's going to be really hard to slow down Link right now. He's got a Baron buff plus the blue elixir on him. I mean, 770 ability power now on this Karthus, and there's the hook.
Big Fat LP gets locked in. Double of so much damage. The ball movement almost takes him out. They are going to have to run from this fight. But Link says, run. What is that? Tries to get himself in. Obliterated instantly by Jinte. A double kill for him. Everybody comes out safe from the Requiem, but they may be bleeding.
That was a perfect adaptation by Coast. Genius play right there. They had Jinte use the shockwave to keep both Double Lift and Link out of that fight. He got them both out and slowed them with the dissonance after his shockwave, chunking them down. It just completely destroyed CLG's whole strategy because even after that, they were too low. Link trying to force it and get into that fight. Great win right there for Coast. That one is actually going to be hard to pull off again, but beautiful job there by Jinte making it happen.
Yeah. CLG knowing the pressure of Baron, knowing that they can push that bottom turret without any other worries right now, go ahead and get themselves a dragon, kind of make up for those few kills there. 3,000 gold in the lead. The Barons have definitely been putting that in their favor, but gold right now isn't going to mean too much unless you got about 10 to 12,000. The core items are really what it matters about right now. So a few Seraph's Embrace from left to right. We see that Shifter picks up a Guardian Angel for possibly that dive on the Zhonya's Link that's going to be here soon.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit beneficial if he can get back up. I mean, those are always great late game items. and we've seen people sell them after they use the proc already. But it's a little bit sad for Coast fans that after that brilliantly played fight and that win that they finally got, CLG even still got Dragon after that, so they even still got more gold. Coast are just so far behind right now that it's just very difficult for them, even after winning that, to really make anything happen. And CLG return right back to the scene of the crime here, going bottom and taking red buff on the way.
And it's not really in Coast's favor to even be in a lane and fight against turrets. They have Caitlyn and really Orianna long range. They're not going to be crushing down turrets whatsoever. So once they do get a foothold, it's going to be a very slow push into the base.
Yeah, I mean, I love that adaptation, but I mean, it works perfectly against CLG, where Jinte got both threats that are in this 2-threat team in his Shockwave and Dissonance. That's so tough to do. CLG are going to be probably yelling at each other after that last team fight. All they really have to do to make that not happen again is have Double Lift and Link stand on opposite sides of the team. If those two threats are on different sides, you're not going to get that same situation, and that's exactly how they can prevent this.
Being in the back doesn't always mean you're safe.
No, you know, as long as you're on different sides of the back.
Hey, look, they're just trying to set up things here. They want one pull over the wall. The Ward's trying to make things happen, but Counter Logic Gaming playing it safe now in the minds of their opponent, as it's kind of been switched around now.
Yeah, so basically right now, CLG just have to be aware of their positioning. We've seen them before against Vulcan in the spring split, or actually it was against Marn in the spring split, where they all grouped up on the turret and Heartbeat on Sona came up with the giant crescendo where they got this ridiculous quadra kill there for Mega Zero.
I was just thinking about that the other day.
Yeah, you can never forget about positioning, especially this late into the fight.
Oh, I thought she was going to pull off the Shockwave. Jinte holding very strong and patient with that. They are so bunched up right now in the front of the base, but they know they're kind of just want them to push in a little bit more before they activate. Fighting in that pinch zone is definitely going to favor their team. They have that Jarvan ultimate. Nien can jump in. The Blitz grab going out. And really, CLG's only allowing Jarvan and Nien to be grabbed right
now. Yeah, that wouldn't be a good grab. No. Grabbing Crocodile with Guardian Angels on it.
Oh!
Shoot. That will be...
That's going to be pretty painful. The ult inside the base. We thought the first one was going to be the one he ulted, but looks like he got fast fingers on the command Shockwave on that one. Now they don't really have to worry about bunching up Kobe. They can kind of just go all in if they want and really be protective around Karthus.
That's going to be... Oh, the bullet double lift!
No, double lift flash! The arcane shift to get out. The double away for him to keep himself safe, but that means it's going to get a lot scarier in these engagements.
Daydreaming. That was a really nice answer. That's almost the only thing that they could do to shove CLG off at this point.
Stop them.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing that they could do. So if your Shockwave is down, the only thing they can have is chunking down double lift to make the engage not beneficial for CLG. So right there, he does save that bottom turret, but it's going to be up to Coast for another really, really critical play at the next Baron that comes up in 50 seconds.
791. Is that what that
says?
Oh,
look at this!
Oh, going in and gets a grab over the wall. Chouster, what are you going to do? He gets away from the cocoon. I thought that was going to lock him up, gets himself to safety. But like I was saying, 749 AP coming in on Jinte, 791 coming in for Link.
Yeah, Daydream doing his best to make the plays happen there, but not enough extra people in position to capitalize. Chouster does burn his flash, but that's not too big of a deal. He's been going in on hooks anyways, right into the middle of the team fights.
Looks like we got the distortion boots going on to Mash Me. He wants to keep himself safe in these fights. These guys are going very 6 items at this point. The boots are out. They haven't sold them yet, so they're almost there. But the Guardian Angel coming out over the Blade of the Rune King on the other side. It's going to be Chouster pulled out. That's not the damage for the Baron, but they need... Oh my gosh! Link gets absolutely obliterated in the fight. The Shockwave doing so much damage. They're now into double lift. Shifter's able to stay in the fight, and he just bought the Guardian Angel, so he will be back up to participate. He may go down. Nien is just so big right now with his itemization. He gets pulled back. The peel is just there for his team. They're going to take down Nen and the Guardian Angel. Pink wards are going to be visioned for these guys onto the Baron, but will they be able to go after it? No, they won't. Coast coming up with the Baron.
Shifter and Jinte are such beast, another ridiculous shockwave right there. And then Shifter, man mode, he only knows one direction, just always attack. He had the Guardian Angel, that extra life, enabling him to get back up and push the rest of CLG off. That was the spectacular play that Coast were waiting for. They pulled it off at Baron, just what they needed to.
A huge sigh of relief you could see there on Daydreamin's face on the 5 cam. Now as they move out, they just kind of set up and they get themselves ready to do it all over again. Rinse and repeat, Kobe.
And by this point in the game, we do have the tanky auras at least coming out for Coast. So they are, you know, shoring up that that little weakness right there. We've got the double auras coming from Nintendo with the 2 important Locket and Bulwark right there. And it's really looking much better for them, especially with the Guardian Angel on Don't Mash Me. That extra damage source is going to have another second life.
We actually see even Shifter himself going over for Randuin's, and that's going to be huge because he is kamikazing into every one of these fights and still keeping a higher kill to death.
We are going to have to worry about the 2 threats from CLG. Both of them are very strong right now. We have the completed sort of purple build, I guess we'll call this one from Double Lift, since, you know, he's got red and blue, makes purple, plus Blade of the Ruined King. This is purple Ezreal, and he's completed his purple Ezreal.
Yeah, that's super completed right now. Daydreamin, again, wards over the wall to try and make something happen. The team saw that come in. Nintendo again, pressuring him with himself. Where is that Daydreamin? Comes up to the left side of the screen now, trying to get to the other side. Gonna go ahead and clear out this ward for his team. They are just now dictating the game. Like I said, it's gonna be a little slower. Mashme looks like he's gonna take some damage. The turrets won't fall right away, but with how fed Mashme is now, it's kind of just making up for everybody else's damage on the turret.
Even Nien and Chowster now are a little wary of engaging because their backline keeps getting caught by these shockwaves from Jinte, these beautiful shockwaves. The name of the game right now for CLG is keep your eye on the ball.
This is the first time that Coast has had a chance at the front of the base. The first time they're able to take down the turret, and they're still pressuring. Counter Logic definitely on their heels right now, Kobe. 49 minutes in, the Cataclysm catches 3. Mashme and the rest on the outside. The flashes have been forced. Nien is so tanky, but he's gonna go down. The Guardian Angels are not up for the purchases previously. Command Shockwave to drop down Link. The Requiem is called out, but is it enough? Completely blocked by barrier. Mashme ready to fight with the rest of the team.
And now they can actually turn this one back around.
Nobody there to gap close with Big Fat. They're able to take him down right away. 70 seconds on the top Death Chamber timer.
Even though the bottom wave for Coast right now is pushed in, they don't care. They're going to go right at the middle.
The repel onto Double Lift. They try to get the shield down there as well. The utility from Orianna continuing these fights. Coast pressing in. It's only Chowster, and they have eyes on the inhibitor or Nexus turrets.
Going straight for the Nexus turrets. They can burn these down. The jet chambers are too long, and it's only Chowster up defending.
Coming up on 15 minutes into the game. Coast looking clean on this one as they have eyes on the Nexus. They are going to take it out, and they are going to find another win as Zion goes to his own graduation.
Coast earned that victory. Shifter, it's so beneficial when you have a sub who's already played with you for almost a full split. He comes in making the biggest plays of Orianna that we've seen in a very long time.
That was huge. The first few shockwaves kind of were the, oh no, it wasn't a sombrero, but it just missed. And then he hit 3 or 4 in a row. You know, if you don't take shots, they're not going to go in. And he took shots.
So what is the quote? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly.
So Shifter and Jinte right there, just making so many. Yeah, actually everyone, like you said, they're all threats on Coast.
Yeah.
And they were all making plays. Daydreamin doing his part too. So many clutch hooks. Even the hooks that he landed on cannon minions resulted in CLG deaths because Chowster would jump in after him.
One of those games of just being in your opponent's head, figuring it out, being able to really pressure them after being back so much. It was like 15 minutes, I'd say, of them just being on their heels. And the second they won that fight, they were like, we can push down mid. Their first push past the base was the win.
Yeah, the Coast's life, you can really see their different style of play differs a lot from these older teams. And it was really nice to see it executed well right there. Grats to Team Coast, and you know, good try for CLG. They did get another 49 minutes of practice with their new members, though.
Absolutely, and we do have a replay, as per usual, to bring you guys through of one of those Baron fights.
All right, so let's take a look. Which one? Here we go. So all of CLG was grouped in. Chowster again went on the initiate, but that Shockwave Dissonance combo from from Jinte, just destroyed them. And then Shifter, this is where I was talking about the man mode Shifter, just keeping the entire team here on the back foot. As soon as he gets back up from Guardian Angel, he goes right in again. He doesn't care. Well, the rest of his team deals with Nien, the shields again from Jinte. We're just keeping everybody up, and we go in for the nobody died from there, from Coast. They played it so well, even though people weren't going, super tanky, they were able to play it and balance out the aggression there. Just extremely well executed that last few fights.
It was just the peace of mind coming in by Coast. Seeing a Requiem come in so early lets you know that initial damage and how much more you can fight, and that happened immediately for them. That Shockwave dropped Link in a few seconds with the next Q ball movement, and then they were like, oh, that's the damage? Let's keep rolling.
Link with, Jinte with the shockwaves followed up by dissonances on the Link, and even the Link plus double lift ones were just so well executed. And that's the flaw of CLG's only 2 threat compositions.
Okay.
If you take them out early, then there's not going to be any damage following it up.
Alrighty. So coming up, we'll talk to Team Coast spot lane. Don't mash me in daydreaming after that amazing game. Plus, we'll break down all the day's action and update the summer split standings because we know you want to see those. Don't go anywhere. Day 2 will continue right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, and I am joined by Daydreamin' and Mashme from the victorious Team Coast in an epic long game there against CLG. And Daydreamin', I got to ask you, how'd you land so many of those hooks?
I landed some I shouldn't have landed, and then I landed some I should have landed. So, I mean, I'm just trigger happy. That's it.
Well, specifically, there was a lot of turning points in that game because at the start, you guys were ahead. And Mashme, you wanted to talk about one of the big turning points early on here.
So we were like baiting Baron. I specifically told Miles to like hook Chaucer when he tries to like throw wards down. And then Karthus comes by. It's just like, I'm like, don't hook Karthus. And he hooks Karthus. I'm like, well, crap. And we just like back off, killed him, but they got Baron right after that. So that was a turning point for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, you guys were able to turn the game back around. How did that happen?
We played very smart. We knew that they can't dive us, especially when I have Blade Rune King. And they're not very pokey. The only pokey champion they had was Ezreal. We had Caitlyn, Zed to like wave clear. So we're fine on our towers. We just split push, not split push, but just pushed back on them. And after that, they were out of position. We went to Baron, had that crazy fight with Orianna. And yeah, just a huge turning point from that Baron fight.
And there was one point in the game after Jinte had landed so many awesome ults, he missed one in the base. And it seemed like CLG was just going to kind of push in. But then you managed to land a hook on a double lift, which kind of pushed CLG back. How were you guys reacting to that situation after the ultimate missed?
We were kind of just like, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. We can recover, it's fine. Just hold this tower. And like, I don't know what we were thinking, like if they had continued that push, but I managed to land the hook on double lift when we were able to get his flash, his barrier. So they had to back off. And then just, I guess by luck, we were able to hold our base from that.
Awesome stuff. So now, only 3 games in, but at the same time, last split, this could have been 2 or 3 weeks in for some of the teams. Starting with the Super Week, how are you guys feeling so far?
We're feeling really good compared to last season. We had a bad streak, but now I'm feeling really confident with a 2-1 standing right now.
Awesome stuff. And obviously you had Zion Spartan out today. Jinte was filling in, but is it after today you guys should have the same roster throughout?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's a pretty yes or no question at the end of the day. And moving into the rest of the LCS as well, how have you been reacting to just the level of play we've seen so early on in the split?
We just don't underestimate and overestimate our opponents. Against TSM, we kind of like choked a bit. Then after that, it was like a wake-up call. We focused against Vulcan and CLG, and we just really prepare really well.
And what do you guys have up tomorrow that you have to prepare for?
I believe we're playing Cloud9 and Dignitas.
Okay.
And yeah, we just gonna do what we always do, just talk about the games. I mean, we can't really scrim or anything, so we're just gonna analyze what our options are and go from there.
And I know a lot of people are also going to be talking about Cloud9 right now because they're the only 3-0 team. Do you think that's a matter of them being at another level or just having some close games?
They're a very good team. To be honest, not every one of us have like information against them. So it's kind of hard to like research them a bit, but now we're starting to see how they play. And hopefully we'll bring on a good match tomorrow.
Well, awesome stuff, guys. Again, congratulations for your victory over Counterlogic Gaming. Moves you guys to 2-1 on the season. Obviously, best of luck tomorrow. Everyone's going to have 5 games in by the end of Super Week. And the level of play this week, I feel like, has been the highest it's been in North American LCS. And to break some of that down, we have Freak over at the Telestrator.
Thank you very much, chat. And I want to break down 2 big plays that really meant a lot to the game. So first off is a game between Vulcan and Velocity. Now, Velocity's team comp is really interesting. They basically are trying to dive in with Kennen just charging in there, a tidal wave coming by as well, and then Chris is going to get ulted by Kayle. So he's going to turn invulnerable. And what's beautiful about this is Chris pulls turret aggro, allowing the rest of his team to jump in as well. He's going to have actually a really, really good time of diving in. What happens, though, is Vulcan knows that is the only hard engage on the team. And while they're going to jump in on Psycho Sid, the rest of the team is going to scatter, and none of the rest of them are actually going to get hit by the slicing Maelstrom, because nothing else locks them in place. Let's roll the clip out and start it and see what happens. Chris is going to dive in off the tidal wave, the Surfing Ninja jumps in, and let's pause right here. So here's the thing, right? Again, Sid's getting hit, he's in a really bad place, but everyone else is waiting on the outskirts. The rest of Vulcan are waiting on the outskirts, and what's going to happen here is the Equalizer is going to just destroy the AD carry of Velocity, and they're going to be able to collapse back in. Chris also is going to pop his Zonias, which drops turret aggro and makes a turret hit Kayle. What this means for Velocity is they no longer will have any follow-up damage when Chris pops Zhonya's. Normally you want to come in and follow up off an initiator. They won't be able to. Let's roll the clip out at half speed. Watch what happens. So Chris takes a couple of shots. Sid goes down. Zuno's not taking much. He'll actually flash over the wall, but now the turret's on Kale, and Draven has to run away as well because he took so much damage. The team has to disengage at this point, and Chris, he initiated. He's left alone at this point. There's no more cleanup. They actually make that a 1-for-1 in this battle because Vulcan took no other damage, took their one loss, and then moved forward. Now let's move on to the other clip. This is the one that you heard about in the interview. Don't hook Link. Don't hook Link. I hooked Link. So it's CLG making a really good play to turn the Baron around. Let's play it out and watch what happens. Link puts out so much damage. Of course, they kill him off as fast as they possibly can, but Baron plus a dead Karthus forces the team out. Then CLG gets the kill on Daydreamin'. Now here's the really important part. Pause it, and this is what's great. So CLG has 4 members alive. Now, Chowster, of course, is going to do his job and try to stop Nintendo. The only chance that Coast has in this fight is trying to go for a Baron steal. So Nintendo's going to run forward, but it's Chowster's job to stop him. It's Big Fat's job to stay around and smite Baron, and it's Doublelift's job to sit here and try to DPS the Baron. Now, the other 2 champions on the team, they're going to be crowd control. So Nien's going to dash forward when he gets the chance, and Chowster's also going to dash forward for the CC chain to stop Nintendo. Let's play it out and watch that CLG plays it perfectly. He's going to have the flay forward, slowing him down, puts the box down as well. Nien showed up, also lands the slice, the W stun as well, and it's just a simple disengage from Coast. A great shockwave keeps them from dying, but it was a very, very well-played Baron take by Counter Logic Gaming. Chowster, Nien, and everyone else in that roster played that one perfectly. So we had a lot of amazing games. But let's send it back to the desk to break down the standings at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Freak. And after 6 monster games today, let's check out the NA LCS Summer standings. Cloud9 is sitting in first place as the only undefeated team in the North American LCS. Tied for second place with 2-1 records are Team Coast and Vulcan.
And tied for 4th place is everybody else. They're all grouped up at the bottom of the standings with 1 and 2 records. You have to say, this is a pretty good graduation present from Team Coast to Zion. Oh, you get a free win there, buddy. And we're going to be up there in 2nd place.
Absolutely. All right, so this Super Week 1 of the NALCS wraps up Friday. That's tomorrow with 8 more games. Up first, Velocity tries to get back up to speed against Dignitas. Then Cloud9 looks to keep their perfect season going when they take on Team Coast.
Up next, TSM tries to avoid losing 3 in a row when they face off against Vulcan. Plus, CLG looks to turn their split around when they battle Curse. And then Scar and Dignitas try to rain on Cloud9's parade.
Yep, our 6th match of the day features 2nd place Vulcan taking on Counter Logic Gaming. Then it's TSM and Wild Turtle facing off against Curse and Cop. And Super Week finishes off with the 2 newest teams in the NALCS taking to the Rift. It's going to be Velocity versus Cloud9.
It all starts at 1 p.m. Pacific and 10 p.m. Central European time.
All right, that does it for day 2 of Super Week. I'm Riv for Kobe, Chat Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching.
Take Terrans, take Dragons. That's what we're doing. Starve them out.
Can he get out of this one? The hook lands. He's not going to get away. Triple kill. Voyboy, he might not be done. Got Doublelift. He's going to try to cleanse out. And there's the damage up, and he's survived so far. He goes off Skara.
This is the dumbest game of our lives.
Tanso is going to take down the Nexus, and CLG in 71 minutes finally pulls it out.
Kill Cap, kill Cap, kill Cap. I'm the game.
Mid and in.
Good job, guys.
Good job. Go, push. Good freaking carry.
There's a word in right.
Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy.
Nice
Double kill! Let's go. Let's get this man. Let's win this game. Take my KDA!
End it.
Take my KDA! All right, good shit.
An overall triple kill, and Chowster, whoa, the Spider almost taking him out. The Quadra for Link. Oh, the flash on the wall, but he lands the auto attack from downtown.
Oh, God. Oh, buddy.